common and large? Only medium?
25 years, Isabel Favier, Emergency Medical Services. Congratulations.
Pictures are $10 each. No, just yeah, the first one's free, isn't it?
Yeah, my son's good for it.
Lisa Olivier, 25 years, Human Resources. Congratulations. Finally, 30-year attendees, Gregory Yonda, Wastewater. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations, sir. Oh, what's it? No, not me. No. Simon says.
Simon said.
Okay, this will do. 1, 2, 3.
One more after that, too. Let's get the Public Utilities folks up here for him.
Gregory.
Public Utilities.
Well, Greg,
Yeah.
did you mean like from my military days, base commander? Is that what you meant? Oh, that you might convince Nick Castellaguida maybe was the previous one, but we both had the
They're
same
getting
boom
another
boss.
picture with you.
Ready? Oh, look at you guys. Oh, nice lined up. Here we go. We're going to smile on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Give me 1 second. You're good.
All right, thank you. All right. All right.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 5A. This is the 2025 hurricane season debris removal presentation. And Ms. Carrie Hogston, Director of Solid and Hazardous Waste Management, is here to present.
Thank you, County Manager. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Carrie Hodson, your Director of Solid Waste, and tasked with the right-of-way debris removal for all of incorporated and unincorporated Collier County through interlocal agreements with our shareholders. I'm here today to piggyback on some of the FEMA updates that Mr. Summers had presented to you in July 8th meeting and brief you on debris removal preparation levels. We are swiftly positioned to activate and respond with pre-positioned contracts in place for both debris remonitoring and removal services. And we will be back coming before you in December as the debris removal the debris removal contract is coming to expiration. And we are prepared with 5 major debris sites that are all pre-approved by the state. The timeline shown here underscores the frequency between major storms that have impacted our region. As you can see, recently there's been less time between each declared disaster compared to the 12-year gap that was between Hurricane Wilma and Irma. One of the critical tools we refer to post-disaster is the Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide, known as the PAPAG. This guideline outlines FEMA's criteria for what is eligible for reimbursement, and FEMA continues to refine this guide, with version 5 released in January of this year. Staying current on these updates is essential to ensure the county can effectively recover costs for a storm, as well as maintain compliance. The good news is the new updated guidance does not have a major impact on debris removal protocols. FEMA continues to require extensive documentation for debris removal eligibility. Under the updated guidance, there's been no change to private and gated communities. Expenses related to debris removal in these communities for reimbursement is eligible, but only with proper documentation and right of entry agreements. Collier has over 900 gated communities and over 700 miles of private roads. The definition of commercial properties remains the same as well. That is trailer parks, condos, apartments, and businesses. Debris removal from commercial properties is typically ineligible for reimbursement as commercial properties are expected to have insurance to cover these expenses. FEMA advises that counties obtain written pre-approval for any debris removal from these properties before starting work. Newly added is that commercial debris deliberately placed in the right-of-way is not eligible for reimbursement. And lastly, Commissioners, I'm glad we have a large audience today. I encourage the residents to stay informed and prepared through our outreach channels, ensure their community has completed their right of entry form so that we can swiftly recover debris, and that they take chemicals and batteries to the recycling drop-off centers to mitigate any environmental hazards pre and post storms. Thank you. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
I don't have one of those devices any longer to see if anybody wants to speak, so.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chairman.
Castro.
I just wanted to say briefly, first of all, appreciate the update, but Carrie, I think it's important, as always, to take the time to acknowledge positive actions in public. And I've had some issues, as you know, with some citizens who, lost the garbage can, called the number, said that it didn't show up. I won't bore you with the details because you already know them. But your personal sense of urgency and professionalism back to at least the constituents in my district on the one-on-ones that we worked with is impeccable and a great representation of our county staff. And I know you're up here representing a whole bunch of people, behind you. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for always being on the other end of the phone quickly, always with the right answer, following it up with such a professional email to the citizen who is irate, who hates us and all that. And then you somehow magically win them over. And then they're sending a thank you note and saying, who's this young lady, Carrie, who, worked magic and all that. So I just want you to know it doesn't go unnoticed and it's appreciated.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Miller, anyone registered to speak? All right. And thank you. And
Yep. Thank you, Commissioners.
Hopefully we won't need the services of debris removal this year.
Agreed. Thank you.
Let's see. If anybody wants to make a resolution to that effect, we'll entertain that.
So moved.
All right. We'll move on to 5B.
Yes, sir. That brings us to 5B. This is a recommendation to accept a presentation detailing the results of the Everglades Air Park study requested by the Board of County Commissioners at the March 11th, 2025 meeting. Ms. Trinity Scott, your department head for Transportation Management Services, is here to present.
gave up the wheel so Troy could pull up my presentation. We were both trying to drive at the same time. Good morning, Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services Department Head. We are going to go through a very short presentation with regard to the Everglades Air Park. Back on March 11th, the board gave us a big list of homework assignments, if you will, with regard to the Everglades Air Park. They included looking at our operations and profitability, looking at the original funding source, as well as determining some steps to have the airport classified as a basic airport in the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems that would then make us eligible for annual entitlement grants. In addition, the board asked that we identify needed repairs and estimated costs. There was a question asked about the use of tourism TDC funds to support the airport. Engaged the public in coordination with the unofficial ad hoc committee organized by AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, and also review our rates and charges. Before I get any further, we did coordinate with the county attorney's office with regard to the use of the tourist development tax funds. And it would require an independent professional analysis, which we have not moved forward with. But that is similar to what you've done recently with the Paradise Coast Sports Complex and other items that have wanted to utilize the TDT funds. So summary of the airport operations. We had our Ver Tower tracking system installed in September of 2020. And so this is the data that's available since that time. In 2025, so that's January through July of this year, we've had over 2,700 operations. So we're quite pleased that we're getting some folks back out to the airport. Our historical profit and loss over the last 10 years, we have experienced a loss historically, with 2024 closing at $154,000. But we're not going to dwell on that. We're going to talk about some ideas of how we can increase our revenues. The board asked us to look at the purchase of the Everglades Air Park and determine if there was anything within the title that would prohibit any type of use that the board may wish. We did look at the title, and it is clear of any contractual or legal obligations that will limit the board's future decisions regarding the use. In addition, we went back and looked at all of our FAA and FDOT grant history. Over the years, we have accepted just over $4.4 million of grant funding that if the board would ever determine, which I know is not going to be the case today, that if the board were ever to determine there is a possibility that those funds would have to be paid back. One of the major focus is to have the airport reclassified as a basic airport, which allows us to have entitlement funding granted to us from FAA. And in order to qualify for a basic classification, the main area would be to have 10 or more based aircraft or 4 or more based helicopters. Currently, we have 2 based aircraft that are on tie downs. With the hangars, once they're repaired, we'll have the opportunity to have an additional 8, which would get us to the 10. Or there's other means of being able to do it with use by the U.S. Forest Service, Marshals, Customs and Border Protection, Postal Service, or an Essential Air Service program. The current status of the Everglades Air Park is the fueling is up and operational, and has been since July. Since it has been up and operational, we have over $4,700 in sales. That does not include our cost of the fuel, but that's how much we've had in sales. The 8 aircraft T-hangar building is still damaged and inoperable. We've had over 2,700 operations, which is a 27% increase through the same period in 2024. And recently, there was a pancake breakfast, which I know during our last public comment, we heard a lot about the pancake breakfast. There was a pancake breakfast on July 26th. We became aware of it through some social media posts. We were able to get some additional staffing in there because we did have 33 aircraft come in with 16 fuel transactions. So with that, we were able to bring in an additional fueling truck from our Immokalee Airport that allowed for full service fuel while the folks were there, because certainly with that volume of aircraft at that time, trying to do self-service fuel, we were able to maximize our sales, if you will. So the current T hangars, the damages that were reported to insurance and FEMA include the hangar door electrical system, the hangar door motors, hangar lighting, interior drywall, and damaged exterior aluminum panels. There were separate claims for hangar contents as well. So we are currently working with facilities to rework our plans and specifications to include wet floodproofing attributes that will allow the water, should we experience another storm surge, to enter into and then out of the facility with minimal damage. And I'm going to liken this to folks that are in those flood-prone areas where they have their garages on the first floor. That's how they build their garages, with flood vents. And they have the water comes in, the water goes out, and that there's less damage, if you will, than what we're currently experiencing. The estimated cost of those repairs right now are just under $1.3 million. We're working with, through our growth management, with our facilities division for permit approval, and then it will move on to solicitation with procurement. And we anticipate having the repairs completed by the end of 2026 calendar year. And we're working to see where's ways that we can expedite that as well, because certainly we want to get those hangars back online.
Bless you.
Commissioner?
We have,
Said bless you.
you have
sorry.
received a report from AOPA with regard to ideas that they had with regard to means to be able to improve the airport. We also had some additional ideas, and so this is kind of a conglomeration of that. Certainly we want to maximize our fuel sales. That's our primary revenue driver. So promoting fully operational status and leverage the airport's unique appeal to attract pilots. We want to build our local partnerships, so explore transportation concession for visitors and coordinate ground transportation. So when someone's flying in, they can't take that plane and just go into town and have something to eat. So having some means of transportation for them. We want to prepare for expansion potentially. The board has given us direction to issue a letter of intent for the property next door that would allow for some potential expansion within for the airport. In fact, in the airport master plan, there was additional hangar space that was noted if we could acquire some additional property, as well as potential additional tie downs if we were to acquire about 6 to 10 feet along our fence line and relocate our fence line. So there's some opportunities with that potential acquisition. We will be looking to see how we might be able to improve access for our avgas for fueling of airboats. Currently, it's a challenge to get them in and get them out, but we want to look to see how we might be able to do that. That opens up our customer base. And then potentially with what may happen next door, if there is an acquisition and what the board chooses to do with that property, looking at potential, we already have a permitted fueling tank, being able to maximize that for potential regular fuel for boats. There's certainly a merchandise sales potential. So launch location-themed hats, T-shirts, and memorabilia. I will tell you it's a big deal in the aviation world as far as going to different airports and getting the keychain. We have little cups at Marco, so T-shirts, all of those kind of things. So we want to be able to launch that. Certainly repairing our T hanger that has the potential of just under $53,000 at our 2024 rates. We have an office space. We will be advertising that to attract a tenant that historically has received about $1,500 per year in rent. And then, as we talked about, resilient infrastructure upgrades. We want to redesign our T hangars, look at our fueling system on how we can make that more hurricane resilient, as well as our gate operation. Overall, so that we can reduce our costly post-storm repairs and our downtime. And that is what I have for you today.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have one thought when it comes to rebuilding the T-hangers. You know, it's important for us to get them full so that we can qualify for the ranking. When I had my airplane, my hangar was just a metal building, and it was just enough spot to put my airplane in, and I was responsible for filling out the customization of it, putting sheetrock in. So that's what I would suggest. I would suggest us putting up the shell, let each individual owner give them the freedom to to build it out like they want it. If they want to put a refrigerator in, or if they want to put a closet in, or whatever. But we could just skip the structure there. They could fill it, they could fix it, and everybody could live happily ever after.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple things, Trinity. First, great job to you and your team getting the fuel back up and running and selling it. You know, I said from day one, I met with a lot of people separately. We all did. And, you know, as an Air Force guy, I said, if you're not selling fuel, you don't have an air park. What you have is an airstrip, and they're two totally different things. I agree with Commissioner Hall, and you and I had this conversation as well. I would just, as you do a deeper dive into this, especially a lot of places I've been, and he's echoing it as well, the hangars don't have to be the Taj Mahal, you know, just putting up the structure and then renting it and then allowing certain latitudes for the person who rents it to be able to do something is an option. This isn't directive, but fuel and hangars are the things that bring in the money. I mean, you might sell 1,000 keychains, but I can tell you the hangars and the fuel make up for it big time. But it's a little bit of everything, and that's what we talked about. I really like that this presentation comes from multiple angles. You know, we tasked you with, hey, come up with some ideas, brainstorm some things. But then, you know, I think the final thing is, you know, the Everglades Air Park, we just want to control the bleeding. It doesn't need to be a cash cow. And one of the things that I think we all realize, it's an incredible resource to have as many air parks, landing strips, all of the above in your community. Because as I've said before, if a Katrina, if an Irma hits here, we want as many of these places where FEMA can land, the Red Cross and all of those. So you've really done a great job getting it back in shape. Looks like there's still some things to do, but I think everything I heard here and on the one-on-one meetings that we had definitely headed in a much better direction. But let's take a look at maybe not over-investing in some things and it being, because the pilots that I talk with, and it sounds like Commissioner Hall probably has as well, they're looking to, I don't want to say share the cost, but invest some things. You know, they want to preserve that air park. So I think, you know, the more you dig into this, the more I think we'll find that investment can come from, you know, several different areas, not just the taxpayers, i.e. the county. But great work. This is exactly what we were looking for in the direction I think we're all looking for you to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff for the work on this, and of course the folks from the AOPA that participated. I don't know if there are any of those folks here in the audience this morning, but I want to thank you for this. This is, I think, a good news story. We'll keep that airport open and running. We do have a few people that wanted to speak, and I'm going to ask them to be very brief. We're making an exception on this, but I know this has been something of great interest for a lot of people for quite some time. So, Mr. Miller, if we got a few speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have two speakers, Stacy Heaton, and she will be followed by Paul Sims.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. How is everybody this morning?
Good, thank you.
You could see I have a smile on my face because what I heard just now is really great news. I want to thank you tremendously for allowing me as AOPA to lead the ad hoc, which was made up of local citizens as well as pilots, to deliver a report to you that got sent earlier in August. It was great to see that The county actually had some additional ideas themselves to bring forward, so that was great. And I do also want to ensure that I give a huge thank you to those folks that are local that have created the Friends of the Everglades Air Park. It's not easy to get everybody around the table that has a heart for aviation and a heart for their community to kind of all pull in the same direction, but they did, and they're doing a great job. They are officially formed as a 501c3, both at the state level and at the federal level, and seeking memberships and donations, anything that anybody wants to help with. They are open and operational, and we're just tremendously proud of the folks that put their time and energy together. And then for each of you, thank you so much for your time and your support of this very important subject to us.
And thank you for your efforts as well.
Your final speaker on this matter is Paul Sims.
Thank you. On behalf of the board of the Friends of the Everglades Air Park, we'd like to go back and thank all of the commissioners for your vote back in March to give Everglades City the opportunity to research and find ways to improve the operation of the Everglades Airport. And as we know, the ad hoc committee worked with Stacy, AOPA, comprehensive report, which everyone got a copy of, detailed many things that we felt we could use to increase revenue. I just basically want to tell you a couple of things that we have done in the months since then. We formed a nonprofit corporation, which is the Friends of Everglades Air Park, and the 8 board members have been active in getting the entire Everglades community involved into the importance of the air park. We did have a booth at the Everglades 4th of July celebration to share our concerns with the community, and we had a great response from Everglades City residents with all of these petitions, which they have been signing in support. We did organize the Flying Pancake Breakfast. That was a real nice success. Now, we had 35 planes by my figures. I heard 33, so we'll go somewhere around there. But, you know, in researching, I communicated with a lot of the FBOs, the fixed base operators around the southern half of Florida, and found out there's all kind of pilot clubs that we now have an email list of that will allow us, of course, AOPA lists. But just in the short time we had in communicating, we had that many airplanes that came in. The community did pitch in, and now we have a list from the community of a lot of volunteers which participated in the pancake breakfast with transportation back and forth from the airport. The city had offered to let us use the pavilion, which worked out super, having shade and chairs, tables, all of that in advance. And so we're set up there for the future. We also had some drive-in pilots from Marco and Naples. From Marco, in fact, we had 5 Civil Air Patrol pilots attending, and ironically, all 5 of them were named Bob. I don't know what that is, but you know, weird. We did appreciate Bryant and Spencer coming over to help at the airport. With that large number of airplanes, it was an extremely busy day out there and involved everybody. We do have one new business in Everglades City, which is a golf cart and scooter rental operation now. They leave a scooter and or a couple of scooters and a golf cart out at the airport, so when the pilots come in, they can go ahead and get on them, pay the guy, which is just right down the road, and use it while they're in operation there. We have a welcome package now that we've put together for pilots flying in. It contains items like a map of the town, attractions, location of restaurants, and most importantly, some mosquito repellent packages. So,
Especially right now.
since most pilots, many of them are flying in for the lunch, we also have put a book out at the airport now with all the restaurant menus and contact numbers. That was my sign, 3 minutes, right? Okay, yes. I'm out of here. But it does have a book out there for the pilots that gives them the restaurants, phone numbers, contacts, and restaurants do provide transportation, most of them, to their restaurants.
Let me make one comment, Mr. Sims. Appreciate your comments. Obviously, we want to keep this airport open. We're going to spend money to make that happen. It's important that there be activity out there. And you mentioned that you've got connections with other fixed-base operators and other aircraft clubs. It's important. You had the breakfast out there. That's great. But it'd be nice to have different events during the year where you get more people out there. That's going to be important as we go forward. So I would commend you for having your organization.
And we're keeping a list now of all the emails, all the pilots that came in on this and are coming in, so that when we do have the pancake breakfasts going on and we have a community aviation day coming up, we can contact them much better than we have in the past or ever to get a lot more traffic into Everglades City, which will give us more revenue.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Push those keychains. Every little bit helps. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson, you want to move on to the 3 items dealing with the animal issues? Is that?
We do have that set for 10 o'clock time certain. Did you want to take public comment between now and 10 a.m.?
Yeah, I don't want to get started on the Ten Commandments issue. That's going to take a little bit of time.
It is. It is.
And these issues dealing with the animal control is not going to take very much time. Those are going to be ultimately continued. So
Yes, sir.
we've only got about 15 minutes. While we fill that gap, we'll get to the animal control issues, and then we'll get to the
Okay.
Ten Commandments.
County Attorney, is there any issue taking the 10 o'clock time certain a little bit early?
No.
Okay, very good. All right, so that does bring us to our companion items. That is items 9B, 11A, and 11B. 9B was continued from the July 8th, 2025 and August 12th, 2025 BCC meetings, and is here as a placeholder for the items 11A and B because of further board direction. 9B is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the animal control ordinance by amending the definition of hobby breeder and permit requirements and process. This item has been revised and re-advertised since the July 8th, 2025 meeting pursuant to board direction. Its companion items are 11A, which is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise an ordinance amending 2013-55, which established the standards of care for animal-related businesses and organizations, breeders, and rodeos ordinance, and bring back the ordinance at an advertised public hearing. Its companion item is 9B, which is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise an ordinance amending Ordinance 2013-33 as amended, which established the animal control ordinance, and bring back the ordinance at an advertised public hearing. Mr. James French is here to begin the presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, excuse me, my name is Jamie French. I'm your department head for the Growth Management and Community Development Department. With me today is Meredith McLean, our director from Domestic Animal Services, your hearing examiner, your Office of Special Magistrate, who you asked that you requested come into this meeting, Mr. Patrick Neal, and work with staff, as well as your Code Enforcement Director, Tom E&D Marino. And unfortunately, Ms. Blackledge could not be here today. She suffered an injury, pretty substantial, and so her boss, Ms. Cook, who worked alongside with her, is going to fill in a pinch. But with that, I know that we're waiting for Mr. Kep. He did tell me yesterday that he would be here.
He's back.
We don't have to
Oh, is
wait
he?
for him.
Hi, Tom. I didn't see him back there. My apologies. But this is a request to advertise at an up-and-coming board meeting the animal care ordinance, as well as your animal control officer ordinance with regards to standards of care, how fines are better clarified, the safekeeping of animals, food, water, and those type of things to include the maintenance of animals. And we're certainly here to answer any questions, but I know that in the event that you'd like to get to your public speakers, we can address any questions you might have afterwards. And like I said, Mr. Neal is here and prepared to speak on this matter.
All right, let's hear from the general public on this, and from Mr. Neal as well. I don't see anybody lit up. And as was indicated, we've got several ordinances here. Ultimately, we're going to be asking the board for a motion to approve advertising. We're not going to get into the substance of these ordinances, but we will hear the public comment.
Your first public speaker is Tom Kep. He'll be followed by Eva Front.
Tom, good morning.
Did we remind him he only has 3 minutes?
I had to stop and start again.
Okay.
How about for the next commission, I just add him on to this? had some very good meetings with staff. As far as the hobby breeder, or just, you guys didn't like the word hobby. I don't really, the breeder permits, I agree with all that. You know, the 8 weeks, the health certificates, the chip, keeping records of them, just basically it's the same thing as a commercial breeder. Just, if you're gonna have puppies and kittens, that's what you're gonna do. The thing, and I endorse all that, what we talked about, and I like it. But the only thing in this that I don't see really that, like, I'll give you an example, the enforcement part. And you guys know that that's all I've ever been about. And so like with these, when someone gets a permit to do this and they're caught and they have to get a permit, if they don't do the right things, what is the solution according to this? We're gonna take their permit away. That works if you have a commercial breeder that's trying to make money on it or these kind of things. But the people that I deal with on a daily basis in the field, they don't want these permits in the first place. So we have to put some more teeth into that some way. And as far as then fining them, well, that really doesn't work either because there's no real mechanism to make them pay the fines. And that's, you know, we've had that discussion for a long time also. You know, leading their credit, again, people that I'm dealing with really don't care about that. So maybe we could work on between now and then, work on that a little bit more. And, you know, again, this is time to get this right. We've done this and it costs taxpayer money, your time, staff's time. We did this in 08, we did it in 2012, we did it again in 2017, and we're back here. I would strongly urge that we get outside counsel because these have been written before and they go, oh, they're not enforceable or this word's wrong. Well, let's get it right this time because, again, like I said in one meeting, our tax dollars are paying for this and and the animals are suffering. Tax dollars paying for, you know, we have ordinances now and one of them is the ordinance that says no animal shall be returned unless it's altered. And now I just got an understanding that out in the field, the officers were redefining the word ordinance. And so when an animal was picked up, I said, you mean to tell me that when it goes into an official county van with an official county officer and gives a certified number, that is not a impounded animal. I don't think, I don't know where they're getting that legal advice, but I don't believe it. I got 2 dogs, I rescued 2 dogs last Sunday, and that was basically, they got returned and neither one of them were fixed. And this is not a good guy, and I'm pulling records for it, but anyway, that's how I feel, but again, staff, we had good meetings. Now about that, Amy, I understand that you're gonna be the new animal control officer, manager. I don't know. Good luck.
Your next speaker is Eva Front. She'll be followed by Susan Zender.
Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to apologize because I do have a presentation for my comments, but I was just informed that those presentations have to be emailed the day before. So I did email you something if you are able to access that for my next comment. Otherwise, maybe we can utilize the visualizer. It doesn't pose the threat of any security threats. I do have the slides also on my cell phone.
I'm not sure how to accomplish that. We are going to have another hearing on this. So why don't you make your presentation, and in terms of the material that you want us to see, just have that sent in next time. 'Cause I'm not sure how we can accommodate that. We're gonna need to move on. So.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, good morning, commissioners. My name is Eva Front, and I am a resident of Collier County. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm here to speak about critical gap in our animal enforcement policy that puts our residents at risk and prevents our animal enforcement officers from pursuing complaints. Example, Young dog unneutered is always on the street, very friendly, has already gotten 2 dogs on the street, pregnant, is not neutered and constantly roams the neighborhood. Unleashed roaming dog looks to be German Shepherd mix young. That was the complaint. We understand that historically people who do not have compassion for animals may have zero compassion for human life. We need to do a better job of protecting our residents who see something and are brave enough to report it. I would like to share an example of a recent case, and that was on my slide. Sadly, this issue comes up in multiple cases and online forums, and complaint was filed about unneutered dog that is constantly roaming neighborhood, impregnating other dogs and contributing to overpopulation. A neighbor had videos and photos evidence of the issue, but was unwilling to share it because they feared retaliation from the dog's owner. The case was ultimately closed because our officer, following protocol, stated that they could not use the evidence unless the complaint provided it with a signed affidavit, hereby giving up their anonymity. This policy forces our residents to make a choice between their own safety and the welfare of animals and the safety of our community. This is a choice no one should make. I respectfully ask you to work with code enforcement to develop a secure and effective way for residents to provide evidence of animal abuse or neglect while remaining anonymous. Still the case so do we still have that a person like myself or any other resident can submit the affidavit through one of your offices, and then that will be anonymous? And if that's the case, can we publicize that to the public? We believe it's crucial for the public to be aware of this protocol, if that's the case, and it's vital to maintaining faith in our current system. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. French has indicated that we're not able to deal with anonymous
Complaints.
information and complaints. Mr. French, did you want to, I don't know if you had any clarification.
I'm looking at both our OSM and our county attorney's office and under Chapter 162, and I'll certainly rely on Mr. Klatscale to bail me out here, but under 162, it is very clear, and we've worked with his office, Ron Tomasco and his office, that unless it is a life safety, that we have credible, substantial evidence that your staff or that code enforcement or animal control officer has witnessed, anonymous complaints shall not be processed, and that's right out of the state statute.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Your next speaker is Susan Zinder, and she is followed by Patrick Neal.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. The mission of our Department of Animal Services is based on 3 principles: to ensure compliance with local and state animal-related laws, to return strays to their owners and promote the adoption of homeless animals, and to work toward ending the community problem of pet overpopulation. With these principles in mind, first I want to thank the Director of DAS, the County Manager, and all of the Commissioners for your commitment to strengthening our animal welfare laws and fines. These steps are important, but laws only work if they are enforced. To ensure compliance in a county of our size, we need more animal control officers. More ACOs mean better enforcement, better protection for animals, and stronger compliance with the new laws. This aligns with the DAS mission. Second, at the July 8th board meeting, Chairman Saunders suggested waiving adoption fees indefinitely to promote adoptions. Promotion of adoption aligns with the DAS mission. The board agreed to a temporary waiver until September 9th. I ask you today to continue that waiver indefinitely. National leaders like the ASPCA, Maddie's Fund, and Best Friends Animal Society, and shelters here in Florida have proven that waived adoption fees increase adoptions and cut shelter stays nearly in half. Yes, we lose adoption fee revenue, but shorter average stays will save on the cost of food, care, and medical services per animal in the shelter. Third, we must address the root cause of pet overpopulation, too many litters being born. TNR programs for community cats have already shown us that spay-neuter is the only lasting solution. But for nearly a year, DAS has had no surgical veterinarian on staff to perform these procedures. Multiple applications have been received, but the surgical vet position is still vacant. This vacancy has forced DAS to rely heavily on outside partners. While those partners are valuable, it is not the most cost-effective long-term plan. Having a surgical vet on staff, supported by outside providers as needed, is a more cost-effective way to expand services and prevent reproduction. This aligns with the DAS mission of ending pet overpopulation. In short, more ACOs to enforce the law, continued waived adoption fees to promote adoption, and hiring an in-house surgical vet for spay-neuter procedures. These steps all align with the DAS mission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your last registered speaker for this item is Patrick Neal.
Patrick, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to you on this issue. It's one that obviously is near and dear to my heart because of my service as a special magistrate. Over the years that I've been a special magistrate now, I believe it's been several years, but over the years I've been a special magistrate, I've literally heard hundreds of DAS cases. And so I have a lot of opinions, I guess, about how I believe we could improve the system. And I think these ordinances that are proposed here are a very, very good step towards improving the system and making it one that is better for the community and better for the animals as well. So I think that's it. One couple of comments specifically is I like the new fine structure. It makes it a lot easier to figure out exactly who's getting what fine. Before that, we had this, this table, all kinds of, if it's this, it's that, and it's sort of not easy to go through and figure out that table sometimes because it wasn't terribly clear. So I think the new issue is great. The only thing that I would like to see, and unfortunately it's not within your power because I know you would give me the authority to do such, but one thing I would like to see is if part of your legislative package going to Tallahassee is that we raise the maximum fine from $500 per violation to $2,500, $5,000, something like that, at the discretion of the magistrate. Because what I found is we have one example in particular that comes to mind all the time. There's one little dog that I'm not going to mention his name, but a little dog that's been in front of me 15 times for running loose. 15 times. I've fined them $500 for the last 10 times they've done it. This has become the most expensive dog in Collier County. They've now spent probably $6,000 on fines for this dog running loose, and the excuse every time is, well, we're going to put up a fence someday. Well, the $6,000 probably would have bought you a fence. So I think that's something that I would very much like to see is have the ability to fine, have a greater fine, and B, the other authority that I would like to see provided to the magistrate is the authority to remove animals from a situation where they are obviously not being taken care of, being allowed to run loose 15 times, where they are committing assaults on other dogs, where they're impregnating other dogs. I would like to have the authority as the special magistrate to say that dog's going to be removed from your home, and it's going to be put into county custody for 30 days. You can appeal my ruling, and after that 30 days, it gets put up for adoption. To me, that would be a very good solution to a lot of these situations that I see, where I can refer to the county attorney's office to take legal action to take the animal away, but A, the county attorney's office is a pretty doggone busy office, so dealing with removing somebody's dog from their house is probably not on the top of their priority list. Secondly, it's a cost. You have to pay the filing fees for the court and all that. And so it's something that I think if that power was vested in the special magistrate, we could have a much more reasonable, humane, and better process for being able to remove animals from a situation either that's bad for the animal or bad for the community. also very much appreciate the ability to refer cases, or refer people and put them on the animal abuse registry. We just did that in a recent hearing where I referred them to be on the animal abuse registry. So I found that to be a very important authority. But overall, I think one thing I've seen is that the DAS and animal control officers have been doing a really outstanding job over the last year and a half, 2 years. The quality of presentations, the quality of prosecutions that come before me is truly outstanding. It's really, really good. And I don't see, I saw occasionally in the past, I don't see cases brought to me that are sort of half-baked. The cases that come to me are well presented, well researched, well investigated. The evidence has been such a form that I feel that I can accept it into evidence and use it to make my decision as a special magistrate. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time and your ability taking these ordinances under consideration. If you have any questions, I'd certainly be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
I have a question and I have a question for our staff. Were we able to collect the $6,000 in fines from that one?
Jeez.
Really?
That's why I say it's the most expensive dog in the hired gun.
No kidding. No kidding. Now, in regard to the penalty section, have you made the necessary recommendations? Because I've heard regularly that the penalties aren't severe enough, and it also is cumbersome for enforcement from those aspects. Have you other than raising the fine amount?
What I'm trying to do, and the county is doing a very good job of presenting cases in this way, is the way the ordinance and the statute reads is every day of an offense can be considered a separate violation. Okay. And so what I'm able to do when they present a case before me that I find the evidence to support, I can, instead of it being a $1 $500 fine, if it occurred for 10 days, it becomes 10 $500 fines.
Gotcha.
That said, it's still, obviously, with the example of the 15-time offender, I guess for some people, the money doesn't matter.
My goodness. I do have a question for staff, if I may. And I don't know who. It could be you. Has anyone, because I know I liked your suggestion of the waiver of the adoption fees. Have we done any kind of mathematical relationship ratio with regard to the elimination or reduction in the fees in association with the adoption? Is that ongoing as we speak?
So, yes, sir. As I stated at your last meeting, is that we would have 3 items, and actually it's going to be 4 items coming before you at your next meeting, should you authorize or vote to advertise this ordinance. One of which, by resolution, is your fee schedule, where we took Commissioner Saunders and the board's lead on going back and looking at that. We recognize raw numbers, roughly between staff time, the cost of the building, electricity, cost of upkeep of the site, as well as food and veterinarian services. At a minimum, we know that a dog is probably costing us somewhere between $25 to $35 a day. Small dog, larger dogs that require additional veterinarian care or specialty foods or additional, let's say, authorized walkers because perhaps they came out of a bad environment. Those are going to cost us more. So with that, you're going to see a resolution follow up. It does not require advertising, much like your other fee schedule. So that would be accompanying these 2 ordinances coming back. And then also, as Patrick has indicated, is that we have about $77,000 in fines that were not filed correctly. They were never appealed. They were never filed with the clerk of courts. And so there's no way we can actually go back and prosecute those. So that would be the 4th item coming forward in a package to demonstrate we did go back, and I know this board did have staff years ago go back and look and write these off, but we went back, and once this group was switched over to code enforcement and our finance team, we found an additional 77 plus minus that we're not going to be able to collect on. So all of those things, and then and if you allow me, we are in final negotiations with a veterinarian. I know that we've received several public records on this. However, we're very guarded on how applicants come in, because we certainly don't want, if they're gainfully employed where they are, their employer, it may do harm to them when they say, we don't want you to contact our employer, to let them know we're looking for a job. So we are in final negotiations. The onboarding was actually done yesterday with almost a chief veterinarian for Collier County, a surgical vet. That was just completed yesterday, and we'll be happy to share more with you, but we're so looking forward to bringing that veterinarian on. And that veterinarian will then hire another veterinarian that they feel is competent enough to be able to support the mission. And I think what Ms. McLean, as well as what the county manager's directive has been really good, solid guidance on how we're going to break out these services to be able to address not just the animals in our care, but also to be able to offer some additional community considerations, and that will also be addressed in your fee schedule, sir.
And you said a lot of really good things, but I didn't hear an answer to my question.
The answer is yes, sir. We are addressing the fees with regards to the no charge.
Relationship for
Yes,
the
sir.
term with regard before adoption, and are the adoptions going up?
Adoption
with-
fees would not be going up, sir.
I didn't ask that. Are the adoptions going up in relationship to the reduction in the fees? That's the ratio that I'm looking for.
So our adoptions are up significantly year over year. Can we attribute those to the cost? That very well may not be a relationship that we can show.
I'd like
However,
that to be studied.
the quality of the animal for every day that they're there, we recognize it's one more day that they may be unadoptable.
I understand that, but that was the question, is if we're studying or tracking the adoptions in relationship to the fee structure.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just follow up on that question a little bit more to just get a little bit more clarity, and the answer is kind of a yes or no, and maybe you already said it. Yes. When we waive fees, do we see this mass exodus with all the right parameters? Because a few of us got emails from some people that said, "Oh, when you waive adoption fees, then people come in and clear out the shelter for bad intentions." And then I think it was Miss Patterson and maybe Meredith as well replied back and said that's actually not true. They still go through a very thorough process. It's not like people are coming in and grabbing cats and dogs for animal fights downtown or something like that. But when we waive the fees, do we see a big spike in the adoptions? That it's the fees that sometimes keeps people on the fence from properly adopting an animal, because we're being asked to consider extending it. And if you say, oh, absolutely, as soon as we waive fees, there's a line out the door of responsible possible future pet owners, is that the case? Or it's too early to tell? It's kind of hard to measure. You see some spike some days, and you can't really attribute it to because it's not like the fee is astronomical. It doesn't cost $5,000 to adopt an animal. So when we waive the fees, I think what we're trying to do is really more of waive the fee, but also advertise that we've got a lot of animals that need homes. What would be your feedback on the waiving of fees and the impact?
I think it garners a great deal more interest of the community where you get more foot traffic in the door. Now, again, that's a personal relationship with your family or yourself and an animal that you're considering. And we want to make sure that match is good. What we'll do, if it's the pleasure of the board, we'll bring back the times that we have waived the fees and what those adoptions, as far as the differentiation, might look at, if that's something that you'd like to have for that consideration.
But we have until the 9th right now under the current, is that what it is? Until September 9th, the fees are waived?
That is correct, and that item would be coming back at your next board meeting.
Okay.
Where it would, and it's as soon as you adopt that resolution, should you adopt it, depending upon the fees that you decide.
Okay.
And we did structure out, say, the adult animals 4 months or a year old or greater. There is a bracket there where we recognize small dogs and puppies. Gosh, we can't hardly keep them in. But it's those larger adult dogs, or even the adult dogs, those are the ones that may be hard to place. And that's where your cost differentiation may be an encouragement for a family to give additional consideration.
Okay. And then for the magistrate, I think we all know your reputation, and it's impeccable in town, so we're very lucky to have you. I don't know if this is the meeting, but I liked everything that you said about expanding your authority and your responsibilities. I don't know how we go about do that, but you gave some suggestions. I think it's obvious that you have the continuity, the $6,000 dog's not coming before us, but you know every little tidbit about these owners, the dogs, the problems, and things like that. So I don't know if it's for a future meeting, but I think the suggestions that you made about being able to do a little bit more from your seat to represent the county, I think definitely has merit. So maybe that's for a future meeting, or maybe you put something together and work with the county manager if that's the course of action. But I, for one, just like everything that I heard, and I don't think it's giving you a blank check. I think it's allowing you on the spot when you see something that's so black and white, not letting it walk out the door or slip through the crack. So I, for one, would be a huge supporter of that and would love to hear more about what the possibilities could be.
Certainly, the only time I would impose anything is, that, as I do with any fund, is I have to hear the evidence, have to compare the evidence to the law, and then make my judgment then. So it has to be fully supported by the evidence.
Right.
You know, I'm not just going to do it because they said.
But there's certain things you feel you're a little bit limited by.
I would definitely like to have more ability to, and I'd be more than happy to write up a memo to go to the county manager and Mr. French and Tom, and I can write a memo up to send sort of my suggestions of what I think would be a good expansion of the authority of the special magistrate, because I see in the new ordinances there's already new authorities. So, but I think there's some issues as far as the dangerous dog process that I think we could do more in there as well. And this staff is already starting to do a lot more in that area.
Okay. I, for one, think that would be smart. So.
I'll be glad to do it, though.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And then for Ms. Patterson, maybe this isn't as needed as much. I wrote it down before Mr. French spoke about the onboarding of the current vet, but it seems like folks that share our concern and focus on animal welfare at times come to the podium, and there's always sort of a little bit of a rock thrown about, oh, we have these applications from vets and we must be sitting on our hands, or what's the problem, or so. Mr. French gave some great news. It looks like we're about to onboard somebody, but I think backing up in history a little bit and letting you sort of fill in the gap that it's not a matter of like, oh wow, we've had all these applications sitting here, and we weren't smart enough to bring somebody on board. And then it's also been inferred to a bunch of us who get emails that if there's not a vet down there, the inference sort of is then these animals aren't cared for. And as was said at the podium, sometimes we do pay top dollar to contract something out, but we make sure that we do that because the welfare of the animal is paramount. But did you want to add anything to Mr. French, just to go back in history to get on the record that it's not like it took today for us to figure out, wow, we finally pulled an application out of a dusty inbox and we're finally going to hire somebody? That's not the case.
Yes, sir. So we all know there's a nationwide shortage of veterinarians. So we're competing against not only all other municipal shelters and humane societies, but private veterinarians. And it takes a special type of veterinarian that wants to work at a municipal shelter. It's definitely a passion and a calling. So it is about not only being able to recruit, but being able to recruit the right veterinarian. We did receive, and we put this posting out not only on our traditional websites, but also LinkedIn and some other platforms. Some of the applications that we got were more interest, not formal applications, where they were just, putting in for interest, but not necessarily applying. And then we did have some interest from veterinarians that perhaps weren't the right fit for us. We've had veterinarians in the past where we have a very specific vision and mission for where we're going here, and we want to make sure that aligns not only for us, but for that veterinarian. We want to both be happy. So we've been very careful in this process, looking for the right veterinarian, and I think we've found that person. We'll continue to provide additional outsourced types of services because we just need that. There's specialties and different things, but having a strong surgical vet is, we've had one through a contract, which is amazing and an amazing vet. But continuing that with that person coming on board is definitely going to allow us to take that next step, not only for our animals, but then the community and the vision of this board that we provide more of those services to the community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to revisit the fines, talking about the fines. I heard some numbers being passed around. I know there's some very passionate people in this room about this subject. Hear numbers like $2,500, $5,000, things of that nature. I just want to let everybody know that just have confidence us and this board up here and our staff that, you know, we'll do what we can do and stay within our boundaries of our statute that we are held to, because certain things, we can't create a felony. I mean, a $5,000 fine is a felony in the state of Florida, pretty much, you know, and we're held to certain standard, we're held to a certain level of what we can or can't do. And then we also have to watch against the Eighth Amendment, which we all live by, our 10 amendments that protect our rights, you know, an excessive fine over for a crime that may not need an excessive fine. So, you know, there's certain things we just have to keep in mind moving forward. But I feel this board will do what they can do, and to the limits of what they can do, and try to bring this to a good closure and something that we'll eventually vote on that will hopefully move us in the right direction, that will, you know, help with this problem that we do see. So I just want to keep in mind, I don't want anybody to get too many visions of grandeur, sugar and plums dancing in your head that we're going to come out with these $10,000, $5,000 fines that, you know, the county attorney and the special magistrate could probably, you know, tell me that, you know, I don't think we have the ability to create a fine at that level.
At this point, we don't. No.
We don't, right?
Unless the state changes the statute, we're stuck with that $500 per violation per day kind of thing. So that's all we can do. So if we require the state legislature to increase the available amount, and certainly it would only be, in my thinking, it would only be in very special, you'd have to find very aggravating circumstances to raise the fine above $500. I think it would be something that was so egregious that would offend the sensibilities as the saying goes. So I think that's the only way I could recommend going to a higher fine.
So what I think here is what we do is we open the eyes of our state legislators, you know, with what we're doing here, and you know, that's the next step. Get them to the point where they can give us the authority to have a greater fine for an egregious act. So thank you, guys.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question I understand the fines, we're bound by statute until that changes, and I think we're on the right track there to get them to do that. My question for the county attorney is, do we as a board have the ability to allow him to grant him the authority to remove an animal? Or is that state statute as well?
We can clearly give the special magistrate much more power than he has right now. I would ask that the special magistrate get with Jamie and actually write what you need to get done.
I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah.
I'll get with Mr. French and we'll come up with a firm proposal on how that would proceed. But yeah, I think that as far as I'm certainly not going to override anything the county attorney said, because I totally agree with him, but I don't see any prohibition in these animal control statutes from the state that would prohibit the county from doing it.
And another approach would be mandatory spaying and neutering.
Would be what?
Mandatory spaying and neutering.
Gotcha. No, I just asked the question because, you know, we don't want to turn Collier County into the dog Nazis. But at the same time, if you park in the wrong place, you get your car towed. And so for repeat offenders where money's not an object, the threat that they could have their dog removed if they just buck their behavior to the rules that we have, I don't see that as a bad thing.
All right, I'm going to make a few comments and also a motion, so to move this along. Because it was actually last October that I brought back the hobby breeders ordinance. So we've been working on this for quite a while, and my goal and the board's goal is to have this all crystallized at our next meeting, whenever this is going to be brought back, and get it done right. So there are a couple things that I want the board to be aware of, and then I want to make a motion that I think kind of crystallizes all of this. First of all, the manager has been working with the private sector to try to work out some public-private partnerships to deal with animal issues, especially the dealing with stray cats and stray dogs. We should not be the only ones trying to pick up stray cats. The private sector does a better job of that, stray dogs. So there are public-private partnerships that are being worked on right now. Tom Kepp, Jim Rich, a lot of folks are working on trying to put together a program to make the expenditure of public funds much more efficient in terms of the goals that we have. So that's in the works, and hopefully that'll come back to us with some agreements and some proposals pretty quickly. The motion that I would like to make is there's a couple pieces of it. Number one, there are a couple other topics that I'm going to ask the board to give me some authority to talk to our delegation on in terms of a priority. So I'd like the board, as part of this motion, to authorize me at the next delegation meeting, which is in early September, to raise the issue of these issues that Mr. Neal has worked on. Give me the authority to work with Mr. Neal to come up with a little bit of a package to present to them. So that's going to be, I believe, September 15th or sometime in the middle of September that delegation meeting is going to be. So that's part of the motion. Second part of the motion is to bring all of these ordinances back. And Mr. Klatzkow, I don't know if we need to list what these ordinances are, but there are 3 or 4 ordinances that we're dealing with. I want to make sure they're brought back.
They'll be brought back, but not at the next meeting. There's not enough time to advertise for the changes.
Whatever meeting is available, the next available meeting for these.
Yes.
I don't know if you need to rattle off what those ordinances are. It's already on the agenda, but if you do, that would be part of the motion. And then another ordinance, in addition to this, is giving the DAS Advisory Board a little bit more authority to make recommendations to the County Commission. I know we've talked about that ordinance, and I'd want that to be part of the package as well. So I don't know if there's any further clarity that's needed with that, but that would be my my motion to move this whole issue along.
I have a question for you, Mark. Is the DAS board limited right now to bring advice?
They don't really have authority to evaluate how things are going on at our facilities and to make recommendations. They have a very limited scope of authority.
I've been here 3 years. I've never heard one thing come from them, so I was wondering.
I think that's part of the reason. I don't think they really have had the authority to do that.
Their authority is basically to work with the county manager on the expenses of the existing facility.
And the care of animals. We've talked with them about, the county attorney and I have both been to the DAS advisory board. We have met with the chair and have some ideas on how to better articulate that authority. They have it now. Part of what's happened is they've spent several years in code enforcement where they don't have authority and have not concentrated on the care and the animals at a shelter. But we can certainly modernize that language so that it's clear to all and bring that back.
I mean, the point of that is we have an advisory board. They are real advocates for animal safety and care. And they know this business, and it'd be nice to have them be able to make recommendations to this commission and have that authority laid out clearly.
Clearly, yes, sir.
Because I've attended some of their meetings as well, and there really doesn't seem to be a whole lot of guidance in our ordinance for that. So that's part of the motion as well.
Understood.
Anything else that we would need to add to that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Can I ask a question? Is part of that motion to consider the magistrate's responsibilities being increased, or we want to do that as a separate thing?
He's already
once we
doing
get
that.
his input?
We're going to wait till we get his.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think what the magistrate's going to do is work with us in terms of the ordinance that's coming back to us.
Great.
To make sure that that's worded properly. And then in terms of the legislative issues, the magistrate's going to provide me some recommendations. Then I will indicate to the local delegation that I have the authority to present those as part of our priorities.
Perfect.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move into the issue dealing with the Ten Commandments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If that's your pleasure, perhaps you want to take the court reporter break, and then we go to that.
Yeah, that's going to take some time. Let's take a court reporter break, and we'll come back at 10:45.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Thank you. If you'll please take your seats, we'll reconvene the meeting. I failed to call up public comment. We have 3 people that have that registered for public comment, items not on the agenda. Let's take those 3 up real quickly, and then we'll get on to the Ten Commandments issue.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We have 3 speakers. Eva Front will be followed by Patty Huff. All right. Let's try Patty Huff. Oh, there's Eva. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eva Front, a resident of Collier County. The reason why I'm so passionate about a county hiring the veterinarian is because not everyone is aware, but about 70% of the practices in our county and nationwide, it's private, meaning we don't even know that the veterinarian doesn't own that practice. So you walk through the door, as I did last week, and the bill for a simple procedure was $500. So if you adopt a pet, even if it's for free, and then you face those costs, it's very difficult for a retiree or someone on the fixed income. The county data indicates a dramatic increase in shelter intake, with numbers jumping nearly 71% from 484 last year to 827 in June this year. This trend has created an unprecedented strain on our resources, forcing the shelter to temporarily close to cut intake in July, impacting the county's ability to serve the public. The decrease in our trap neuter return program is also a serious setback from last year. In June 2025, our efforts dropped by 55% compared with the previous year. Our analysis indicates that outsourcing critical veterinary services to a single third-party provider may seem like a viable short-term solution. Data, however, suggests that it would become a greater long-term cost for taxpayers and will make our shelter dependent on a single organization, readiness, and pricing. A more effective strategy would be to invest in holistic solution that supports all of Collier County welfare organization. That's what Commissioner Saunders is suggesting. This situation raises a serious efficiency and fiscal responsibility question. I had a slide for that. Why would our county seek to authorize $250,000 contract for a veterinary services when the same applicant, Dr. Erica Ons, is already on file applying for an actual position as an in-house veterinarian? This decision to pursue an outsourcing agreement over hiring a permanent staff member from a pool of qualified applicants appears to be a costly approach. Following our talk with County Controller Ms. Kinzel's office about the veterinary salary, we had a positive result. After the salary was raised to $250,000, several qualified candidates applied for this important job. So most successful shelters have programs for low-cost spay and neuter and low-cost veterinary care, and this is what we need right now in our county. So I'm very happy to hear that the county is moving forward
Thank you.
that position.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Patty Huff. She'll be followed by Teddy Collins.
Patty's not here.
And I've just been told Patty's not here, so Teddy Collins. Oh, okay. He's registered in the wrong area, so we'll get him when that item comes up, sir. That is all we have.
All right, so let's move on to item 10B, Commissioner Hall, in terms of the Ten Commandments issue that you brought forward.
Commissioners, if I may, I'll read the title into the record. Item 10B is a recommendation to display the Ten Commandments as part of a larger exhibit depicting the foundations of American law and government in appropriate publicly accessible locations on county property to be selected by the county manager. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Hall, but just to give a brief history, Mr. Rutherford approached the board a couple of meetings ago with a request for the Ten Commandments to be displayed in county buildings. We have received guidance that ways that this has happened in other locations is for it to be part of a broader display of historical documents such as the Declaration of Independence, maybe the preamble to the Florida Constitution or other similar, and for those to be similarly positioned, therefore not one receiving priority over the other. Mr. Rutherford does have examples of some of the Ten Commandments artwork that he would be willing to provide depending on the board's desire, and Mr. Mullins from our office did create a mock-up, which I can put on the visualizer, of what it would look like if we were to display the Ten Commandments amongst other historical documents. And I'll just put this up here. And again, this is just a rough mock-up, but it giving an idea. So you can see here that this would be part of a larger exhibit with each of the historical documents being of the same size and font and having the same look to them. So with that, I will turn it over to you, commissioners, and then I know we have a number of public speakers.
Commissioner Hall.
I'll just briefly say why I brought this up. When Mr. Rutherford brought it to my attention that we didn't have anything like that on display, I thought, well, we need to, because those are important documents. And so I just merely brought it up, never in a million years thought it would be anything controversial, and have found out otherwise. But let's do if you don't mind, Chairman, let's do the public speaking, and then I'll finish up after.
All right. I believe we have about 35 speakers.
We now have 37 public speakers, 26 of them here in the room and 9 on Zoom.
Okay.
I'm going to ask our speakers to use both podiums. I will remind you have 3 minutes, and at 30 seconds to go, you will hear a single beep to alert you that you have 30 seconds remaining. Our first speaker is Jerry Rutherford, and he'll be followed by Jane Schlechtenberg. I hope I'm getting Sletwig, I'm sorry. And Mr. Rutherford's been seated 3 additional minutes from Kenneth Keeler. Mr. Keeler, right there he is. You'll have 6 minutes. And again, Miss Jane, if you could queue up at the other podium.
All right, and with this many speakers,
not a party platform, and certainly not a religious doctrine. Unfortunately, in the recent years, this board has taken actions that move us further away from that oath. In the heat of the summer, when Collier is quiet, you passed the following. In 2023, you passed the so-called Sanctuary for the Bill of Rights that weakened the trust in the federal government. In 2024, you condemned abortion and passed a resolution that stripped away a woman's freedom to make personal health care choices. And now in 2025, you are forcing one religious belief onto all of Collier County residents by placing the Ten Commandments next to the Bill of Rights, even though the Bill of Rights guarantees freedom of religion. The Constitution was never meant to be twisted into a tool for imposing one faith over all others. This isn't complicated. The Bill of Rights guarantees freedom of religion. Using a loophole to sneak in the Ten Commandments onto county property is wrong. It's underhanded, and it is a dangerous slide into creating a theocracy. Commissioners, if you mean what you swore when you took the oath of office, if you have the integrity to do what is right for all Collier County residents, then you will vote no on this proposal. I want to thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Paul Howard. He'll be followed by Kate LaKella.
My name is Paul Howard. I'm a resident of Naples and zip code 34114. I'm here today because I value religious liberty and fiscal responsibility. Commissioner Hall proposed the Ten Commandments in county buildings. It isn't just a symbolic gesture or attempt to educate, it's government endorsement of religion. The Establishment Clause of the First Amendment forbids exactly that. Our Constitution framers put it first in the Bill of Rights for a reason. Freedom of conscience is the foundation of all our liberties. If government can compel belief, it can compel anything. Some see the Ten Commandments as historically important, but there are at least three major versions, Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant, with differing words and emphasis and numbers. Which version would this commission choose? By selecting one, you privilege one tradition over others and undermine neutrality. That's why courts, including the Supreme Court, have repeatedly ruled these displays in public buildings mainly serve a religious, not a historical or educational purpose. Clustering it with documents like the Declaration of Independence is historically inaccurate, not educational. We need to be honest about motivation. Commissioner Hall publicly stated many times, there is no separation of church and state. God must be reinstated in our nation. These are religious goals, not civic ones. Courts examine intent closely, and the public record here makes the intent clearer, putting the county on shaky legal ground. The consequences are serious. Legal challenges are guaranteed if this goes forward, costing county taxpayers tens of thousands, possibly much more. That money should be helping families or animal control or the air park, not defending an unconstitutional religious endorsement. Collier County belongs to everyone, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, atheists, and others. If government takes sides in matters of faith, it weakens liberty for all. I urge you respect the Constitution and all our residents by rejecting this proposal.
Your next speaker is Kate LaKella. She'll be followed by Mark Rosenberg.
That's Zakella with a Z.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chris, for bringing this forward. I think it's long overdue. There are many areas in the country where many of us were raised, where you have battlefields and monuments and so many historical things that remind you every day of our heritage. And I think it's important that we bring this to Collier County. as well as our founding documents, as well as the principles behind them, is something that our founders, they relied on the Ten Commandments, and it's something that would be good in Collier County. I'd like everyone to be able to be reminded every day, especially our kids, and to instill respect for what made us such a great nation. I'd like to see these in buildings, parks, and especially the libraries. Doing this would be beneficial to newcomers to this country. They could see these documents every day and still, have the same respect for them that I do and so many of us do. By doing this, you might give the school board some courage to do this as well. And I'm hoping that it can be done before our 250th birthday. I understand there's a donor willing to help with this, and I would be willing to help raise funds for this as well. And I'd be grateful for the passage of this.
Your next speaker is Mark Rosenberg. He'll be followed by Denise Alicia Gunn.
Thank you. Some individuals and groups assert that the Ten Commandments should be regarded as a historical document rather than a religious text. This perspective is often cited as an attempt to circumvent the Establishment Clause of the Constitution, which, not so incidentally, deliberately omits the mention of God and the Ten Commandments. While there is a desire to categorize the Ten Commandments along other historical documents, it is crucial to recognize a significant distinction. All other historical documents were authored by human beings. However, the 10th Commandments were specifically written by God, as these exhibits right here clearly show. This distinction holds profound implications and underscores the core of the matter. You maintain that the 10 Commandments should be seen in a historical context rather than a religious one. Well, let's read a few of them. Commandment 1, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me. This commandment clearly constitutes a religious statement. It raises questions for individuals who worship other deities, implying that their gods are inferior. Commandment 2, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or idols. This commandment excludes and demeans Buddhism, Hinduism, and other religions, as their religious practices are contrary to this directive. Again, this commandment is clearly religious in nature. Thou shalt, Commandment 3, thou shalt not take the name of Lord thy God in vain. Really? This commandment is clearly a directive from God. Commandment 4, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Which Sabbath day? Friday? Saturday? Sunday? Does this imply that Muslim students and faculty should be granted all Fridays off for religious services? Should all schools have prayer rooms? It would appear that you are being commanded to do this. Or are you planning just to ignore this commandment? Once again, obviously a religious statement. Displaying the 10 Commandments in classrooms is pure political nonsense and religious indoctrination. Parents have no recourse if they wish to opt out. What should their children do? Turn their eyes? These signs are proposed for every room, in every school, and there will be no way to avoid them. This severely undermines parental rights, which this body energetically embraces. Furthermore, this practice will have no positive impact on the education of our children, as education is clearly not the reason you're doing this. Instead of trying to circumvent the Constitution and 450 years of American tradition, consider how to improve student outcomes and improving the performance of our kids in schools. These are matters we can support. Commissioners, public schools are not religious schools. Leave the 10 Commandments where they belong, in houses of worship and private homes, and refocus your efforts on improving educational outcomes. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Denise Alicia Gunn, and she'll be followed by Kathleen Lawrence. Denise has been seated additional time from June, and I can't really read the last name. Is it Salmon? Samson. So she'll have a total of 6 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Denise Gunn, and I'm my zip code is 34102. And there's been a long-standing debate about the separation between church and state. The First Amendment is particularly important, and as one of the prior speakers just pointed out, how if we were to allow this to occur, how would we adequately accommodate for every single religion that has been, that is here, so that our county, because our county is diverse and it's becoming more and more diverse. So then how would we account for every single religion? Because that should be done. If this is going to be done, this is going to be done, then that should be done. And that does not make for judicial economy or common sense, basically, at all. So, and again, as far as going back to the Constitution and the amendments, the freedom of religion and the Establishment Clause, they are there to protect simply against the governmental endorsement or imposition of any religion. Forcing the postings of the Ten Commandments in public places is not only a violation of the separation of church and state, it also, is in direct conflict with our own Collier County Sanctuary Bill of Rights, which was previously mentioned by a prior speaker. Basically, which promises that no governmental body will impose on our fundamental freedoms or force a single belief system on our, again, diverse community. Another concern, which you may have heard already, is the slippery slope argument, and an erosion of rights. And so once this path, if it were to be, followed, there is the argument of the slippery slope and the erosion, because if this is going to be allowed, what would the next thing, be that would be allowed? So that's a definite concern. And I also just basically want to say, it's avoiding by, basically there's a component too of taxpayers, and that involves all the citizens of our county, our city and our county, basically. But then taxpayers are probably going to be forced to pay taxes towards something that each person may or may not believe in, and again, unless you're going to be all encompassing and include every religion, and I don't know how anyone would know that except maybe by consensus, but I don't even think you can do it that way. So how would you figure that out without violating religious privacy or freedom? So I think to avoid compulsory, tax payment toward this would be another key issue to look at, and if this were to be enforced, and also, I stand here as a member of two churches in our local community, and I am certainly not opposed to the Ten Commandments. I love my churches. I love them very much, and I regularly participate in activities with them.
Instructs us to love our neighbors as ourselves. If we're so concerned with promoting Christian values, why are we rounding up immigrants, legal and otherwise, and jailing and deporting them without due process? Why are we separating families? Why are we cutting food and medical aid to the poorest nations, including those suffering in cruel war zones? Why are we cutting back health care and food assistance for the most needy in our community? Why has homelessness been criminalized? Why have refugee settlement programs been suspended? Why has there been an increase in the use of the death penalty? Why are some Neapolitans so homophobic? I could go on about the sins of adultery, theft, lying, coveting your neighbor's wife. They're so prevalent in this society, but I won't. Writing in a publication, United Methodist Insight, Lovett Weems asked, why are so many Christians so cruel? He notes that, and I quote, a patriotism that excludes anyone from God's love and compassion always falls short for God's people. Posting the Ten Commandments next to historical documents in Collier County is nothing, in my opinion, but hypocritical. I urge you, commissioners, to vote against this proposal made by Chris Hall. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Marcia J. Orr. She'll be followed by Mark Cohen.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I'm Marcia Jane Orr. I'm a resident of Collier County, and I'm an entrepreneur of Helping Kids USA, which intends to place the Constitution into each of our packs for children impacted by disaster, conflict, and hospitalization. I'm a widow of a Protestant minister, but I'm here today as a witness to the legacy of my three great grandfather, William Orr, who was hung for advocating religious freedom and became the watchword, Remember Orr, of the 1790 Irish Revolution. Later, my sisters visited Ireland with a pub with many of their friends, and the people in the pub who were Irish citizens, which has been full of religious strife, were shocked that my sisters would be traveling with people who they didn't even know what their religious affiliation was. Didn't even occur to them as Americans that we would inquire who we're traveling with. So centuries later, that we would introduce such strife into our paradise here in Naples and Collier County deeply grieves me. This is not a recommendation for order and civic good. It's a recommendation that is divisive and risks conflict. So I would urge you deeply to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Mark Cohen. He'll be followed by Becky Reif.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to address the board. My name is Mark Cohn. I've been a resident of Collier County for 19 years. I've been a trial lawyer for 51 years. And I have seen issues like this many times. There's 3 points that I would like to make today. One is shown by the chart that has been placed on the board, which is that there are distinct variances in the different faiths' acceptance of the Ten Commandments. The numbering is not the same, the wording is not the same, and sometimes the intent, as argued by the three faiths, is not the same. So if you choose one of those as the one to post, you are endorsing that religion over the other two. That is something you are not allowed to do under the United States Constitution. The establishment of a religion by the government is forbidden. The second point I would like to make, and this is one I make purely as a trial lawyer, I look ahead to the trial on this issue, which is surely to come if you pass this proposal. And I think to myself, what evidence will I offer? Well, I will offer this hearing this morning. I will offer the agenda. I will offer the fact that every one of you who has referred to this proposal has called it the Ten Commandments proposal. That's what this is about. Your own words establish that that is what this is about, and your own words will prove to the court that you have an improper motive, you seek to establish religion, and that is something the Constitution does not permit you to do. And finally, I would just like, there's been some discussion of history, and if you read history, you would find that the Founding Fathers in no way relied on the Ten Commandments. They relied on the Greeks, they relied on John Locke, they relied on many sources, but not one of them was religious. And I will quote James Madison, who said, "Who does not see that the same authority which can establish Christianity in exclusion of all other religions may establish with the same ease any particular sect of Christians in exclusion of all other sects?" I would ask that you do not approve this proposal. I think you will find that the law is against it, and I think you will find that it is unnecessary to take the insecurity in your own faith and then say, well, the government says I'm right. That's what happens when people want their government to approve their particular faith, and our Constitution forbids that. Thanks.
Your next speaker is Becky Reif. She'll be followed by David Milstein.
Good morning. Becky Reif. I've lived in Collier County since 1974. I taught history and government for 38 years in Collier County. I would like to thank the previous speaker for the historical references that saved me the time of offering that. Methodist by birth, Catholic by choice. Recently, things have been such a downhill slide in this country that I actually found my St. Jude medal in my jewelry box and polished it up and hung it around my neck again, because it does seem like in many cases we're working on a lost cause here. So I loved that framed replica that you had on the screen before of the historical and the religious documents together. But I think you're going to need a bigger frame. First of all, the Ten Commandments should be taken out of that because they are not historical. They're theological. Leave the other documents there in a tri-frame. Then you need a big, big frame for all of this. As has been referenced, the Ten Commandments are recognized by mainline Protestants, evangelicals, Catholics, Lutherans, okay, all down the line. So there's one document we can put up there. There are a lot of Mormons in Collier County. Are we going to put references from the Book of Mormon on there? About Islam, yes, we do have people of that faith here. Something from the Quran, maybe the 5 pillars of Islam. And what about Buddhism? The Four Noble Truths, the Noble Eightfold Path. And how about Hinduism, with references from Vedas? And then, of course, there are the Quakers with Inner Light and Christ Within. In addition, now it's going to get really big. How about the 613 commandments of the Torah? You're going to need a bigger frame. That reference on your agenda to depicting the foundation of American law and government, no, as has been before mentioned, our government documents do not mention the Ten Commandments. They do not reference God. Because God is all-encompassing, and a lot of different names exist out there for God. And what about that commandment that says, thou shalt not steal? Let's get to the heart of it, folks. We're standing on stolen land. Are you going to include references from the Miccosukee and the Seminole, the Calusa? And if not, you're doing it wrong. On Sunday evenings, I've been going out to the so-called Alligator Alcatraz for prayer vigils, where people of all faiths and all backgrounds and all nationalities have come together to pray. They don't need the Ten Commandments. And we don't need them in our buildings of government. Thank you.
Your next speaker is David Milstein. He will be followed by Janet Hoffman.
Good morning. I'm David Milstein. I'm a resident of the county. I've been a civil rights lawyer for a long...
Excuse me, let me get your timer started all over again. We have some people in the audience that are speaking. I'm going to ask you not to do that. You'll have an opportunity to speak, but we're not going to interrupt speakers. Okay, so I'm not sure what you were trying to accomplish here, but let's
He's talking about the applause.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, that is a good point. I apologize for not even recognizing that. We do not permit the applause in the audience, and that's my fault. I was not paying attention to the applause. I was looking at the next speaker. So, and Mr. Mayo, I apologize for that. If you could start the clock over again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm David Milstein, a resident of the county. I've been a civil rights lawyer for a long time, although I'm not admitted to practice in Florida. And what I wanted to talk about was the way this has trivialized the stuff that's really important to me. The Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, stuff that are very close to my heart. Not that the Ten Commandments aren't, but these other documents, legal documents, are things I've lived with for a long time. I haven't heard Commissioner Hall say, I want to see the Bill of Rights posted. I want to see the Declaration of Independence posted. I want to see the Constitution posted. No, what he has said is, I want to see the Ten Commandments posted. The minister who spoke here this morning asked for God's strength to see that the Ten Commandments were displayed. He didn't say, I want to see God's strength to get us to support, to post the Bill of Rights or the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution. When Mr. Rutherford spoke, he didn't say, I want to see these documents posted. He said, I want to see the Ten Commandments posted. And what we all know is going on here is that all of this is kind of a sham. All of this treats the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution as salad dressing to an issue that you can't otherwise deal with without them. So what's really happening here is that you are trivializing the most important documents in the history of this country by attaching them to the Ten Commandments so that you can get the Ten Commandments posted. And that's really all I have to say about the issue. I hope you will take that into account and realize what happens when you're doing what you're doing. Thanks for your time.
Your next speaker is Janet Hoffman. She'll be followed by Bill Hamilton.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Janet Hoffman. We all value freedom. Freedom is a core American value central to our national identity. Liberty has been valued since the time of our founding fathers. They specifically included the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment in our Bill of Rights, as they believed it was wrong for the government to favor one religion over another. The Establishment Clause is to ensure government neutrality towards religion and to allow individuals to have the freedom to practice their own faith. Posting the Ten Commandments can make those of different faiths feel unwelcome. Displaying the Ten Commandments constitutes a governmental endorsement of religious doctrine. My ancestors came to the colonies to avoid religious persecution in England during the 1600s. My family has been here for 400 years. Some of them came in early 1600s. They wanted a society built on liberty. They were part of a holy experiment which developed a charter of privileges that provided significant individual freedoms, including freedom of religion. This became an early prototype for the U.S. Bill of Rights. This Christian faith believes that we each need to follow our own path to God's truth. Everyone's path is not the same, and democracy supports and needs this pluralistic view. So we have had a close to 400-year history of religious freedom in this country, with a few brief exceptions like the Puritans in colonial Massachusetts. Please respect religious freedom, follow the rule of law, and please do not display the Ten Commandments in county buildings. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Bill Hamilton. He'll be followed by the Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing. Mr. Hamilton has been seated 3 additional minutes from Sherry Turner. Ms. Turner, can you indicate you're here by raising your hand? Thank you. Mr. Hamilton will have a total of 6 minutes.
You know, I hope I don't need it. We've got a lot of really thoughtful people who've spoken before me, and they've hit on a lot of points that I would otherwise say here to this meeting. I want to backtrack and take a little different perspective. I've been a resident of Collier County for 6 years. I came down here running away from Hurricane Katrina, or not, excuse me, that was a different story, from Hurricane Michael in the Panhandle, and I've been collecting hurricanes down here. I'm not sure exactly why I thought it was a good idea to come.
Where are you going next?
You know, it's getting hard to find. I do like the salt water and the sand between my toes. So we pay a price for paradise. And that's my point. Collier County has done an amazing job. If you live in Collier County and you go to our county parks and you drive on our county roads and you deal with the safety personnel and our professional police departments, our professional fire departments, and it is an extremely well-run county. It shows. And when I came to this meeting this morning, prior to coming up to this topic, I was impressed by the professionalism of everybody that spoke. I was impressed by the relationship between the county commissioners and the long-term county employees. Okay? This is a county commission. From my perspective, your job is to represent and wisely use tax dollars for the benefit of your county residents. And every indication is you do it, and you do it better than anybody I've seen. I'm very impressed with the professional meeting. To discuss the 10 Commandments in this meeting is an overreach. That's not your job. This commission is not charged with that. That's not what my county tax dollars should be spent on. It doesn't matter what side of this issue you're on. This is a national issue. Now I looked at my phone this morning when I got up, and I said, it's 2025. In 1980, the Supreme Court, after years of divisiveness, settled this issue. They settled it. They said you can't do that. If you do this overreach and spend our tax dollars doing this, and you know, I should reiterate, this I'm talking about is the 10 Commandments. In the executive summary, objective to display the 10 Commandments. Next paragraph, consideration, the 10 Commandments. Nobody has talked to anything different about this. Here's a list of historical documents and a religious document. Which one is not the same? We know we don't need to fight this fight. We can't afford to fight this fight. There are 3 states, Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas, who have decided to display the 10 Commandments in their schools. As soon as they pass those laws in those 3 states, they were immediately sued. It's going all the way to the Supreme Court, and it's going to cost the residents of those states money. Why would a county want to get in that fight? Why would a city want to get into that fight? Why would any municipality who's charged with representing their residents deal in national issues, much less controversial national issues? If we do this, you will spend our tax dollars doing this. You will find that this is vague, and we have no idea where these documents are going, whether they're going into our school books, whether they're going into our schools, whether they're going into which county buildings and what and where. It's just, we're going to display this. And then you're going to get sued. There are people in this room who work and volunteer with organizations who have legal staffs who defend the rights of their expressed, okay, in the Bill of Rights. And this is right number 1, sentence 1. You are a Bill of Rights sanctuary city, whatever that means. Maybe that means you're going to help protect my Bill of Rights. You don't want to litigate them. We can't afford to litigate them. So if you do this, the next thing you're doing is spending our tax money defending yourself against lawsuits. Why would we want to do this again? I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Your next speaker is Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing, and she'll be followed by Mark Caristia.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing, and I am the president of the Interfaith Alliance of Southwest Florida, an organization that represents people of diverse faiths and traditions on the basis of shared values. One of the shared values, one of the foundational principles of the Interfaith Alliance and of our nation is the separation of religion and government, or as more commonly described, of church and state. The Interfaith Alliance strongly opposes the proposal to display the Ten Commandments on public property precisely because it would undermine the separation of religion and government. Separation means that government cannot interfere in matters of religion at any level. City, county, state, or federal government cannot tell individuals what to believe or not believe, or tell religious groups what to believe or how to worship. The First Amendment is clear. Every individual has freedom of religion to believe as they choose and worship or not worship as they choose. The Ten Commandments are religious texts. They come from sacred texts in Judaism and Christianity, with similar parallel instructions found in Islam. Not only are these commandments translated and interpreted differently among the religions, they're also sometimes translated and interpreted differently within each religion. Which words? Which translation? Which set of 10 Commandments are you proposing to display? No matter what you choose, you would be showing governmental preference for a particular religious teaching. And in that regard, you would also be ignoring the many other religions that do not include any version of the Ten Commandments. You would be using government resources, public property, if not public funds, to promote religious belief. Separation means you cannot even show a preference for religion over non-religion. Some will argue inaccurately that these religious texts are somehow secular principles enshrined in American history. What matters is that our founders chose to create a free society in which the government would be separate from religion. The best way to honor them is to protect their legacy. We implore you not to abuse your power as public officials by promoting the religious tenets of any religion. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Mark Caristia, and he'll be followed by Melanie Wicker. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, sir.
Good morning. My name's Mark Caristia. Close enough. What is the historical significance on our laws or government of "thou shalt not have any gods before me," or "thou shalt not make any graven images," or "thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain"? Can we just stop pretending that this is for historical reasons? I mean, that's a joke. Or that this has any positive benefits for the citizens of Collier County? Just because you want it to be historical doesn't make it so. Only 3 of these commandments apply to our laws today. Do you seriously think that don't kill, don't steal, and don't lie were unique and never been heard of before Moses came down the mountain? Are we really going to gloss over, too, the prescribed punishments if you break one of these 10 commandments, most of those punishments involve being burned or stoned to death. Let's play this out. You vote yes. Collier County makes national news again, not for positive reasons. Chris gets a pat on his back from his church buddies and some notoriety to further his political career. Collier County gets sued, and we waste a lot of time and tax dollars in that inevitable lawsuit. Or we could just skip all that, and we could make a nice little award that says, Chris Hall, you're the #1 Christian in Collier County 2025. Could make it a little plaque. I'll donate $50 for the plaque. How about we vote no and be good shepherds of my tax dollars and use our time to benefit the citizens of Collier County in positive, quantifiable ways? Thank you.
Your next speaker is Chris Cowan, and they will be followed by Brian Hunter.
I'm the next speaker.
Oh, what did I do?
Melanie Wicker.
You're right, Melanie. I'm sorry, and Melanie will be followed by Chris Cowan. Thank you, Melanie.
Before I begin, I'd like to point out Melanie Wicker, Naples 34116. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that this is the second time Commissioner Hall has brought a controversial proposal to the board during the summer, when many Neapolitans are up north and Naples is quiet. Perhaps August is a good time to avoid having to listen to annoying speeches from people who disagree with you. The 10 Commandments, a set of moral instructions, important to Jews, important to Christians, definitely religious. Because this is a red county, it's fair to assume that most, if not all, of the members of this board voted for and support the current occupant of the White House. The Trump administration is actively involved in implementing Project 2025, which aims to restore power and privilege to white so-called Christian men and remove power and privilege from everybody else. In that context, what looks like an innocent proposal by Commissioner Hall is not innocent at all. It is just one more step towards the end of a free and diverse society as set up in our Constitution. Frankly, if I wanted to increase support for Mr. Trump, I would not be posting the 10 Commandments in public. I would be hiding them because they make him look really bad. This is a man who has no God before himself, whose knowledge of the Bible is non-existent, who said on January 6th that Mike Pence deserved to be hung, and who bears false witness against his neighbor every day of his life. The commandment against adultery poses an especially big problem. It was a problem for George Washington and Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, none of whom could keep their pants on. An entire wing of the Jefferson family traces its roots to Sally Hemings, one of Jefferson's slaves. And then there's Dwight Eisenhower and JFK and Lyndon Johnson and Bill Clinton. And now the man who had sex with a porn star shortly after his wife gave birth. Yes, let's definitely post the 10 Commandments and show the world our moral values. Let's post a set of religious guidelines and see how our elected officials measure up. I'll bet the public school teachers in Texas are breathing a sigh of relief. A federal judge ruled that the 10 Commandments may not be posted in Texas public schools. If they had been, it was only a matter of time before some little third grader would pipe up, "What's adultery?" To which a classmate might reply, "My daddy says that Donald Trump did adultery." Yup, definitely better to keep the 10 Commandments out of the public eye. Definitely better to wall off religion and government. Both do better when they sleep in separate beds. Vote no to this proposal.
Your next speaker is Chris Cowan, and he'll be followed by Brian Hunter. Chris Cowan. He had to leave. That will take us to Brian Hunter, and Brian will be followed by Jacqueline Rodeascaban. I'm not getting any of that right. The handwriting's really hard to read. But Brian's been seated 3 additional minutes from Yvonne Secchi. Yvonne or Yvette? Yvonne Secchi. Is she here? Thank you. So you will have a total of 6 minutes, sir.
All All right, great. Well, good morning, honorable county commissioners and fellow residents of Collier County. Before I start, I had this image of a balloon getting larger and larger, and before it blows, I'd like to say some things that hopefully diffuse this pressure that you're feeling. My name's Brian Hunter, and I've lived here in Southwest Florida for 25 years. I grew up on a dairy farm in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That upbringing taught me about hard work, love, and respect for animals and the land. And we weren't really very religious, but my dad felt it was very important to keep the Ten Commandments before my eyes. Ten Commandments for me as a child provided stability. I saw this list written almost 4,000 years ago as something followed by generations. It stood the test of time. If we want stability, we need things like the Ten Commandments and a community that's centered around unifying principles that love and respect others. Let's take a moment to consider the type of behavior that Ten Commandments encourages. It starts by saying we should recognize the role of God in our world. You have a sign behind you that says, "In God we trust." What does that mean? I believe the Ten Commandments will provide some clarification to what that means. And by I'd like to point this out. If you were to post this document, you're not actually defining it as previous speakers have said. The statements stand on their own. The list goes on to say you should honor your parents. Don't steal. Don't murder. Don't desire to take things from your neighbors. Don't speak falsely about other people. In fact, you should take a day of rest every week. Don't curse and don't take advantage of others sexually. Some of these things plague our community, probably all of them. There are individuals, this is where I think we can take some of the air out of the balloon. There are some individuals who do not want this posted because their personal hurts, their disappointments, their regrets. They may feel religious pressure. There's a phrase that says, hurting people hurt people. These are the types of people that want to impact our community. You have an opportunity to bring healing to many with the approval of this display. As you consider this ordinance, I ask you to reflect upon what our kids and our leaders are looking at. Today's movies, the social media posts, the internet searches, what is overwhelming them? What encourages uncertainty and leads them to a life of depression, suicide, obesity, even harm of others? I humbly request that you allow these words that have shaped my character to impact others in the community. I have a few more minutes. I'd like to recognize the impact President Trump has had on our country and even the world in just 7 months. He stood up against many attacks, just like you're standing up to attacks today, to accomplish great things. The list of positive impact on our economy, the safety of our people, and the rule of law have been significant. Many nations have stopped fighting, and I believe the president will go down in history as a peacemaker. He recognizes...
ladies and gentlemen,
he recognizes...
Everybody's respecting all the speakers, and I'm going to ask you to respect the speakers, whether you agree with them or not. Please, no interruption. Don't do that again. I missed it the first time when people were applauding. Just
Thank you.
Be polite.
Many nations have stopped fighting. I believe our president will go down in history as a peacemaker, recognizing he values all people. You see this when he builds bridges with our enemies. Now's the time to follow President Trump's leadership to enforce a safe environment for all to live a quiet and peaceable life. I'm curious how much impact advantage there would be from the results of leaders upholding these positive values. So again, I humbly request that you allow these words that have shaped my character to impact others in the community. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jacqueline, how do you say it?
Rock D'Escobar.
Rock D'Escobar, and she'll be followed by Anna Perez.
Good morning. I'm here speaking as an immigrant, and I'm going to speak from the heart. I don't have any historical facts or anything that I want to say, but I do want to say that as an immigrant, I'm extremely concerned when I hear fellow residents and attorneys claiming and talking against this. You, as an immigrant, I came here and I was blessed to be allowed to be here, but you don't go into someone's home and you change the foundation of that home just because you want to. I hear that, how do we accommodate this religion or that religion or, you know, that other religion? We don't need to accommodate anything. We're the ones who came here because we were blessed to be allowed to be here, because we could not be in the country we were born in because of oppression and tyranny. I don't have to come here to tell you what you need to do and how you need to change the foundation and the principles that this country was built on. And it's shameful to hear that when I hear that from people who were actually born here and attorneys that supposedly are here to defend our freedoms and our liberties. We don't need, and if you talk about, and I heard someone say that we don't need to spend taxpayers' money, well, it's hypocrisy to say that, because the organizations that claim that they're gonna sue you if you do display the 10 Commandments and you agree upon that, they actually are organizations that are the nonprofit organizations that get budgets from governmental grants, which, by the way, are taxpayers' money, that are constantly being spent on things that shouldn't be. So that is my 2 cents. I'm gonna be brief and quick. Please display the 10 Commandments. As an immigrant, I appreciate for you to do that, and many others like me do. The ones that are in Alligator Alley is because they've committed crimes and they should be there, and they should be taken back to where they came from. You don't go to people's country to go and commit crimes to then think that you're gonna be, oh, let's be forgiven because I'm an immigrant. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Anna Perez, and she'll be followed by Pamela Cunningham.
Good morning, Commissioner. It's an honor to stand before you today and express my strong support for displaying the 10 Commandments in our Collier County Government Center. This is not simply a matter of personal faith, but rather a recognition of our history, our culture, and the very foundations upon which this great nation was built. For centuries, the 10 Commandments has served as a moral compass and a set of universal values shared across generations, from the early colonists who settled this land to the founding document of the United States. Their influence has been undeniable. We cannot overlook the fact that the Declaration of Independence and many speeches by our founding fathers drew upon this principle of justice, respect, responsibility, and liberty. Today, when we speak of placing the 10 Commandments in this building, we are not imposing religion. We are honoring a legacy as the U.S. Supreme Court recognized it in Van Orden versus Perry on 2005. Such displays, when presented in historic and cultural content alongside other foundational documents, represent a recognition of our heritage rather than a religious mandate. That is why my proposal is clear. Let the 10 Commandments to be displayed as part of the broader exhibit that includes our Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and other documents reflecting the cultural and legal foundation of our society. In this way, the display becomes a reminder that our legal system and our freedom were born out of a deep commitment to morality, justice, and order. The citizens of Collier County deserve to see reflected in this building not only the governments that serve their daily life, but also the history that shaped us as the values that continue to hold us together as a community. Therefore, I respectfully and firmly urge to support the initiative. This is not a religious act, it's a cultural, historical, and moral act. It's a tribute to what have been inherited. Thank you, and God bless you, Collier County. And let me finish with something. If you look for the country that they don't have freedom, they don't have faith. Their faith has been denied. Those commands, 10 Commandments over there, is honoring God, not just God. We can follow our values in this country. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Pamela Cunningham. She'll be followed by Martha, I think this is Dively. Okay, then she will be followed by Jamie Langley. Pamela, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Pam Cunningham. I'm here to encourage you to proudly display our country's foundational documents throughout our Collier buildings. As you know, these displays have been held up as legal in the courts. Since that is the case, what is at issue? Why do some people have such visceral reactions to a display of the Ten Commandments? Surely no good and sane human being can argue against thou shalt not murder. What about thou shalt not steal? There are people nowadays who would argue against that. But the big problems that those on the left have with the Ten Commandments are the first four, because they reference our Creator. The argument being that any public display mentioning our Creator is against the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment. When thinking about constitutional issues, it is important that we always return to the concept of original intent. While it is untrue to state that our founders enshrined the Second Amendment in our Bill of Rights to protect our right to hunt, it is equally untrue to state that our founders were against any mention of God in the public square. In fact, the intent of the portion of the First Amendment that reads, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the establishment thereof, was to protect religion from the state, not the state from religion. The people who do not want the Ten Commandments or any of our founding documents displayed in our county simply do not like what these documents stand for. They shudder away from any mention of our Creator. Our schools have done a fantastic job of mal-educating students to misunderstand the relationship of faith and religion in our country's founding. In fact, a few years ago, our county school board voted for K through 4 textbooks to be completely whitewashed of the importance of religion in our country's founding. It is impossible to understand why the Pilgrims journeyed without understanding their deep desire for religious liberty. Please do not be fooled. The left will not stop at wanting to get rid of the Ten Commandments. They will not stop until they have erased all of our nation's goodness and history. Let us not take our country's history and bury it. Let us not remove our country's statues from public squares. Let us understand who we are as a people and why America became great in the first place. Let us teach both our children and the new immigrants to our country who we are as a people and what we stand for. Again, the courts have ruled that this is legal. Now we need you as our county leaders to not be intimidated by threats of legal action, to step forward, allow these beautiful displays of our nation's heritage, and teach our heritage to others. Finally, I'll just add that I would actually like to see larger and more beautiful artistic displays than the renderings were shown at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Jamie Langley, and she'll be followed by Kathy Mio.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Jamie Langley, 34109. As a practicing Catholic, I deeply respect the Ten Commandments, but I believe they belong in the realm of personal faith, not government endorsement. In response to the points raised by the gentleman who proposed this initiative, yes, the Supreme Court does in fact have the Ten Commandments displayed as part of a larger tableau of historic legal traditions, not as a religious objective, or directive rather, but as recognition of their influence on our laws. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, held that belief in a wise and good Creator was essential for the moral order of society and the success of our republic. At the same time, he was a strong advocate for religious liberty, opposing government-established churches and insisting that the state must not interfere with individual conscience. He championed the First Amendment as a free marketplace of religion, protecting the rights of every person to exercise faith freely. By placing a religious text in a county building, we move from honoring history into endorsing a particular faith. True religious freedom, the kind Madison envisioned, is best preserved when government remains neutral so that faith can flourish where it belongs, in our homes, our families, and our churches. Thank you, gentlemen.
Your next speaker is Kathy Mayo. She'll be followed by John Mayo Jr.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing this important topic. We opened this meeting this morning, I was watching online, with a prayer, okay? That was followed by the pledge, which states one nation under God. Behind chairman says, "In God we trust." So obviously there are practices, and not only in our community, but throughout the nation, that includes references to God. However, there is an important distinction between religion and history and government. Everyone keeps trying to say, oh, it's all about religion. No, it's not all about religion. The Ten Commandments, part of our history, along with our other nations' foundational documents, such as the other documents that we talked about, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, Bill of Rights, etc. And I'd like to remind you what the motion says, which you know, that it is depicting the foundations of American law and government in appropriate publicly accessible locations, but as a part of a larger exhibit. It's not just posting the 10 Commandments, okay? So it's not about religion. It's absolutely part of the government history. The woman that earlier was our history teacher, I shudder to think what they are teaching. They're changing history, and that is a real problem in America today, is that they're changing history. So the commandments are a historical example of law and not purely religious in nature. There are precedents from the courts and the Supreme Court that says that the Ten Commandments has secular, legal, and historical value as an early document of law. Where's my timer? I don't know what my time is. Okay, also, I'm sure you're all aware, many of our founding fathers are pastors and men of faith, and the very first textbook ever printed was what Jerry Rutherford referred to as the New England Primer. It was the first textbook published in America, and it was used until the 20th century, and it has the Ten Commandments in it. So the proposed display is in keeping with the stricture of our Constitution, and it's consistent with the history. And all throughout Washington, our nation's capital, there are many, many examples. There's a large statue of Moses holding the Ten Commandments alongside a statue of the Apostle Paul. It's overlooked the rotunda of the Library of Congress, the Jefferson Building, since 1897. Its great reading room has a sculpture of a woman besides the Ten Commandments with a quote above her head from the Old Testament. The national... I didn't write down this exact building, but it has a medallion with 2 tablets depicting the Ten Commandments. In the Department of Justice, a statue entitled The Spirit of Law has 2 tablets representing the Ten Commandments lying at its feet. In front of the Ronald Reagan Building is another sculpture, a 24-foot sculpture depicting, among other things, the Ten Commandments outside the federal courthouse that housed the Court of Appeal. So it will be an honor for Collier County government buildings to join these other government buildings of distinction in displaying documents that reflect the underpinnings of our nation's laws and Judeo-Christian heritage. Thank you.
Your next speaker is John Mayo Jr., and he'll be followed by Teddy Collins.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm John Mayo, 34105. I don't have any real prepared marks, but as an observer of what was going back and forth this morning, I could tell you, more than ever, we need to get back to the Ten Commandments, because some of the disrespect I saw for some commissioners up here is atrocious. So let me get back to what one speaker said, that the Ten Commandments are already posted at the Supreme Court. So what's the word Supreme Court mean to any of us in here? To me, it means the highest authority. So if the Supreme Court says, and I don't care if it's historical context, I don't care what you want to say, it's posted at the Supreme Court. I can see no reason why it can't be posted for a local community like Collier County. So let's get back to the subject of God. That's the issue, isn't it? It's the removal of God in any form, shape that you can think of. So think of this. As one of the older people in this room, back in the 60s, they decided to remove God from schools. So let's see the advancement we've had with public education. We now have kids that are mandated, forced vaccines. I have to go on this subject because it's, to me, anybody with common sense would know that the federal government has taken away our rights slowly but surely over the years. I don't want the federal government taking away my rights. The only one that bestows my rights is God Almighty. So if you think as a commissioner that's going to hurt the community by putting or posting the 10 Commandments for public view, then you're basically saying that the Supreme Court hasn't got it right. So if the Supreme Court has it posted, a lower authority as a Collier County commissioners, you certainly have the right to do that because it's already been approved on a much higher level. There is really nothing else I want to bring to you, but I know you're under pressure. I know what it's like to be under pressure. But I'm praying that God makes you make the right decision because of all the religions in the world, the major religions, Islam, Christian, Judeo, they all have the same belief that God is for you and God will honor you if you honor him. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker, I'm told Teddy Collins had to step out. So your next.
He's back.
Oh, he's back? And Teddy Collins is back. I was given incorrect information. Teddy will be followed by Donna Adan. I'm sorry.
Good morning. The Founding Fathers knew that in order to create a successful society where people could self-govern themselves, the people would need to be virtuous. Mostly Christian, the founders understood that virtuous people were generally people of faith, those who could do the right thing even when no one was watching, and didn't need a gun to their heads to follow the rules. To have truly virtuous people, they believed that there had to be real freedom to live out one's faith, not a mandated religion. Although Christianity was encouraged, they could not impose it because history has shown that forcing religion did not produce genuine faith. They recognized that a true choice to worship God required true freedom to do so. Even Scripture, we see the principle in Genesis 18. God tells Abraham he would spare Sodom if only 50 righteous people could be found. The presence of righteous men mattered not just for themselves, but for the survival of those of the rest of the city who weren't. Likewise, a nation with enough people committed to virtue and faith can endure and bring light to the world, encouraging others towards repentance and change. The founders seem to understand this as well. Real freely chosen faith produces people who actually live out their beliefs. Therefore, for a self-governing society to endure long-term, it must have enough virtuous citizens, people who freely choose to live out their faith. So in conclusion, I support the idea of having the 10 Commandments posted, and while you're at it, the Sermon on the Mount. Also, if you look at the Declaration of the Independence, your God-given rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, in the Declaration of Independence, if you don't have God, where do your rights come from? So the people who aren't believers, your rights come from God still. So thank you.
Your next speaker is Donna Adan, and she'll be followed by J. Cole Hagan.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Adan, zip code 34102. For those here today in protest against displaying the 10 Commandments, I ask, which of the commandments do you find offensive? Thou shalt not murder, steal, or bear false witness. I would also encourage you to study America's history. Perhaps then you would show a little appreciation for how this great nation came to be. The 10 Commandments provide a moral code that influenced the development of legal systems in Western civilization. Several commandments directly correlate with foundational legal concepts. For example, the 6th Commandment, the prohibition against killing, is a cornerstone of criminal law. Virtually all legal systems criminalize murder, reflecting this principle. The 8th Commandment, laws against theft, larceny, and property crimes, stem from the principle of respecting others' possessions, a concept rooted in this commandment. The 9th Commandment, the ban on lying under the oath, underpins perjury laws, which ensure the integrity of judicial processes. While other commandments may be less secular, they still shaped cultural norms around duty and community in America. Alexis de Tocqueville, a French political scientist, historian, politician, noted this in his book, Democracy in America. When Tocqueville arrived in America in 1831, he recognized the importance in teaching self-restraint, a quality he considered essential for democratic success. In a democracy, citizens possess unprecedented freedom, but this freedom can become destructive without internal moral guidance. Teachings about virtue, sacrifice, and moral duty created internal constraints that prevented democratic freedom from degenerating into chaos or tyranny. He noted that American religious traditions emphasize virtues particularly important for democratic citizenship: honesty in dealing with others, respect for individual rights, willingness to compromise, and concern for the common good. Do the protesters here today know that the commandments influenced the early English legal documents like the Magna Carta, which emphasized justice and fairness, which the American colonies would later incorporate into its framework? Do they know that the commandments are already often displayed in legal settings, such as courthouses and capitals, as symbols of a historical legal heritage, not just religious doctrine? The Supreme Court's own frieze depicts Moses holding the commandments alongside other lawgivers, illustrating their cultural role in representing law's moral foundation. In conclusion, the Ten Commandments are foundational to America. You don't need to be religious to understand their significance. You just need the desire to want to live in an orderly and law-abiding society. It's common sense. They help to establish rules of conduct in our society, guidelines on how we govern ourselves, and a set of morals and virtues to pass along to the next generation. We not only need to look at communist countries like China, North Korea, or Cuba to see what America would look like without moral guidelines, but cities in America like New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, where murder, theft, and despotism have taken hold, and where many believe, including some Democrats living in the city affiliated with Naples Pride, that confusing children about their gender and castrating and mutilating them is normal, and destroying people's property that they disagree with is acceptable. Thank God Naples is still a city where the majority of its citizens adhere to the Ten Commandments. Thank you, and the good people in this county stand with you.
Your next speaker is Jay Colhagen, and he'll be followed on Zoom by Ann Biddlecombe.
Just before you start, how many speakers do we have?
Jay, and then we have 9 people on Zoom.
I want to finish this before we break for lunch, but we may need to take a break in a few moments. Why don't we try to get through as many speakers as we can, and then we'll take about a 10 or 15-minute break and then conclude
Good
things.
idea.
So,
Mr.
go
Colhagen.
ahead and proceed. We'll go through a few more speakers before we take a break.
Hey, Jay Colhagen here. Hey, I'm here today to express my support for the displaying of the Ten Commandments in our county buildings and schools. I mean, can you imagine a world without the Ten Commandments would be like? It'd be like survival of the fittest, maybe jungle law going on. We wouldn't even be here today if we didn't have that. I truly believe that. So just to wrap it up here, I encourage our county leaders to consider this proposal as a meaningful step forward. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Ann Biddlecombe on Zoom, and she will be followed by Barbara Cantner. Ann, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I see you've done that. Ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm calling in as a resident of Naples, 34114, and as a practicing Catholic. I'm here to urge you to vote against the proposal to display the Ten Commandments in public places for reasons that rest on the fact that the Ten Commandments are a religious text, not a historical text. To treat the Ten Commandments as a historical document that must be displayed by the government in public places is in fact opposite to what the Ten Commandments mean and signify for so many people. The Ten Commandments are a covenant between God and his people. They are the foundation for the relationship of Jews and Christians to God. The first commandment even rejects religions that do not acknowledge one God. I am the Lord your God, you shall not have strange gods before me. Thus, the Ten Commandments establish particular religions, and this goes against the First Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. And given the fiscal responsibility that you, our elected county commissioners, have, the county government will waste our taxpayer money in litigation costs, which will certainly happen if this proposal is passed, and as we have already seen happen in Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. This is especially important when we have so many current local needs, and some we even heard just this morning in detail: jobs, animal welfare. So if some elected officials and fellow neighbors want to share and promote the meaning of the Ten Commandments, which I respect and support, then please feel free to do so in your personal life, leading through action even. Finally, in the words of Jesus Christ, render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. The Ten Commandments, as sacred and religious text, should not be imposed on every person as a display item in public spaces on the basis of being just one of a few historical documents. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Barbara Cantner, and she'll be followed by Daryl Berg. Barbara, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Barbara, we're waiting for you to unmute.
Mr. Miller, let's do one more speaker, then we'll take about a 10 or 15
Okay,
minutes.
let's try Daryl Berg for my Zoom operator. Let's reach out to Daryl Berg. Daryl, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. You've done that, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, guys. First off, wanted to thank all of the veterans here for their service and the sacrifice. Secondly, Mr. Hall, it's good to see you again. The last time I saw you, you shot a 72 at the Strand, which was pretty damn impressive. It was a few years back. And just as a little bit of notice about me, I'm not an a-religious person or anything like that. Actually, I have a law degree from Religious University, and I produced 330 Hallmark Christmas movies. So a little bit of experience on this subject. My biggest concern right now, however, is that we have a lot of folks in this town and on this panel who call themselves patriots, and I respect that. Chris, when we golfed, you referenced that word frequently, and I admire that, and I admired your belief in our country, as do I, as I share that same belief. But my bigger concern is that our country is not governed by the Bible. Our country is actually governed by the Constitution. So anyone putting the Bible above the Constitution is actually not representing the full faith and laws of our country. As far as some historical context to this and what our founders meant, which I keep hearing, oh, it was the Ten Commandments, etc. First and foremost, I want to address Mr. Rutherford. James Madison actually never said that. I looked it up while he spoke, and Mr. Madison, actually, all of his historians have said, no, he never said it. And actually, his most famous comment is, quote, total separation of the church from the state. That being said, I want to quote a little bit from an article from Marcy Hamilton, who was one of my law professors. The vast majority of American law, including the rules against killing and stealing, was borrowed in whole or in part from the British common law, which itself was viewed as either rising from natural law or from custom, not from the Ten Commandments. The founders and framers adamantly did not intend to make the Ten Commandments law. Thomas Jefferson, pretty good patriot right there, specifically railed against attempts to claim that the common law incorporated the Ten Commandments when he criticized judges for, quote, laying the yoke of their own opinions on the necks of others by declaring the Ten Commandments make a part of the law of the land. John Adams also questioned the influence of the commandments and the Sermon on the Mount on the legal system. Back to me. In a country where the anti-American and unconstitutional movement of Christian National is on the rise, specifically anti-American because it bases its theology that the Constitution is subjugated by the Ten Commandments, please do your elected duty and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Do not let it be rendered subordinate to any other ideology. I know all of you ran for office under the banner of patriotism. Patriotism for elected officials is more than just waving flags and attending parades. At its core, it's making sure America is still guided by the principles upon which our great nation was founded. One more quick note. One of the speakers mentioned that the Ten Commandments is how everybody in Collier County lives its life. As somebody who is among the single community, I have come across 24 women who have been subjected to some level of domestic violence, be either verbal, physical, or financial. That doesn't sound to me like a large part of this county is living by the Ten Commandments. Thank you.
Wait, why don't we, unless there's some objection, why don't we take a break until 12:30, and then we'll wrap everything up on this.
Until 12:30? Okay.
Yeah.
So this isn't the lunch break. This is a break. Got it. I gotta keep going.
We rock. We have over 20 speakers. Good job, girl. Good job.
I brought my primer with me, and I got it from you. I bought it from you. In your class.
Oh, okay.
I was just.
I'm fine with that. I haven't had time to even look at it. I think that.
I gave you like.
Be on a 12 o'clock Zoom, but I can't get through now, so.
Oh, do you want? No. Super fast. So like right here where you were at before, and then yeah, you're just gonna say your name and why everyone's here today, and that's just it. Ready and ready.
Hi, I'm Kathy Mayo. I'm here at the Commissioners today because they're listening to the motion on whether to display, among other founding documents, the Ten Commandments, along with the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, because it's part of history. It's not about religion, it's part of our government and history. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you so much. All right, I got it.
Thank you, sir.
I just photocopied.
Stay. I'm going to go into the hall.
Conversations, have a seat. Call the next speaker.
Our next speaker joining us on Zoom is Barbara Kantner, and she'll be followed by Deborah Cruz. Barbara, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time.
It's happened.
There you go, Barbara. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, mine will be short and sweet, as always. My name is BB Cantor. I live at 5960 Pelican Bay Boulevard. Chris is my commissioner. He is well acquainted with my views. This is the second time that I have asked him to withdraw the proposal to display the Ten Commandments in public schools. Chris could better understand his constituents' needs by holding hearings on this issue before recklessly making controversial proposals. Thank you very much.
Okay, just for clarification, this is not a proposal to place anything in the public schools. That's a different jurisdiction.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Deborah Cruz, and she'll be followed by Katie Tardif. Deborah, you're being prompted, and I see you've done that already. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you. I'm Dr. Deborah Cruz. I'm a voter in District 2. I'm opposed to your proposal to display the Ten Commandments as part of an exhibit educating on the foundations of American law and government. The core consideration in evaluating your proposal is whether the government's educational display has a secular purpose and effect, or if it appears to endorse a particular religion. Across the board, your proposal is overwhelmingly an endorsement of the Christian religion and teachings, as there is absolutely no mention of including any documents or teachings from any other religion or faith tradition. You mention certain values, morals, and principles, such as the prohibitions against murder, theft, and perjury, as foundational to the Ten Commandments in U.S. civil and criminal law, but you neglect to suggest the inclusion of documents from other faith traditions and religions that teach these same things. You mention the Declaration of Independence, appealing to the, quote, the laws of nature and of nature's God, unquote, and acknowledging, quote, a creator, unquote. Only just a little research and open-mindedness informs us of these foundational concepts in Native American religions, which were the original foundational systems of ethics and beliefs in North America. There's Judaism, Islam, Quakers, and religious humanists as well. However, none of these religious teachings are included in this proposed display. My point is, there are plenty of other significant foundational historical and educational teachings from non-Christian religions that would also be proposed to be included in this display if this display were truly meant to educate on the principles of justice, liberty, and the rule of law central to American identity. But I believe the true purpose of this display is to endorse Christianity over other religions and faith traditions. Please do not endorse this proposal. If there must be such a display, please include all the other faith traditions that teach and endorse these same values that you're claiming Christianity owns. Lots of people are throwing around the accusation of indoctrination these days. Take a look at yourselves in this proposal. It clearly endorses or indoctrinates into one specific religion, Christianity. This is not where your time, through our tax dollars, should be spent. Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Katie Tardif, and she'll be followed by Ray Nord. Katie, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. And Katie, I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thanks very much. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us the opportunity to speak to this issue. Can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. I'm having trouble with the communication here. I'm up in Maine, and it's been a challenge finding Wi-Fi that'll last. But I'll jump to my points at hand. I want to start first by saying apologies to the immigrant speakers who spoke somewhere around 11:45. As informed as the two immigrant speakers were, their comments are reflecting misinformation regarding the deeper history of the 10 commandments and our laws. As a previous speaker noted, the Ten Commandments belong in homes, not in our laws. Let's see, and so I'll now get back to my points. The Ten Commandments is a list of religious precepts that, according to passages in Exodus and Deuteronomy, were divinely revealed to Moses by Yahweh. Scholars propose the 10 were written between 16th and 13th centuries BC to sometime after 750 BC. Presumably, biblically, the list of religious precepts were revealed to Moses, engraved on 2 stone tablets, and recorded in both Exodus and Deuteronomy. Thus, there's no mistaking, these are religion-based. Our U.S. Constitution demands and expects a separation between church and state. Posting the 10 Commandments in the manner described ignores that a couple of things. We're a multi-religion nation. Presumably, not one of our commissioners are Muslim, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, etc. Christian identity in America has declined dramatically since 2007 and hovers close to 50% now. Thus, I have yet to hear a good reason why we are even talking about it, much less discussing it in meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. And my final words are that this board is trying to, now maybe according to what one of the commissioners said before this started, this will, maybe he wishes, maybe Commissioner Hall has rethought this. This is an un-American,
Yeah,
yes?
I'm sorry, your time's up. Just take one more sentence, and then you have to wrap it up.
Okay. You know what? I think I can probably conclude saying I have yet to hear a good reason why this is a good idea, and am very much against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Ray Nord, and he'll be followed by Anthony Fisher. Ray, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I see you've done that, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Ray Nord. I'm in my 30th year as a resident of Collier County, and I have written to you all about my request for you to deny this particular proposal. While I have every respect for, or give every respect to Chris Hall's religious beliefs, I think this is yet another attempt by Commissioner Hall to inject his religion into matters of governance of Collier County. And I object to it. And a lot of good reasons have been given by prior speakers, and I won't go over those. But I want to add one more, and that is that this proposal will add to the divisiveness that we find in our society today. And we don't need more divisiveness. We need to pull together and do what is right for our people in our county. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Anthony Fisher, and he'll be followed by Yamile Velaz. Mr. Fisher, I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, thank you for your time. I'm always appreciative of your efforts on behalf of the people of the county. My name is the Reverend Tony Fisher. I live in North Naples, 34110. I'm speaking as a faith leader to you this morning in opposition to the motion to include the 10 Commandments on a display within public spaces. I'm doing that on the basis of a separation of church and state, again, as a faith leader, believing firmly in that separation, that no one particular religious point of view should be brought forward as the particular point of view, even in a display that is supposedly speaking to the development of our Constitution and Western civilization. The 10 Commandments don't necessarily do that. I'm curious as to which version of the Ten Commandments might be used. Is it going to be the original Hebrew version, the Jewish version, which talks about Yahweh? Will it be the Catholic version, which came next? Or will it be the various Protestant versions that exist within our religious sphere? What about different translations according to scholars? Some scholars believe many words have been misinterpreted over the years. So the accuracy of a particular version of the Ten Commandments might be brought into question. And what about other documents that may be older? Hammurabi's Code, for instance, from Babylonia, which is far older than the Ten Commandments, which also had significant impact on subsequent development of moral laws and attitudes towards one another. Or what about versions of agreements that might be more relevant to our nation and our nation's history? For instance, the Iroquois Confederacy that had a wonderful constitution among different tribes, which was in fact sort of considered and part of which were taken into account when the early colonial constitutions were written. What about those? I think this is a sort of agreeing with other speakers in that this is an attempt to put one particular version, one particular document forward as the version, and trying to insert religion into the public sphere, which I certainly disagree with. I know why our founders tried to keep religion out of politics was because they were aware in their own history of how the combination of religion and political power could create real serious divisions, real serious harm in countries where both were in the control of certain people. So I think this nation was built upon the idea of the separation of church and state. You can read documents from Washington and Jefferson and Madison. You can look at what Jefferson and Madison did within the state of Virginia in terms of their work to separate church and state there. There's no reason to have this document in a display such as this, and I oppose it. Again, grateful for your work. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Yemily Velaz, and she'll be followed by Michelle Gorga. Ms. Velaz, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. There you go. You have 3 minutes,
Okay,
ma'am.
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I'm here to voice my opinion on this matter of displaying the Ten Commandments. I completely oppose it, especially in schools. In schools, parents, this is religion. Parents should be the ones to teach their kids, decide
This proposal,
if we want our kids.
excuse me, this proposal deals only with Collier County government, does not involve the schools. So the issue is whether this is going to be placed in county buildings.
Okay, so for now it does not, but I can see it coming. So for now, I don't think it should be displayed anywhere. This is imposing the Ten Commandments religion on us, the constituents, and hopefully our voices will be heard. And I don't think this is the right way to go. It will create division. People will not be happy. Whoever is bringing this up to, for voting, please, everybody that has the power to vote, consider your constituents. When it comes to this, hear us. It's okay, whatever religion you believe in, if you believe in God or not, that's all good. It should be left at church, at home, not displayed anywhere. Do not push this on us. Do not push this on the community. Do not push this on Collier County. Please, I oppose it. Thank you for hearing me out, and that's all I had to say.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Michelle Gorga. She'll be followed by Junior Perez. Michelle, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And we're waiting for Michelle. We'll wait a little bit longer. Michelle Gorga, there you are, Michelle. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
regarding the Ten Commandments proposal. The Constitution states separation of church and state. There's the Supreme Court case McCreary versus ACLU, religious displays on government property can violate law. Our country is made up of many faiths, those with none. Harmony means including all. I vote no, and I encourage leadership to really think about what that means and the inclusion of all people to lift us all up to a better place. Thank you. I vote no.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Junior Perez. And then, Mr. Chair, I had a young woman who was registered on Zoom, couldn't get her computer to work, so she showed up in person. So we'll go to her after this. Mr. Perez, you've been prompted to unmute yourself. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the time to speak here in this forum. I would like to again oppose my support to displaying the Ten Commandments in any public space. I believe it's like many residents have mentioned, it needs to be left in someone's personal space, at church or anywhere they would like, but not in a public space where we're forcing something that not everybody believes in, or it's their religious approach. And I would like to also quote something that Mr. Darrell mentioned from James Madison, where he mentioned that religion and government should be both exist in greater purity the less they are mixed together. So even the fathers and who's considered to be the father of the Constitution, believe that in order for the government religion to exist together, they should be left separate from each other and not have one or the other have any type of pressure or say on how one should run the other, or vice versa. One thing that I wanted to also mention, I've been a resident here in Collier County for 25 years. I currently reside in the zip code 34120. And this morning, while waiting to be heard here in this forum and while listening in this forum, I stepped away for a few minutes to go and have lunch with my son at his school. And just a quick 15-minute drive, I lost connection 3-4 times on my cell phone. And I've been here for a long time in Collier County, and I believe instead of us spending time putting together a forum and spending taxpayer money, even though somebody's going to donate to allow this to happen, there will be some other consequences that most likely cost money, like lawsuits or any other type of maintenance related to this, that we should also spend that time and effort in making better the lives of our Collier County residents, like for instance, enhancing the cellular signal in the Golden Gate State areas. So we'd actually have signal and be able to be on these calls or be able to communicate with our family members. And another thing too is the road conditions. Driving in and out of Golden Gate Estates in Immokalee Road, it's a nightmare today. It takes anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half to get from US 41 to my house, which is in Oilwell. So I think that the commissioners are doing a great job here in Collier County, and I believe that they should spend their time a little bit better than trying to push for religion into our government, into our local government, and instead they should spend the time trying to better the residents and their experience of the residents and the more residents that are moving into this area. So
thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Chair, your final speaker is going to be here in the room, Tamara Mitchell. She did pre-register on Zoom, but was not able to join us in that fashion.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tamara Mitchell. I live in Collier County in zip code 34113. I'm a Christian. I attend church regularly, believe in the Ten Commandments, and try to follow them. I'm also a retired attorney. It's important to look at the proposal to post the Ten Commandments in public buildings from a legal standpoint, because the United States of America was not founded on religion, but on law. This law was first articulated in the Constitution by our founders, which was amended in the Bill of Rights. The county attorney has deemed this proposal legal, which seems to be primarily based on a 20-year-old Supreme Court case that applied a facts and circumstances test to permit display of the Ten Commandments as part of a larger display. However, in 2022, the Supreme Court adopted a new test to use when analyzing these cases. It now requires judges to consider history and the understanding of the Founding Fathers when weighing such questions. So what did our Founding Fathers say when drafting the First Amendment? While many of the Founding Fathers were in fact Christian and personally revered the Ten Commandments, they did not endorse establishing Christianity as a prescribed religion for our country. The First Amendment requires a separation of church and state. In drafting this document, our Founding Fathers wanted the country to represent everyone and ensure everyone would be free to practice the religion of their choice, so they included the Free Exercise Clause. The Founding Fathers also included the Establishment Clause because they knew that many of the early settlers in our country were fleeing religious persecution from governments that tolerated only one type of religion. They went to great pains to ensure there was no single prescribed religion. Contrary to the popular belief of some, our country was not founded upon and never has been based on Christianity. In his 1785 Memorial and Remonstrance Against Religious Assessments, framer of the Constitution, James Madison, who's been quoted a number of times today, explained that the establishment of one religion over others attacked the fundamental right of freedom of conscience. And if lawmakers could destroy that right, they could destroy all other fundamental rights and throw representative government out the window. Based on the new history and understanding of the Founding Fathers test, it's unclear, at least to me and three other attorneys who've also spoken today, whether the proposal would be in fact deemed legal today. But even if the proposal is legal, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. It's important to keep in mind that Christianity is not the only religion practiced in Collier County. Our neighbors are members of the Jewish faith. They're Buddhists, Muslims, and Hindu. Some practice different religions and some practice no religion at all. These are all your constituents who pay your salary and own the buildings that you want to include the Ten Commandments in. You were elected to represent all taxpayers in Collier County, not just the Christians. Therefore, the only action you can possibly take that respects and represents all people is to forgo displaying it. So please vote no on the proposal.
Mr. Chair, if I might, just a quick, the way the Zoom thing works is you pre-register in advance, but you don't have to be on the Zoom all day. I've had someone join here who says they did not get a chance to speak yet. I've checked with my Zoom coordinator. They have not.
Just go ahead and call the name.
Yes, sir. Eric Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Mr. Anderson, you may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Eric Anderson. I am a Collier County resident and parent. I just wanted to voice my opposition to this proposal. I find it an affront to my civic rights to have me and my family potentially subjected to displays of the Ten Commandments on Collier County property, as it violates our First Amendment right. I'll say this as a confirmed Episcopalian and an active member of a UU church here in Naples, Florida. I think at best, this is a polarizing virtue signal to a nationwide movement without providing any substantial benefit to county residents. But more realistically, I think this is a serious infringement on the First Amendment of all Collier County residents. The First Amendment of the Constitution begins, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. This establishment clause places a limitation upon the U.S. government, preventing it from passing law establishing an official religion or promoting a specific religion, which this does, singling out one religion text as worthy of government display. I also, in that mock-up, did not see any contextualization of the Ten Commandments while posted with 3 other founding documents. I'll note that in 1971, in Lemon versus Kurtzman, the Supreme Court surveyed its previous Establishment Clause cases and identified 3 factors that would decide whether or not a government practice violates the Establishment Clause. First, the statute must have a secular legislative purpose. Second, its principal or primary effect must be one that neither advances nor inhibits religion. Finally, the statute must not foster an excessive entanglement with religion. This proposal fails all 3 of those considerations. It is not a secular legislative proposal, as it states and I quote, "This should honor the integral role of faith-informed ethics. This proposal clearly advances religion, upholding the doctrines of one religion above others, and it also fosters an excessive entanglement with religion, interpolating one religion's dogma amidst the law of the land as it's enforced and dispensed with in government buildings. This First Amendment makes it unacceptable for public places to show selections of Sharia law or post the 5 Confucian constants at the DMV. Government property is not the place for religious idolatry or scripture. Furthermore, proposing the display of the 10 Commandments violates our county's very own Bill of Rights ordinance that states no agent, department employee, or official of Collier County shall participate in any way to enforce an unlawful act, where an unlawful act is described as a law, order, rule, or regulation that violates or reasonably restricts, impedes, or impinges upon an individual's constitutional right, including but not limited to those enumerated in Amendments 1 through 10. So I ask you, please vote no on this proposal.
Mr. Chair, one more late joiner. Sorry. Karen Avneri. Karen Avneri, you've been prompted. Yeah.
Hang on one second. Yes, sir.
We just have this cut off.
Yeah, we have one more speaker.
They were pre-registered. They just joined. Karen, you're being prompted to Corinne, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. I see you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, my name is Karen Avneri, and I've been a Naples resident for 6 years. Today I'm speaking to discuss a cornerstone of American values, religious freedom. This principle ensures that every person in our county is free to believe, worship, or not, without interference or, most importantly, favoritism. The proposal to display the 10 Commandments in the public spaces alongside historical documents central to the U.S. government is concerning. These governmental foundational documents underpin our secular democracy and uphold the principles of freedom and equality for all citizens. By placing religious texts next to these critical government documents, we risk implying a preference for one religious tradition over others, which contradicts the very essence of America's commitment to religious neutrality. All those who spoke in favor of this proposal today were admittedly Christian and believers of the 10 Commandments and wanted to see their cherished values displayed. However, there are many who don't believe in the 10 Commandments, and this does not mean they are indecent humans or have no ethical basis upon which they live. Their basis is just not the 10 Commandments. Are they suggesting that all billions of non-Christians, Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, atheists, etc., are immoral, unprincipled people because they don't believe specifically in the 10 Commandments? How would all those speaking in favor for this proposal today feel if instead the proposal was to post the 5 pillars of Islam in the schools? I imagine affronted and provoked. Public spaces must serve as an inclusive environment where all individuals feel valued and respected, irrespective of their particular belief systems. This means ensuring public spaces remain neutral and welcoming to everyone, reflecting the broad diversity of beliefs that make up our community. While Commissioner Hall proposed this 10 Commandments because it may give him feelings of warmth and soothing and strength, others may see the 10 Commandments posted and feel isolation and ostracization, unwelcome in their own community. The separation of church and state is essential for maintaining this neutrality, ensuring that no citizen feels like an outsider within their own community because of the presence of religious symbols or texts. As residents and leaders, I urge all of us to work together to create an environment where everyone feels welcome and valued. This proposal is sure to be divisive for our community. By respecting everyone's right to religious freedom and maintaining our public spaces free of religious endorsements, we demonstrate our commitment to a respectful community. I urge you to vote against this proposal in the name of religious freedom, the cornerstone of American democracy. Thank you for your attention and dedication to fostering a community where every resident feels at home.
All right, the public hearing is closed. We're now ready to hear from the commission. Commissioner Hall, this was your proposal, so.
Thank you, Chairman. Like I said in the opening, I did not bring this up to be controversial. I've brought this up so that we could just bring attention to behavior, actions, responsibility, and humility with ideals that are integrated in our history. And I did not bring these up to be anything religious. It has nothing to do with religion. The mere mention of God doesn't mean that we're imposing religion. We said the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, one nation under God. We didn't put religion on anybody. The Establishment Clause, the First Amendment, and clearly intended to keep the state out of the church, not telling me that I can't mention God in the public or hang something up. That's the weakest argument that I've heard all day long, and I've heard it over and over and over. There is no such thing in our U.S. Constitution as the separation of church and state. That was mentioned in a letter by Thomas Jefferson to the Danbury Baptist. The Establishment Clause, keep the state out of the church. We shall not tell you how to worship or how to do anything else. You are free to do it like you want to. That's on the religious side. This proposal has nothing to do with religion. Zero, zilcho, nada. It has to do with providing something that's historical in our nation based on the founding fathers, their principles, their virtues. It's mentioned, in the Declaration of Independence that's going to be posted right next to it. My rights are endowed by my Creator. Is that imposing religion on anybody? Nope. So I've heard all of the arguments. I appreciate your stance, but I totally disagree with it. I didn't bring this up for anything religious. I brought it up to bring awareness of the virtues and the things that our country actually needs to get back to. It's this cancer culture that's canceled everything good, everything historical. How's that worked out for you? How's it worked out for Washington, D.C.? Crime-ridden. But now it's turned around because we're bringing back some things that needed to have happened a long time ago. I have a question for the county attorney. Is there anything in my proposal based on just putting up historical documents in our courthouses, in our government centers? Is there anything that's unlawful about that?
If structured properly, no, which is why I'd ask the board if you decide to move on this, I'd like to work with the county manager to put together an appropriate historical display.
Good. I'm not going to go long. I sat here and listened to the personal attacks on me and to the one speaker who thought that I needed a $50 Christian trophy. Here's my answer. For I know who I've believed, and I'm fully persuaded that he is able to keep that which I've committed unto him against this day. And every weapon that's formed against me shall not prosper. And I condemn those words because that's my right as a saint. You can argue with me if you want. That's my answer. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of things have been said, and we've heard it. Direct, attention brought to certain things, and like we say, the word God. I mean, in what part of the Ten Commandments does it refer to any one religion? It doesn't. Everybody's worried about the word God in the Ten Commandments. The word God is all over the place. If you're on your way here to work, I'm work, you guys are not at work, but you came here, if you bought a cup of coffee, you used a government note to pay for that coffee. It was printed by the United States of America that said, "In God we trust." Behind the seal in the state of Florida, behind the commissioner and the senators, our chairman, as you see, "In God we trust." Once again, we had an invocation, swearing our strength to make good decisions to God in a government setting. If you were to testify today in one of our quasi-judicial hearings, you would be asked to swear in. And you'd be asked to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. God is in our government. There's no way around it. God is in our government. As much as you don't want to think it is, it is. That word is in our government. And I had several lawyers that came up here today. And I went to law class, and I remember the very first thing I was told, you're going to see two types of law, common law and statutory law. And they said, the earliest written version of common law, and they gave an example of the Ten Commandments. Do you know why multiple religions refer to the Ten Commandments? Because it's not to any one particular religion. It's never mentioned in the Ten Commandments. It's to be specific to any one religion. We keep hearing Christianity. Christianity didn't exist for almost 1,000 years when the Ten Commandments was handed down from God. So this is what I'm trying to say here. This is part of our history. There's no doubt about it. In our founding fathers, I'll just correct some statements, 29 of our signers of the Declaration of Independence were either masters or had their degrees in ministry or were acting priests or reverends at the time. 29 out of the 56. So if you don't think they were guided by some sort of secular beliefs or believed or used the Ten Commandments, just like the Magna Carta, which was referred to, well, if you take the Magna Carta, which was part of the documents our founding fathers looked to, and then we talked about the common law in the Magna Carta, it came from the Ten Commandments. The British saw that. This was basically handed down because humanity was being treated wrong. The Egyptians were punishing a group of people, human beings just like them, enslaving them, killing them, forcing them to abide by idols that they called laws, God. And this is what the whole thing was. It was crazy laws to protect humanity. It was the first written document of our common laws. And that's what it is. Even in the Quran, they use the same language in the Quran. Like some people here said, it's not in there. I just looked it up. It's because it's universal. It's common law. It's to protect humanity from other inhumane conditions. And that's all it is. It doesn't refer to any one particular religion over the other. Religions have adopted it because they believe in it. But that's where we're at today. You're not going to escape God. It's with us. God is in our government. God will always be in our government. So I don't have a problem with this display, especially the way it's going to be displayed alongside the other founding documents that we get our secular beliefs from, where we base our laws here in this country, in the state of Florida, on our secular beliefs. And that's just truly what it is. That's how we live our life. We're not going to stone people because they commit murder, but what we are going to do is arrest them and charge them with murder, which is a statutory law that came from common law. We all understand that's wrong. Commonly understood by humans that is wrong. And that's all the Ten Commandments talks about. It doesn't specifically point out any one religion over the other. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, I thought about this. And I listened to, how many speakers did we have today, Troy?
In the end, I think it ended up being 39.
You know, we had a lot of folks express opinions. 39 different people spoke, and 39 different interpretations of what's in fact going on here. But I heard a commonality across the board, and to me it's really, really simple. It's about freedom. It's about your freedom to look at those 10 commandments if they're displayed or not. It's about Commissioner Hall's freedom to ask for the display to be put up. He has that right. That's his freedom. I support that right. I like the idea. I support your right, and I'm looking at you because you're sitting right there. I'll look at his wife over here. I support her right to not look at those 10 commandments if she chooses not to. I don't consider it an endorsement of one particular secular belief or religious belief over another. I don't think that that's what the request in fact is. To me, it's about freedom. I'll support everybody's freedom to do as they please. It's your right to look if you choose to. It's your right to not look if you choose not to.
Commissioner Castro.
Thanks, Chairman. Wow, 39 speakers and maybe 100 plus emails, right? I mean,
more.
I read every one of them and replied to them. Some people didn't like my reply, but that's here nor there. I'm not going to give a historical lesson and quote the Bible or anything like that. Enough people did. James Madison was certainly quoted a lot. Do we have James Madison on Zoom? I think so he can comment, because I think he was misquoted a few times. I want to separate a little rumor from fact, and then I'm not going to philosophize up here. I'm going to tell you my view and where my vote is, if everybody is wondering, and why I feel this way. First off, I'm glad Commissioner Saunders corrected the record, because we went about 75% into this with everybody preaching to us about schools. We're not here to put anything in schools. Those people that said they've lived here for 25 years should know that we have a school superintendent and we have a school board. One of our school board members, Tim Ogier, was in the audience. I don't know if he's still here. So you have to know who your audience is. So some people were a bit all over the map. I do want to call out one lady who I see still in the audience in the back. Karen Langley, raise your hand. Karen, are you back there? Karen, is it Karen Langley? Yeah, I really liked what you had to say. It was concise. You said you're a practicing Catholic. I'm Italian, so you know I have to be Catholic. The Pope lives in my country. And I wear a St. Jude medal as well, Saint of Hopeless Cases. But let me package a few comments, and then I'm going to tell you what I will support and what I won't support. And also separate rumor from fact, not only about the schools, but it was great we had 39 speakers and we got hundreds of emails, so many of them scattered. And so let me just get my thoughts out, which I have the right to do without being cut off, and I appreciate it. I didn't come here with a predetermined vote. I read every email, responded to every email with yes. I packaged something that were my thoughts and sent that to every single person that sent me an email because it answered what everybody was asking, whether they were for or against, what my thought is. So I didn't walk into this room with a preconceived idea. I wanted to hear from citizens, wanted to give it some thought, and that's the way I face every vote in here. I think it's very rare, if any time, that I come in here saying, well, it doesn't matter what 39 people say and what 100 emails say, or what our attorney says. I'm going to just come in here and just, vote with what I determined to be my vote in my dining room the night prior. It doesn't work that way for me. This wasn't in my top 5, okay? So as I said in my emails, I heard about this very recently. Most of us, I think, did. My top 10 are what a lot of people said: controlling growth, traffic and roads, Costco, my district, if you've heard about it, Home Depot, drainage, hurricane prep, and I had on my list, and one gentleman chimed in here, cell phone coverage. But to separate rumor from fact, when people were saying, like, I can't believe you have this on the agenda. What goes on the agenda, and I said this in my email to every citizen, is decided by citizens. I don't think Commissioner Hall dreamed this up in his living room one day and said, you know what, I'm throwing it on the agenda. I bet he talked to his constituents. He has people who feel the way he does, and he came in here to represent a citizen view. We're not here to decide if that makes the agenda or not. I mean, that's what they do in communist countries. They erase things off the agenda that they don't want to hear. So the agenda is set by citizens. And if we feel citizens represent a certain position, pro or con, that's why it's heard. So the handful of people that were like, I can't believe you're wasting my tax dollars. No, what we're doing is exercising your First Amendment right, whether I agree with it or not. So I think what happened in here today represents the United States of America maybe more than anything else. And I fought for this country for 24 years, and so did Commissioner Colwell in the Army, so I think we might have a little bit more blood invested into some things as well. But I have a slightly different perspective. I can tell you one thing: everybody on this board values faith. I had in my notes here, but Commissioner Colwell very eloquently stated, every time I pay for something, it says, in God we trust. Sitting behind me here, it says, in God we trust. But that is a little bit different than the 10 Commandments. And so I think it's not apples and oranges, but it's not exactly apples to apples when I hear what, folks have to say here. 10 Commandments are something a little bit more specific. I'm supportive of accepting a gift from Mr. Rutherford. And what I will tell you is we've accepted gifts like this before. In this very building, a school, I say many years ago, but it predates definitely me and obviously Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Colwell. I can't remember the date, but it's hung in this very building, and it was from a school basically thanking us for something. And it's a framed picture that says, in God we trust. And it was hung up, thank you, from the school. And as Commissioner McDaniel said, you walk by it and maybe you trust God, maybe you don't, but it was a gift. So I'm all for accepting the gift. But I think we need a bit of a more balanced approach, and I'll leave it to Commissioner Hall to maybe explain in a little bit more detail what the balance is, because there were some people here that thought if we all approve this, a truck is going to back up to the county building with 1,000 frames, and we're going to put them on every single wall and every single hallway. I don't think the Supreme Court decided that. If the 10 Commandments are sitting in the Supreme Court right now, which I believe they are, I don't think they also ruled that 100,000 copies be made and distributed across the country. So to me, the balanced approach is accepting the gift of the 10 Commandments, and as the county attorney said, I would be in favor of him working with the county manager to figure an appropriate place to post these and not make 1,000 copies and they're on every wall. They certainly wouldn't go into any of the schools because we don't have that authority. But accepting the gift as we have in the past and then hearing back from the county manager if where an appropriate location would be. And yes, maybe something that is more robust. That's the first time I had heard that. Something that was as it was mentioned today, a larger exhibit. But in conclusion, like I said, I wouldn't accept I guess the number would be determined by the county manager, but I wouldn't accept a truckload of 10 commandments. And I don't think that that's the expectation. It's putting it in some place that's visible like the Supreme Court did. I don't think they put it on every single wall in the Supreme Court. And making it possibly part of a larger exhibit. But that's what I would support. I agree with Commissioner McDaniel. I had some words written down that were almost exactly like what he said. You walk by it. If it's something that appeals to you, it's a great reminder. If it isn't, I think it's an appropriate gift, but I don't think that they should be mass produced and they're going to be in every wall in every bathroom. And I don't think it opens us up to inappropriate gifts. I mean, if somebody came in here and maybe this will be quoted and wanted to give us a Nazi flag and say, please represent it. We're here to take these one case at a time. And I do think this is not inappropriate as long as it's done with balance. And I would leave that to the county attorney and the county manager to recommend what they think would be a balanced approach to display something very similar that's already displayed in this building in multiple areas. So that's what I would support.
All right, I'm going to make a few comments. Sometimes being on the county commission can be a bit of a lonely place to be. I'm feeling a little lonely at the moment. I don't support the proposition of placing this in county buildings. I will say that I greatly respect Commissioner Hall and his faith, and I know that his intentions are admirable, and I know the intentions of this board are admirable in terms of how this is ultimately going to turn out, which I think everybody knows at this point. But I want to make a couple comments as to why I don't support this, because I think it's important. We've had literally hundreds of people engaged in this, and I think there are probably tens of thousands of other people that don't even know this is on the agenda that would have an interest in this. There was one comment that was made. It was made by Brian Hunter, who I believe is still here, and very compelling in terms of what the Ten Commandments meant to you as a kid growing up. But what it meant to me when you went through this is that this was taught to you in the right way by your family. You got this at home. You got this at the church. You got this as you were growing up. But it wasn't part of any government display or anything. It was really the family. And that's where all of these trainings really belong. They belong in the church and they belong in the family. There's a couple other things that kind of shaped my opinion as we went through this. First of all, the Interfaith Alliance. I have a great deal of respect for all of the members of the Interfaith Alliance, and if my memory is correct, they said, their representative said that they strongly oppose the placement of the Ten Commandments, not because they don't believe in the Ten Commandments, but they just don't believe that this is the right process, the right place for those to be. There were a couple letters that I received, and I'm gonna refer to those because it's been a long day, and I think it's important for my constituents to know why I don't support this. This is a letter from a woman who's a well-known environmentalist, and she says, I want to share my strong concerns about item 10B regarding the proposed 10 Commandments display on county property. Even when presented as part of a larger exhibit, incorporating a religious text into government-sponsored display risks compromising the principle of separation of church and state. As someone who personally practices a faith that reveres the Ten Commandments, I want to emphasize that this is not about rejecting religion. Rather, it is about recognizing that government must remain neutral in matters of faith. Upholding separation of church and state is a foundational tenet of our democracy, and it is the responsibility of our leaders to protect it. Another letter, again, just a couple quick sentences, that I think was very persuasive. Our founding fathers created the Establishment Clause as a bulwark against religious favoritism, including the protection for followers of minority religions as well as non-believers from pressures to conform to the majority faith. Contrary to that intent, Such an exhibit would put the Collier County government in the position of favoring certain religious traditions over others. Although the Ten Commandments have historical significance, it is at heart a religious text with different meanings, interpretations, and significance across faiths. We believe that religious freedom means the responsibility of religious education belongs to families, to churches, to synagogues, and other religious institutions, not the government. I certainly believe in the concept of the Ten Commandments and the admonitions contained in the Ten Commandments, but I also strongly believe that we are beginning to engage in a practice that's a very slippery slope. And I hate saying that because it just, in this case, I just think that it is. We're permitting this because we're permitting this with other documents. There's going to be something else, and I just don't think that it's appropriate for us to begin that process. So I'm opposed to this. I think that the speakers were incredibly good on both sides of the issues. But we have a very diverse community, and I can tell you this is a divisive issue. I see it in the comments that we had today, but I see it in the emails that we're getting. This is not a function of county government. As Commissioner LaCastro pointed out in his top 10 of things that we should be working on, he's absolutely right. And some of these divisive issues just aren't, in my view, things that we should engage in. So I'm not supporting this, not because I feel that there's anything inherently wrong with Commissioner Hall's proposal in terms of what his intent is. I just think that it's inappropriate for these to be part of a display here at county government. Commissioner Hall.
Just to answer the question where I had envisioned this being put up was our government center, the courthouse, our government center at Heritage, and at Orange Blossom. That's it, just our places of government. I'll make a motion to recommend the county attorney to get with the county manager to figure out which is the appropriate way to display this and leave that up to them for their best judgment.
Commissioner Castro?
Commissioner Hall just answered what I was about to ask. I wanted to hear a very specific motion before I either supported or didn't support it. I heard that, and I concur with it. I think it's a prudent way to move forward. I don't think we're sitting here banging on tables saying, back up the truck and hang up 1,000 of these. But I'd like to see it considered by the county manager and the county attorney, and then brought back to us with your recommendation of not only the validity and legal position, but if it moved forward, the possible location. I look at it as a gift that we would receive from Mr. Rutherford, and that it would be an exhibit. And we have quite a few of those already, within the county. And so the way that Commissioner Hall packaged it, I certainly would support it.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
May I ask a clarification? Is your motion for the county manager and county attorney to pick a location and then come back for another vote for that location, or is it to display it upon consensus as to where it can go?
My motion is for the county attorney to get with the county manager and figure out which version that they want to hang, put them in those things. It does not have to come back to us.
And just to clarify what Commissioner Castro has said multiple times, I haven't heard anybody say 1,000 copies anywhere. That ruffled my feathers. The motion is to concur with the display and allow the county manager and county attorney to pick an appropriate location, not to come back to us with delineation on that.
No.
So I just wanted to make that clarification before we vote.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would only just say that if you have some conflict, we're always available. So we're not saying make the command decision, and if you're, on the fence, I think we're always available to have it come back for clarification if needed.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Passes 4-1. We need to take a little bit of a break. Do you want to take an hour break, or what's the pleasure of the board?
You're the chair.
All right. All right. We'll come back in 1 hour. That's 24 minutes after 2.
24 after 2.
24 after 2. That means it is approved.
Yes, sir.
Just where to put it.
It'll be in a couple of different locations.
It's been an interesting day.
You're quite welcome. Looks like we're right on time for our 1 o'clock certain.
Absolutely. Item 5C is our 1 o'clock time certain. It's a recommendation to accept a presentation by Mission Critical Partners discussing the 800 megahertz radio system as it relates to Collier County Public Schools. Mr. Nate Hinkle is here to introduce Mission Critical and begin the presentation. Mr. Hinkle.
Commissioners, County Manager, Deputy County Manager, thank you very much. My name is Nathan Hinkle. I'm the Telecommunications Manager here for Collier County. I'm here today to introduce Nick Falgiator with Mission Critical Partners and to follow up on the June 10th presentation with the questions that were specifically related to the school radio system while we continue to work towards a potential solution for the public safety radio system. With that said, I'll turn this over to Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan, and good afternoon, Commissioners, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Make sure I've got something I can advance this with. There we go. So from our discussion at our meeting a couple of months ago, there was a great deal of discussion regarding how the new radio system would factor into communications in schools. And we wanted to do this presentation to give you the high-level picture on exactly how the school radio system operates and what the public safety system and how they're connected and how this might look in the future. And of course, the importance of school safety cannot be underestimated, especially since the events that took place in Broward County with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. There's been a significant amount of attention on radio communications in schools and the importance of ensuring that public safety first responders have the ability to reliably operate in buildings. So a little bit of background, schools are especially challenging. And when we design these public safety radio systems, we're designing them primarily to cover an entire county boundary, city boundary, whatever the design of the system is. And we choose radio site locations that give us the best balance of providing wide area coverage and in-building coverage in the areas where it's needed most. Schools are a particular challenge because they aren't all focused in a downtown area. They're spread throughout jurisdiction, throughout an area, and they're very dense structures. They're often the largest buildings that we see in what might otherwise be an area with a lot of residential units that are not as difficult to penetrate. So the history in Collier County is the school board has invested a significant sum of money in putting in a school radio system that was intended to provide coverage for day-to-day school communications and support public safety operations in schools. That was the intent of the purchase. They've purchased a technology that exceeds what they might need for their day-to-day operations, specifically to be compatible with technology that's used by public safety today. So it needs to be understood that they have made that investment to provide that level of compatibility with their technology. This school radio system itself uses 38 individual radio sites that are located on each of the school campuses. If we think of the way that our wide area system, the first responder system uses primarily 12 radio sites and then an additional 4 radio sites in the eastern part of the county, there are 38 sites used for the school radio system. The antennas on those are a lot smaller. They're not intended to provide wide area coverage. They're intended to provide coverage on each of those school campuses. The system itself is interfaced to the same core equipment that the public safety system utilizes, but it uses that primarily for control and for switching. The operation itself is operating on those school campuses themselves. The big challenge with the school radio system to be used for public safety operation is that each one of the radio sites at those schools only have a very limited number of talk paths. That's the number of concurrent conversations that can take place from radio users at any point in time. The wide area system, the public safety system today, has 22 available talk paths. The school radio sites, depending on how many channels they've built out, will have 2, 4, or 6. And when we look at the type of response that's needed for a major active shooter type of event, some sort of major incident taking place in a school, we need every available resource and concurrent talk paths available to support the public safety response. And unfortunately, the 2, 4, or 6 that the schools have is just not enough to facilitate a full effective response. It would mean that users to operate on those school sites would first and foremost need to switch to a dedicated channel in their radio. They need to change channels on their radio and operate one of those limited resources. And then once they switch channels, they lose communication with everybody on the wide area system. So you have this lost communication, and then you have to control the limited number of resources that are available. So it's not effective for the type of response that first responders would need for this type of event. The technology, because it's compatible, does allow school resources to be able to interoperate with first responders and switch channels and be able to communicate with public safety in that fashion. There are benefits to be had there, but the system alone does not provide the solution that the county needs for reliable in-school first responder coverage and capacity. The benefits, again, greatly improved coverage in the schools. The school radio system provides coverage in the schools, but we now have this gap where the coverage we need from the school system does not give us the capacity we need. So when we look at the challenges, capacity, number one. Number two, the radios don't automatically roam from the wide area system onto the school sites. There's a number of technical challenges as to why that can't happen. So again, it requires this channel change, which results in lost communication with users on the originating channel when users change channels on their radios. So we will look at the way that radio systems are designed to roam. There's standards that say if we're communicating and we need to go from one site to another, for how the radio keeps track of that ability to roam. It looks at the site it's on and says, when I'm starting to lose coverage, I'm going to look at the coverage from surrounding radio sites. And if the coverage from a surrounding radio site is stronger than the site I'm on, that radio is going to switch from one site to the next and switch to that next site. So you can imagine this is how cell phones work. You're driving down the highway, your cell phone's communicating with one radio tower. As you lose coverage on that site and you get into the range of the next site, your cell phone will switch to the next site and you'll have this handoff from site to site. The school radio system looks a little like this, where we have our wide area sites, which are the big sites around the outside of this circle, and all the school sites are located on these individual campuses. And the radio technology does not effectively allow roaming between the wide area sites and the local sites, mainly because the roaming would overload the number of talk paths that are available when users are just driving by a school and they're not trying to go communicate indoors. So that's why we can't have this automatic roaming. So the solution that is typically used for in-school communications is what's called a bidirectional amplifier. These are devices that take the signal from the wide area sites with high capacity, they amplify it, and they rebroadcast it throughout the building through a network of antennas that are able to then provide that coverage inside. And this type of solution gives you the ability to leverage the full capacity of the wide area system, the primary system, without being constrained to individual radio sites. So Collier County Public Schools, we have been working with them over the last year as they've looked to evaluate and figure out what they need to do to support public safety on their school campuses. The first step was to do an updated coverage evaluation, and they've undertaken that and tested coverage throughout every inch of all of their schools. I believe that coverage testing was recently completed. The goal there was to figure out where the coverage gaps are on the wide area system, the public safety system, so they could figure out where are there gaps that might need to be addressed through something like a bidirectional amplifier solution to help fill the gaps. So the next step is to evaluate that coverage data and figure out where additional enhancements to coverage are necessary. So the new radio system, how does it fit in? Well, in-school communication is dependent on what the coverage is from the radio system. And our recommendation is to add additional sites to the radio system regardless of what vendor is implementing it. So the additional radio sites are going to improve coverage in the area around those sites. It's not necessarily going to improve coverage in schools if they're not close to one of the new radio sites being put in. So the results of this coverage evaluation are going to tell us where the gaps are, and from there be able to figure out how to fill those gaps with bidirectional amplifiers and make sure that there is reliable in-school communications with the capacity that's needed for first responders. How the different technologies compare, kind of the main benefit that you can get is the ability for radios to roam between LTE and Wi-Fi and radio coverage. That ability would give you would fill some of these gaps if you're in a school that might have an available Wi-Fi network that the radios can access, or cellular coverage in the absence of reliable radio coverage until one of these new solutions, like a bidirectional amplifier, is in place. So thank you. That's the presentation. I want to open the floor if you have any questions regarding in-school communications and how the radio system factors in.
All right, it doesn't look like we have any questions at this point or any comments.
One statement I would make, that one of the questions that was raised at the last meeting was to work with Collier County Public Schools and make sure that they were on board if there was going to be some transition of one of the options to transition the legacy or the existing radio system to the school board to use for their bus communications. There's been lengthy discussions that have taken place. Collier County Public Schools has voiced their support for this plan. So just making you aware that those discussions have taken place, and they have indicated their support if the county ultimately moves in that direction.
All right. Ms. Patterson?
Yep, Commissioners, so we'll continue at your direction to communicate with the, and have meetings with our public safety partners. We will be back in front of you in one of the upcoming meetings to be determined for another update. The other thing I had spoken to you individually about is the request to the sheriff to ask for some technical support. There's nobody better versed in communications within the Collier County government than the sheriff's office, but we want to asking for the board to extend that request to the sheriff for him to give us some feedback and some recommendations on the public safety system going forward.
Commissioner Hall.
Just one quick question. So regardless of what vendor is involved, we still need 5 critical towers installed, correct?
Correct. Yeah, where coverage is a matter of where the radio towers are placed. Either, regardless of which vendor is chosen, the additional coverage is required.
Okay, and in regard to the sheriff, I've had conversations with him. He is more than willing to participate with that, and I agree that there's nobody better suited than he is.
We just wanted to be sure that that invitation was extended by the board, so that because it is our responsibility, and so we're going to be asking for his help.
Ms. Patterson, I'm sorry, Commissioner McDaniel, then I'll ask a couple questions.
Ask your question.
When do you anticipate we're going to be at a decision-making point in terms of vendors and different systems?
Well, I would like to meet with the sheriff and his team and find out a timeline on gaining their input, and that would better inform our decision. So once I have a chance to do that, I can definitely provide you with that information. I don't see it being a long time from now. I just couldn't pinpoint an exact date at this point in time.
All right, Commissioner McDaniel.
And similarly, have we gone into an RFP process to compare vendors, compare costs associated with the enhancement of the legacy system, as it's been referred to, in relationship to a new one? We haven't done any
We do not have a formal RFP at the board's direction. Obviously, we brought on Mission Critical Partners, who does have an idea, kind of ranges of cost for the various solutions. And of course, as you know, and as we've met with and you have, we've had discussions with the various providers. But as far as a formal solicitation, we do not have one at this time. Sheriff is a key component to that too, to be sure that whatever we're going out to solicit absolutely fills those needs for all of our public safety partners. But with the communications being run by the sheriff, we need to make sure we understand his needs, any of his concerns, and those things.
You know, and the comment that I have to say, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, your key component in that last statement was partners.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we have opened up those conversations with our partners.
Good.
All right, anything else on this item then?
No, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else has any comments? All right, I want to welcome all the firefighters here. Yeah. Thank you for being here, and all of our staff. Obviously, this could be right up at the top of the list of the most important things that we have to deal with.
Yes, sir.
It's also going to be one of the more expensive ones.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to doing the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9, advertised public hearings. Item 9A was continued from the June 24th, 2025 and August 12th, 2025 BCC meetings. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the Collier County Land Development Code to implement housing initiatives in the growth management plan related to housing that is affordable. Mr. Cormac Giblin, your Director of Housing and Economic Development, is here to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Cormac Giblin, your Director of Housing Policy and Economic Development With me presenting today is Mr. Mike Bosey, your zoning director. We presented this item to you at your June 24th meeting, at which you requested it to be continued, with it brought back with a little bit more data and analysis that of changes to the county's housing market since the housing plan was adopted by the board in 2017 to now. So today's objectives are to go through some of that data analysis, telling you what's happened in the market since 2017, and then provide a little bit more of a summary of the actual amendments themselves. So how have conditions changed here since 2017? The first one is that the income needed to afford the median priced house in Collier County has gone up 120%. In 2017, the median priced home could be bought for $355,000. Today, that median priced home is $650,000. You need an income of $226,000 a year to be able to afford to buy that house today. Similarly, the income needed to afford the median or the market rent in Collier County has gone up 80% since 2017. In 2017, that was $1,632 a month for a 2-bedroom. Today, it's $2,933 for a 2-bedroom, needing an annual income of $105,588 per year to be able to afford that median or that market-priced rental. So what has the median income done itself? Well, that's gone up 66%, up to $113,600 now. But more importantly, for the issue of housing affordability, what has the county's median wage done? It's only gone up 21% in those same 8 years to now $45,955 per job. And you take note that even twice the median wage, which would be $92,000 a year, still is not enough for that 2-wage household to afford the median market-priced rent in Collier County. And when we talk about housing affordability, we look at the need that the State Schimberg Center says in terms of the number of cost-burdened households that in Collier County. Cost burden means you spend more than 30% of your monthly income on your housing expenses or more. And if there were currently about 54,275 cost-burdened households in Collier County. These are new numbers, updated obviously every year, but these are definitely new since 2017. And then in addition, we've got another 60,000 people every day who drive to work in Collier County and then drive back home at the end of the day. They come from the majority coming from Lee County, 58%, but even almost 25% coming from East Coast counties. And when they go home at the end of the day, they bring their paycheck with them, and that money recirculates in a competing county and not ours. The private sector has started to address this on their own. You see a sampling of some employer-developed housing trying to encourage and provide opportunities for their employees to work closer to their places of business. And then you yourselves, as the Board of County Commissioners, have approved several or many affordable housing developments since 2017. The numbers are a little small on this chart, but you can see that since 2017, you've approved just over 5,000 new affordable units to be built. That breaks down to about 2,600 in Naples, 900 in Immokalee, and about 1,465 in the rural land stewardship area. To date, about 851 of those are open today. They've gone all through the site planning and the building permitting and the construction process, and they're open today. Pay attention to the chart at the bottom, though, is the income stratification of those approvals. And you'll see that the majority of those approvals are targeted towards the 100% AMI figure, with 46% of them being targeted there. And if you recall from the slide from a few slides ago, the Schimberg Center says that our needs focus more down in the 80, 50, and 30% of AMI level, whereas the recent approvals seem to be skewed higher than where the county's needs actually lie. And then that's the background on what has changed in our housing market since 2017, since the housing plan was accepted by the board. Mike can walk through how these individual LDC amendments aim to focus some direction on where we think we should be going, unless there's any questions.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Cormack, quick question. I sit in our board meetings, and sometimes I just start to wonder, like, I know the makeup of Collier County it's unique compared to some other counties throughout the nation, or even in Florida itself, where you don't have such a diverse value of homes in one concentrated area versus another area. And are we taking, like, let's say the sale of the $260 million home in Port Royal? Are we taking it as a top, and you add that to the total, and you're finding a median in there? Because that's going to change the equation, correct?
It does, and that's why we use the median rather than the average. When you use the median, it provides a much more closer representation of the
But it's still figured in that equation.
It is figured in, yes.
But that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, at some point, do we think there may be some of these properties that are just outrageously priced, maybe not be figured into that to find a true median price in Collier County?
Well, the median is a mathematical formula where half of them sell for more than that and half of them sell for less than that. So it really gives you
$260 million would drive that up. I mean, that's from the average of a $400,000 home. Let's say, that's multiple $400,000 homes, and you're putting that in the equation to kind of compress it, and you divide them by however you divide to get your median number. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is, are we do you assume that's accurate, what we're saying at the 600 or whatever you quoted?
I think that as long as we're consistent in the measures that we use, when we compare them from one time period to another, it does provide for trends.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and I don't know whether it's you or you. One of the things that I want to look at is, and I've found issues with, and that's the matrix for determining affordability. I found terrible flaws in that matrix way back when I first became a county commissioner, and then there were adaptations made to that matrix for this cost burdening process. And that cost burdening process also included things that obviously are attributable to housing affordability, but on the same token, there are certain things in life that you can afford, things that you had not to afford if you're not making enough money. And so we swapped that. What transpired before in this housing affordability matrix was we weren't including a large number of manufactured homes that are existing in our community that are occupied by folks that can afford them. We brought those back in, that skewed the numbers, and then this cost burdening thing lit up, and we started adding things in as if they were essential, and that had to do with cable and a lot of other things that I remember when I didn't make a lot of money I didn't have. And so I'd like to, at some stage as we're going through this, I would like to review that matrix and review how we're utilizing it, if we're still utilizing that matrix to determine the affordability aspect.
Yeah, what you're referring to, we called the housing needs analysis. And that did take into account all the costs of home ownership. Some of them included HOA fees, right, which depending on your HOA might include things like cable, water, sewer, things like that. We don't rely on that. First of all, none of the numbers I've shown you today have anything to do with that analysis. That's a local analysis. What the numbers I've shown you today come from the state of Florida, the University of Schimpberg Center. It's the numbers that the state legislature says that each county shall base their housing decisions upon. It's a state-funded organization. So that housing needs analysis, that was a local item that, again, back in 2017, there were board members who wanted to see wanted a more localized, how many units do we need? And there are some variations of that.
It was a highly manipulated data set to get to an end to a means, and I'm glad to hear that we're not relying upon that nearly as much as what we were. Now, in one of your previous slides that you whipped through, it talked about the total number of units, and there was a requisite of something like 5,000 units that we have. That one right there. Total units of 15,000, and I'm assuming this is from 17 to now.
This is 2017 till now.
From when Commissioner Saunders and I came on board, and I was participatory in that ULI report that was done that said the board needed to put 2,000 units a year into the marketplace in order to sustain the impact of the growth that we were experiencing. And I remember at the end of that first 5 years we were reviewing that, and I'm all happy because Jamie told me we had approved 9,800 units or so, just shy of that 2,000 unit a year mark. And then I got the bad news, and the bad news was of those 10,000 units that we had approved, less than 1,500 of them had hit the ground. And I think this slide is indicative of what's in fact transpiring. It's simple economics. Supply and demand has a huge impact on your pricing. It's that simple. We've approved 1,500 units, 5,000 of them are affordable in some status, and less than 1,000 of them are on the ground.
Yeah, and again, this goes back to 2018. I'm in touch with virtually every developer who has a project on this list. I would say that none of them that I've spoken to are sitting on their project. They're all in active development of some type. They're going through the process to get the rooftops built, with the exception of maybe the RLSA numbers, because some of those projects are sitting waiting on federal permitting, other activities.
Big Cypress is out there. It's
correct.
Got 800 units coming. We won't see those units for. We'll be lucky to see them in another 5 years.
Right.
And so I'm wondering. Well, there it is right there in the Belmar village. So I'm wondering if maybe we need to be pulling some of those out just so we aren't necessarily skewing these numbers with respect to the affordable units that could be on the market in relationship to when we're actually going to see them. Have a different look at the data set. And it also brings up, by these LDC amendments that you're proposing here today, what are we doing to enhance the timing with which these approved units are able to actually come through and be on the market? I know that we've talked with development services, and we've done a lot of prioritization in the permitting process, especially for affordable units and such. But and again, this I think Mike sent me this PowerPoint yesterday. But I see a lot of units that have been approved that are not yet on the ground.
As I said, I to my knowledge, they're all actively moving forward in some stage. Some may be held up in other permitting beyond Collier County's control.
So the question, though, was these LDC amendments that are being brought forward today, how are they going to help with this circumstance?
I'm not sure we address this circumstance with these amendments. We have other strategies in place that, our office offers fast track permitting, and virtually every development on this list that goes through the fast track permitting. It just does take that long to build a multifamily development, regardless if the government's in the way or not. Supply orders, the actual construction itself does take a while.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Bosey?
Thank you, Chair. Mike Bosey, Plain Zoning Director. Just to give you a brief overview of the the four major changes. The first is there's modifications to the affordable housing density bonus chart that we're proposing within these LDC amendments, as well as implementing the 3 GMP amendments that were approved by the Board of County Commissioners. It's the streamline of commercial to residential conversion for affordable housing, or housing that's affordable. Allow the ability to increase within your mixed-use activity centers to 25 units an acre for housing that's affordable, and then allow for increased density along bus or transit lines connected with that transit-oriented development. The first and the most substantial change if you look to the second column down within the density bonus chart, is we provided a closer gap between the 80 and 120% of AMI. We added the moderate was existing, but the moderate was 80 to 120. We were now proposing the 100 to 120, and then we have a new category, the median, that's 80 to 120. Those are the two categories that the number of, and Cormac said 25 GMP amendments over the past 8 years have been proposed related to affordable housing. That 100% and the 80% or the moderate and the median are the areas that have been the most focused in terms of providing the relief for. And then we made some adjustments related to the bonus, or to the bonuses based upon the percentage that you're providing for. And to Cormac's point, and what was pointed out in terms of where the need is, meaning the low and the very low, those are the ones that give you the most bang for your buck. If you provide for affordable housing at that level, you'll get the greatest amount of density increase. And this chart and the adoption of this chart will allow for the alleviation of those 25 GMP amendments. A lot of those GMP amendments were specifically because we didn't have this chart updated. So this is one of the more critical aspects of our LDC amendments that we are proposing. And then we get into the ones that are implementing the GMP amendments that we have adopted. And that's your streamlined commercial to residential mixed use conversion if you have housing that's affordable. And that allows for the elimination of the public hearing if you provide for 100% affordable units, and you'll be eligible up to 16 units an acre. The only thing that we do recognize is, as we're going through this and the amount of time it's taken us to get here, the Live Local Act has made that option a little less desirable, because the Live Local Act will allow for 25 units an acre, the same reduction of no public hearing required, and you only have to provide for 40%. The ones we're suggesting, you have to provide 100% affordable housing. The Live Local, you only have to do 40% at 120% of AMI. So that's one of the tools. We recognize it's probably not going to be taken advantage very often, but if someone does take advantage of it, foregoing that public hearing, it is for 100% affordable in that regard. So if we were able to adopt these LDC amendments, we do recognize it's probably not going to be that attractive to some individual developers, but for a strictly affordable housing developer, that may be an option that they would like to take advantage of. And like I said, 100% would be affordable. And please, if you have any questions as I'm going through, just let me know, and I'll be happy to answer it, or Cormac can help me. The next initiative related to the GMPs is the ability to increase your density within your activity centers and your interchange activity centers to 25 units an acre. You will have an allowance within your activity centers of 16 units an acre, but you can get up to 25 if the next 9 or those next 9 units are an arrangement of affordable and market rate components. That's one of the things that we've exercised, and we've set the new bar. The GMPs that were adopted set that 25 units an acre, and this is to implement it within the LDC. But this is where we would expect to have these high densities. We've always advertised our activity centers as the area where you'll have the highest concentration of your commercial intensity and your residential density. And with the GMP amendment, lifting that to 25 units an acre, we think it's appropriate within the activity centers, and we think it's something that the market most certainly has responded to in the past related to those GMP amendments, and will continue to respond back. But we'll not need the GMP amendments because we have because we're implementing the LDC. And then finally, the last of the LDC amendments is related to your transit-oriented development, your development along your cat butt stations. Basically, it says you could have 13 units an acre at market rate, and up to 25 units if you have an affordable component. You have to meet specific design criteria. 50% of the units have to be within a quarter mile of the cat bus system or the bus stop. And that bus stop is a requirement of that project. They have to construct a bus shelter at the entry of their development, and those units that are within 50% of those units have to be within that quarter mile, which is considered a reasonable walking district to promote more public transit. Both the mixture, or the activity center, as well as the transit-oriented design, requires a public hearing. Both of those are not by right. Those require a PUD, a rezone request, and the Board of County Commissioners will make evaluations upon each one of those with public hearings, at an advertised public hearing, to make an evaluation as to whether if what's being proposed makes sense within the geographic location that it's being proposed. And with that really does conclude the overview of the GM or the LDC amendments, and any specific questions that I could answer for you.
Okay, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Bosey, back to the slide where you've redone the density bonuses, right there.
Yep.
The way that I'm understanding this is to participate in the affordable housing bonus, 30% of the project has to be affordable units.
To utilize this chart, it is not. What you're referring to is we've had a bar prior, and we said if you're looking for additional density above what the GMP is going to allow for you, 30% of your units were going to have to be dedicated to affordable housing, income restricted. But there was no rate. There wasn't a hard prescription that it had to be 100% of AMI or 80% of AMI. If you look at this, so if you start at 10%, if you're providing 10% of the units as affordable, you'll get a bonus of 1 unit if it's at the 120 to 140 units. You'll get a bonus of 2 units if it's at 100% of AMI to 120, and then subsequently 3 units for the 80 to 100. When you're below the 80, you can get up to 7 units with only that 10%. And then your very low is, if it's under 50% of AMI, you can have up to 9 additional units. So if you were at 30% and you were focusing upon your median income under 100% of AMI, you would be eligible for 5 units. That's how the chart basically flexes out all the way to 100%, and you can see how those numbers translate.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify, that because even though I'm building a project that's got 30%, and I'm going to allow people who make 100% of AMI to participate in that, I get 5 units extra per acre as a bonus.
Correct.
But 7 out of 10 of those people I can increase the density with market rate out of 7 out of those 10 people.
Correct.
There's something in me that's not liking that. Okay, let me think. Let me put some thoughts together real quick, if I could. I have always been a proponent of affordable housing. The need No doubt about it. It's here. At the same time, I'm a proponent. I know that capitalism always works. Prices come up, prices come down. As prices were coming up 3 years ago at staggering rates, people couldn't even renew their rents because they were outpriced. And so I was jumping on the bandwagon of all of this. You know, we got to get some units approved. We got to get some units out of the ground. However, 3 years later, we've seen some prices come down as far as rents. Apartment complexes are offering 2 months free. The rents are coming down in the market to better affordability. And I got people in my district screaming at me for increasing the density to get 3 out of 10 people to be able to live there and work, you know, to be able to live there where they work close. But 7 out of 10 of those people just get to live, you know, in a handy place. And I understand their point, but I don't know that just setting this up administratively or without having to go through, you know, come to us for the specifics is the right thing to do at this point. I don't know if we're setting ourselves up for failure, or if, I really don't know. I'm just talking out loud. And as I look at the numbers since 2017, the apartments that we've approved that are affordable is 5,009. Okay, only 850 of them are out of the ground and people are living in them right now. But that means that we've approved 15,610 units overall, and 10,600 people get to live here that are not benefiting the affordable target. They're just market rate rent. So we're cutting our nose off to spite our face. We're creating the density, we're creating the overcrowdedness, we're creating the traffic nightmares for a little bit of public benefit. And I don't know if there's a way to just carte blanche make the rules. I mean, the effort is amazing. I mean, I understand the chart. But I don't know if it's possible. It's possible for some people to build 100% affordable projects, but it seems to be not possible for others. And I don't know if setting this thing up just so that the land use attorneys can look at it and get the density that they want to make the developers happy and profitable is really what we need to be doing, without having the ability to look at every single project that comes along to make wise decisions.
And sir, I will say that any affordable housing density bonus agreement that comes through will need your approval. So you're going to see every single one of them. Every single one that comes through, the Board of County Commissioners has the discretion to either approve or not approve.
Right, but I don't want them holding up that you approved the LDC. You approved this LDC amendment, Commissioner, and this is what we got coming to you.
Well, the counter to that is this chart exists. This is the modified chart. It doesn't exist as it currently does. It
Right.
now has some gaps in it. And the only other aspect that I would say, in the 7 market rate to the 3 that are affordable, you're still adding to your supply. Adding to your supply helps with the deficits. So it does help. Adding your the 7 market rates with your 3 affordable units does have some effect upon potentially lowering the cost of the overall units.
No, I totally agree, but at the same time, the pain caused by doing that, the juice may not be worth the squeeze.
Who
Props.
says that?
Commissioner
Trademarked Commissioner Alcázar.
Now we can get away from words matter.
Yeah.
Get on to the squeeze thing here. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. Well, I have an idea, Commissioner Hall, when you made a comment about, I don't know what to do. I think pragmatism is the answer for us. I think free market, it needs to prevail. I think we need to have a closer tracking on what it is that we are doing and what it is that we are approving, and a closer tracking on an annual basis, nonetheless, to ensure that we're meeting the true need. In 2017, when we were all sitting up here back in the day, we were told a bunch of these things, and here we are 8 years later, and we're told a bunch of other things, and you've got real live data, theoretically, real live data that shows where the need is. Of the proposed LDC amendments or comp plan amendments, what are these things we're approving? LDC changes.
All the above.
Yeah, all the above. Of these, what I can see is necessarily a 50% increase in unit allowance in the activity centers. Let's just use that as an example. And if you're paying $500,000 for an acre for a developable piece of property, and I'm just using that as an example, that's 31,000 or so, and your per unit land cost at 16 units an acre. And if we're allowing off the chart to go to 25 units straight up, that's going to drop your price per unit down to 20,000 per acre. When we are offering these density bonuses, offering the density bonuses with pragmatism towards the real need. Go back to the chart. I can't make heads nor tails of this chart that you have here, but go back to the chart that showed that one, right? That one right there on the bottom right, where 46% of the units that we've been approving are hitting that 100% AMI and direly deficit in the lower units. And so I think if we're going to magnanimously increase densities in these activity centers, then we ought to do that density increase with pragmatism and with a focus into where the true deficits are in alignment with the data that we have in fact in place. And so rather than, of course it's up to the property owner, it's up to the developer to come at us with regard to what they in fact want to do, but there obviously has to be some economic bias in relationship to the density increases that we're providing. And so I think as we're going along here, if we're going to, of the three, just for your brain, of the three proposed LDC amendments, I'm okay with the increase in the density in the activity centers. I think as long as we do it with direction. We're not just going to give you 9 extra units because you're nice. We're going to give you 9 extra units, and you're going to provide, and 50% of those are going to be in these targeted need areas in the 30-40 percentile of our AMI.
Commissioner, if you look at the slide I just put up, you can see that is exactly what this LDC amendment does. Is it targets those extra units. 6 of the 9 extra units need to be at that 80% or less number, which starts to drive the developers to hit those lower incomes that are in greater need.
That's in a rental perspective. And
yes. Yes.
And similarly, I mean, you bumped it up a little bit over in the owner occupied side, but I there again, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing equivalency in those density increases. If we can do that somehow without being too dictatorial, I mean, and the market will bear it out. If the market is not, if a developer can't buy a piece of property, receive these additional units, and then make money at the same time, they're not going to do it.
Yeah, I think it's also important to keep in mind that, nowhere in Collier County is anyone required to build affordable housing unless you're in the RLSA or some of the fringe areas. But in the urban area, every affordable housing unit that has been built has been at the voluntary by the developer. So
Yeah,
that's what.
voluntary to a certain extent. If you want approval for your project, you're going to provide 20% affordable.
So that's why we've been trying to
voluntary.
provide that incentivization to bring the developer to match the market, the needs that we see.
I'm not okay with the buy right suggestions. I'm not okay with those in the commercial. I think that I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I think that's throwing a dart and saying there's a whole bunch of commercial property and we can convert those. I don't think those ought to occur. I don't like the nebulous discussion about the bus routes because those change all the time. And so I don't, now I understand, I mean, we can implement it and kind of watch. I'm not in support of it just simply because there's too much volatility with the actual locations of the bus routes. Those bus routes change when you have an employer that has housing in a particular area, and then we start to manipulate bus routes. I also understand that though, even though that is a suggested LDC amendment, that isn't a by right thing. It's a conditional use. You're justifying your density increase because of your proximity to a bus route. Is that correct?
It's not a conditional use, but it would require a PUD, and it is tied specifically to a bus stop. Yes, that has a component towards it.
Okay. The other thing I'm going to say out loud, and again, I don't want to belabor the point. I'm not okay with the buy right thing. I can sit still for the increased density in the activity centers, and I can sit still for the bus route thing, but I want it to be tested really hard, the bus route thing, because to me that's out there. I really would like for us to focus our energies on pragmatism. I have been asking since I became a county commissioner 8 years ago to partner with our other agencies. Ms. Patterson?
Sir?
How many joint ventures have we done with the Collier County School District so far?
None.
None. I'm done with that. They own as much, if not more, land than Collier County does. And there's zero reason for us to not already be part. How much money are we setting? How much money, how much money do we currently have in the affordable housing fund that was derived out of the 1 cent sales tax?
Once the Williams property is gone, Cormac, do you have that?
There'll be $5.9 million left.
Left in it?
Correct.
Okay. I would like a concerted effort put into, we have 72 school sites throughout the community. I've had multiple meetings with both of the superintendents in my 8-year tenure as county commissioner, and there's about 30 low-hanging fruit properties that the school district owns that have accessible yet separable properties that are on their facilities that could be utilized for affordability. So I would really, really like for us to, again, target this need along the way. I know and understand we have to be careful. We can't just rent these properties to government employees or school district employees and so on and so forth. But there's a plethora of inventory of property that could be utilized and attributed to increasing our housing affordability within our community.
Okay. Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. At first, I thought I was going to ask a dumb question, but I guess it ain't as dumb now. I saw this chart.
You didn't like my question?
No, I love your questions. I love everybody's questions so far. But when you had the other chart, the flowing chart about you get the bonus by density, by percentage of AMI or whatever that was. I mean, this is a dumb question, but here it kind of, I don't know if they equate, but that chart fits regardless if it's ownership or rental.
There are some columns on that chart that only allow rental or.
Is that identified in there?
It is, yes.
It is? I didn't notice. I'm sorry.
It's in a footnote. It may not be on the slide.
Okay.
But it's in a footnote.
So there's two different charts then if you're going to do owner occupied versus rental for bonus.
We don't
density
give
bonus.
So the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program has been in the LDC for 20, 30 years or so. That is the prescription. That is what's in the LDC if you want to build affordable housing. What you've seen over the past 7 years with all of these 25 individual site-specific growth management plan amendments are folks that said, we want to write our own rules. We want to provide affordable housing, but we don't want to use your rules in your LDC. Here's our own rules. Will you approve it for us? And that's what they've done, and that's where that 30% level has come from. What we're trying to do is get people back into the fold, have them incentivized to hit the true affordability numbers that we need with the densities that we hear from them that they need to make the projects viable.
But we started the whole conversation in your presentations with the median home price in Collier County, not the median rental price. So what are we doing to get people into affordable homes, ownership? How is this I guess that's what I'm trying to do. Are we addressing that through this, or?
Well, all of our strategies, whether it be the affordable housing density bonus chart or this strategy that's on the screen right now, can be used for owner occupied or rental. What we recognize is that when you look at the for sale market, you're typically looking at a higher income buyer, because people who are at the extremely low income rental are not going to be a first time home buyer yet. So we offer those incentives to both. It's just a sliding scale on how much you need to incentivize each.
But didn't we identify, though, that the greatest need, like right now, for people that have places to live in Collier County, that work in Collier County, was right around at 80 to 120?
No, sir. The greatest need right now.
So that's changed?
The greatest need right now and has been at the 80% and less, mostly in the 50% and less.
Like, I thought when we had our last meeting, there was a chart that showed the opposite.
That's where the approvals have been, but the need remains at the very low income.
Okay. All right. So now moving on to the commercial properties. Yeah, I don't, Live Local's out there. Live Local's been out there for 3 years. I don't know if anybody's really taken advantage of Live Local fully in any capacity, converting commercial property to residential property.
We've had 3 applications so far.
With partnership with us? Or is this totally?
One of them is the partnership.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's government property that was leased. But I'm saying truly going in and buying an old rundown strip mall that's a C3 or C4 or whatever, and then converting it to residential property. I don't know if we've had anything yet that's been approved.
Yeah, we found that the Live Local is not as advantageous as maybe advertised. We talked to developers a lot, and trying to fit a residential property on a commercial sized parcel it's putting a square peg in a round hole a lot of times.
Yeah, and that's why I say I'm kind of with Commissioner McDaniel. I don't feel like we need to mimic their statutory situation on the Live Local and create something similar to it here that's not even working. It's already in place for the last 3 years. And that being said, we're losing commercial property. If you look around, there's probably a greater need for commercial rental space, just as big as a need in this county as residential. And especially in industrial areas. We're losing a lot of our industrial area, our C4, C5, our C5s in our industrial parks I ride around, we got more art studios than we do cabinet makers. And it's amazing, it is. And they have nowhere to go. And they're gonna move their jobs to Lee County, they're gonna move their jobs to other places. So if you don't have people here working, making money, they're gonna need homes anyway. So, I think we need to take a deeper dive or look at putting anything in place to where we give carte blanche to switching commercial over to residential.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple things. So Cormac, I'm going to go to a comment you just said. So the greatest need is 50% or less. But as you just said, how realistic is that? It's not like we can just, make contractors build, what we want. And like you said, they're assessing the strip malls and the plots of land and whatnot, and everything can't be ecos, right? And that's one thing I want to make sure too. We're comparing apples to apples. Sometimes we get citizens, and maybe at times, sometimes we even get confused up here, and we're just like, wow, we need more of that. Well, that had a lot of uniqueness in it, and there, like you said, there might be 1 or 2 projects that are out there, but people aren't banging on your door going, hey, give me some county land, can I build another ecos? So as we move forward here, and I wanted you to pull up one slide. I can't remember if you're going back or forward. It's the one where on the right-hand side it has the big blue bar at like the 100%, and then it shows it's oh gosh, let's see. You guys know what I'm talking about? It was something small. It showed that at you're 100%. We were like at 43% of the houses we've built have been there, and then you had a little red tiny piece at the bottom. Yeah, there it is. So the approvals. How can we make that slide better? I mean, that's it's sort of a generic question, but I mean, as you look at it here, I mean, I think Mike made the statement, and it definitely has validity. Some of the median priced rentals, those are needed too. Like you said, maybe 50% and below, hey, there's a 2,000 person waiting list. But even the stuff in the middle, when it's out there or there's a mixture, those things are all needed. But when I look at that slide on the right about the approvals, if we look at this slide in a year, how can we get it so it's better? It's never going to be like, wow, it's always going to sort of look like that. But boy,
Well, that's what this chart amendment attempts to do, is by juicing those lower incomes with more density. Hopefully, we can drive some incentivization to providing those.
But it's not a gigantic. It's not a. Like I said when I was talking about something else, it's not a stick of dynamite. It's a little bit of a firecracker, and there's going to be developers that go, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, right? I mean, and that's what you're finding, right? So there's no magic dust or no magic wand, or there's not people lining up saying, oh, wow, these new numbers are really attractive to me. I want to start, building some more affordable units, or are they?
I think you've heard it mentioned several times at the dais. Some of these privately initiated growth management plan amendments have come to you specifically because this has not been adopted yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall.
In keeping with this chart right here, and what Commissioner LaCastro is saying, I understand we want to build incentive, but if it was weighted a lot heavier, I mean, you can get 10 at the low income, 50 to 80%. You can get 10 extra units with only 40% affordability, but you can get 2 more if you go to 100%. That's why we're getting applications that are at 100 and 120%.
Yeah, because they're like big deal.
Because they're still getting a bonus,
yeah.
But they're getting to put a larger clientele in there, and we're missing the gap of the real need. Maybe we could take a look at how to do this, not offering an even scale, but really incentivizing the lower incomes and the higher percentages of affordable units. I'll give you an example. I had one landowner came to me, or a developer came to me, and he wanted to put 150 units in 5 acres or 6 acres, and it was 30%. And I looked him right in his eye and I said, I will not approve that because there's not enough public benefit. 2 months later, I got an email, we want to meet, and he comes in and he goes, Commissioner, if I could put you 48% of the units, could you get behind this project? And I said, absolutely. That's half of the units, and that's a large public benefit. So the pragmatism, that's the benefit that we have of, but if it was really weighted, where we could really incentivize these people to do something, they could get creative with their financing. Some of these developers do get creative, and some of them they throw the dice at us, and some of them get lucky, and most of them get lucky.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, on the other side of this equation, there's a lot of factors that fly into affordability. We've had 100% increase in commodity costs, construction materials, contractors all the way. Interest rates are relatively speaking, not at an all-time high, because I remember the 18% days, but interest rates are extraordinarily high. The indicators are we're going to start to see some relief. That will open up the floodgates a little bit to be able to provide for some of this. I don't know. I don't know that we're going to fix the affordable housing issue that we have in Collier County today with this. I'd like to see us go ahead and move forward with at least one of these LDC amendments. I don't really see relevancy in moving forward on the by right 100% affordable conversion you've already shared that the Live Local Act isn't functioning well at 40%. So I don't see adding something that's less attractive into the mix at this stage just to throw a dart. I'd be okay with moving forward. I'll even go along with the bus stop or the bus route thing for now. But then I really would like to see our energies focused in some pragmatic projects. Government, already owned government lands that we already own, developments that are going to come in and actually physically address some of these actual needs. To me, that's the easiest way to offset the commodities issue and the interest issue is belaying or delaying or completely offsetting that land expense.
Mr. Miller, any registered speakers on this side? Commissioner Caldwell, that we need to kind of crystallize this into some.
All right, I'm fine.
Into something.
Into something. And I'm not sure what that something would be. Any guidance from
I heard, and I heard from we need 4 for an LDC amendment. So I've heard 2 commissioners say the conversion of commercial to residential by right. It's already been offered with more incentives with the Live Local. That's not really working. There's not 4 votes for that. I think the 25 units an acre within our activity centers, that's individual PUD has to come to you, explain why it works, what's the specifics, what's the mechanics, what's the arrangement of the affordable housing density bonuses that's associated with that, and you guys will approve it. It sounded like there was some support for that.
All right, let's maybe we do this one at a time.
Okay.
You've already indicated one that the votes are not there. You just went through another one where you thought there were. Would it be appropriate to have a motion on that particular item?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr.
I'll make a motion on the activity center density increase, the proposition for the up to 25 or the 25 units in the activity centers.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We're all worn down, so it'll probably pass. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
And that was 2B that you just approved.
Yes, sir.
The activity
on the
center.
chart.
Correct.
All right. Next one.
And then I'll make a motion on the transit route allowances for density. What are you raising your paw for?
Would you like a 5-year review written into that as well? So it's what you have done.
It already is, isn't it?
I believe so.
I thought I saw something in there
Yes.
that there was a 5-year review on it.
Yes.
I would like an annual review on it as we're going along. Because again, we track all these things. Somebody put it on the spreadsheet as we're going along. We don't have to necessarily see it. I want you reviewing it on an annual basis, and then you can bring it back to the board whenever appropriate. But I'll make a motion for approval on the transit route.
All right.
Density
We have
increase.
a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That passes 4-1.
You wanna fail the by right one, or just not even bring it up? Because I'll make the motion for denying.
What does that take? 2 votes? All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. I don't even think we need to vote on that. That's
We don't even need to vote on it.
all right. Anything else?
The last, will you authorize us to go forward and make the amendments to the affordable housing density bonus table that was presented to you?
Commissioner Hall, you had some issues with that. Are you okay with moving forward?
If the intent is to really offer incentive, that chart doesn't really do. It's a pretty chart, and I see what we're trying to do, but to weight it a lot more heavier on the lower incomes and not offer so much in the upper incomes, I think I'm not going to say it's going to accomplish what we want, because people still have to build it, but for us to offer the incentive to do that, I'd like to see it change just a little bit.
You want to bring that back at the next meeting with some recommended changes in light of Commissioner Hall's comments?
That's the direction of the board. We will do so.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Yeah,
I wanted to
Commissioner
ask it
Cole.
earlier, but when you did say that regardless of what this chart says and they bring it to us, we're still going to have the opportunity to see this before us.
Absolutely. This has to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, because I just don't want to, we've done a lot up here in the last couple of years, and we've done it, and you said it yourself, nobody's been held to have to do it. And we've done that because we've had the leverage to do it, because they've had to come before us, and we listen to the constituents that live around those communities and things that we've gotten for them just through negotiation up here with the 5 of us. And we've got people new water lines, we've got people new bus stops, we've got people, a lot of things out of these negotiations to have a little something. So I don't want to lose that leverage either, because that's to our constituents, they're owed that. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I am.
Okay, so we're going to bring that back?
Can
Commissioner McCain?
Can I suggest we just go ahead and adopt this chart? This is a chart that they brought together. We're not sure if the juice is worth a squeeze or not just as of yet, but I mean, this allows us to go forward with the adaptations in the LDC with an incentive program. And one of the suggestions that I would make along with this chart is, as developments come to us, we have direct indicators as to where we're hitting on the needs aspect.
This is the first of 2 meetings.
Yes.
So you're not really taking action now. You're given direction, and it'll
Okay.
come back to you, and then that's the proper time for it.
So if Commissioner
Okay,
Hall
why
wants
don't we
to-
go ahead and approve this for the first reading? It's coming back, and if you've got some suggested changes, we can make them at that time. Is that correct?
Well, I'll second it if somebody.
All right. We have a motion second. Call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. That passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, before we move on to item 9C, I did neglect to read in the Artist of the Month. The Artist of the Month is, from its establishment 125 years ago, Audubon, Florida, has been a driving force in bird and wildlife conservation, working for more than a century to protect habitats with clean air, abundant fresh water, and resilient coastlines. A few of the activities during the past century have been the protection of plume birds in the Everglades, research into whooping cranes and roseate spoonbills, and the designation of Corkscrew Swamp as an Audubon sanctuary in 1954, and the establishment of the Audubon Center for Birds of Prey. Through a series of historic photographs, contemporary imagery, and historical artifacts, Audubon, Florida has brought history to life. Learn more about Audubon, Florida by visiting www.audubon.org/Florida.
Very
With
nice.
that,
All right. So we're now
item
on number 9C.
9C was continued from the January 14th, 2025 meeting and the August 12th, 2025 BCC meetings. This is a recommendation to repeal and replace the procurement ordinance number 2013-69 as amended with the attached updated procurement ordinance. And our procurement director, Sandra, I'm going to let her say her last name so I don't massacre it, is here to present.
Thank you. Sandra Cernka, Procurement Director, for the record. So in December, I presented the proposed procurement ordinance, and since then, there has been a few changes to the Florida statutes. We have also implemented internal controls, and those are the changes that I'm going to be reviewing with you today. So the first update has been to Florida Statute Section 218.755, which addresses the prompt processing of change orders. Now, this law applies to all construction agreements approved after July 1st, 2025. The statute requires governmental agencies to approve or deny a change order involving cost within 35 days of receipt. If no action is taken, the contractor's quote is automatically approved. So to align this requirement with the ordinance, we went ahead and incorporated additional language that is found in Section 4 of the definitions and also in Section 20, Contract Administration. Now, we do recognize that obtaining approval within a 35-day may occasionally present a challenge. Therefore, we have included proposed language to address this situations. Now, the second change is found in the local vendor preference section 16. Now, the minor change in this is that it clarifies that we are not going to be applying the local vendor preference to construction projects. That has been our practice since 2015. Now, since December, I'm pleased to announce that we have established a series of internal controls. We worked with our strategic initiative division, and we have established internal controls not only that have been implemented countywide, but also those that are specific to procurement services division, and that's to provide additional safeguards. So as you can see on the screen, there are 12 that are specific to countywide internal controls, and then 6 that are specific to the procurement services division, and we have an active, robust schedule that has been implemented. Now, the other process improvement has been to SAP. We included an additional capabilities to be able to track our informal quoting. That's going to be able to provide us additional oversight. Now, looking ahead, once this ordinance is approved, we are ready to implement mandatory training across the board for our staff, and we are also going to continue working with our outside counsel to update our templates to make sure that they're aligned with the statutory changes along with the ordinance. That concludes my presentation. Commissioners, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, wind back to the local preference slide. Did I hear you say we're no longer going to be affording local preference on our bidding?
It's only for construction projects, Commissioner. We have not been applying the local vendor preference for construction projects since 2015. But we do apply it in invitations to bid. We also apply that to our requests for proposals, invitations to negotiate as well.
Do we have any registered speakers? All right. I don't see anybody else lit up. Is there?
I'm wondering why we're not doing that.
Per the statute. So in 2015, there was a statutory change. And as you can see in this language, the prior language talked about a 50% application on the funding source. So in 2015, the Board of County Commissioners decided that it was very difficult to be able to distinguish between the funding source. And at that time, the board decided not to apply local vendor preference to construction projects.
And now we're statutorily prohibited from doing that?
Correct, sir.
But
it would only apply to construction projects.
That are funded with state or federal money?
Correct.
Because there was some language in here about with 50% of the more that was there.
And that's been removed.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? We're ready for a motion as well.
Move to approve.
Have a motion and
I'll second it.
a second. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 10A. This is a recommendation to receive a status update on the state of Florida's application to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs State Home Construction Grant Program to secure federal construction matching funds for a state veterans nursing home in Collier County. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. This will be really fairly quick, but I do have a couple questions for the county attorney's office for Colleen Green, I believe, is involved in this. But just to bring the board up to speed, we had a meeting on August 15th that basically had the entire state team, along with the contractor, the interior designers, the architects. And it was pointed out that at that point in time, the architectural design work had been 35% completed, had been approved by the state, and that the 50% design completion would be finished on August 1st, and that the 95% completion of all design work would be on October 7th, and then 100% design completion November 7th of this year. And so they've scheduled a final design meeting in October to be able to meet that final 100% completion date of November 7th. On September 18th, the Legislative Budget Commission will meet in Tallahassee, and at that time they will authorize the state of Florida to spend the $74 million that has been appropriated by the federal government for the project. So the funding's available, the funding's there. And the state will have the spending authority, so actual groundwork and construction can begin hopefully early in 2026. You may have noticed there's a new display outside. We got rid of the old display that was about 2 years old. We now have a much better site plan with the roadway alignments on Golden Gate Parkway and on 951. And they have gotten down to specific dollar amounts for different things. Everything's on budget. The environmental work is being taken care of in terms of permitting. The professionals involved in this don't see anything at this point that will slow this project down. So this has become rather quickly a real project in terms of the funding is there, the work is being done, and I just wanted the board to know that I don't see anything at this point that's going to get in the way. The environmental permitting is all being resolved. Mr. Mullins, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add. And I do have a couple questions for the county attorney.
John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government and Public Affairs. The only thing that I would add to that is that the federal VA has also accepted those 35% plans. So they've been approved at the federal level, which is a good thing. The other part that I would say is once the environmental phase 1 is redone, because it has to be 6 months old to be, no older than that to be accepted. Ours is 6 years old, so it has to be updated, but that'll be taken care of in the next couple of weeks. Mr. Deloney over at Facilities is aiding the state with some local contractors to try to expedite that and get that taken care of. And once the state accepts that environmental assessment and also accepts any remediation plan that may be a part of it, then we'll be in a position to transfer the actual land to the state.
And that's what leads me to a question for the county attorney. I know that the attorney for the State Department of Veterans Affairs and you have been in contact. I just want to make sure that we've gotten to them everything they need from us and that they are working appropriately to finalize all of their documentation, because my understanding is that has to be completed by September 12th. And that's why this was a bit timely in terms of we want to light fires where we have to light fires and make sure that everybody's doing what they need to be doing over the next couple of weeks.
Yes, Commissioner Saunders. Colleen Green, Managing Assistant County Attorney for the record. Over the summer, the county provided with the state with the updated real property documents that the state needed, including a statutory deed, a legal description, and an updated boundary sketch. Those documents are being reviewed by the State Department of Veteran Affairs, together with the Board of Internal Improvement Trustees Fund, which is responsible for the real property transfer.
All right, so will there be any other approvals that are necessary from the county commission?
Yes, we have 2 items pending for the county commission. We are working on an agreement with the state for the $10 million for the Adult Day Health Center, and the closing documents will also be presented to the board for approval.
When do you plan on presenting those?
We are anticipating that to happen at a board meeting in September.
That'll be, I assume, our first board meeting.
Either the first or the second, depending. We need to get the closing documents from the state, and they are aware of our board meeting dates.
That will not interfere with their September 12th deadline to get.
To my knowledge, no.
No.
To my knowledge, no.
Mr. Hall?
That's good to know, especially on the environmental and the documents, because we're unofficially in a race to get this finished against 3 projects, affordable housing projects that we approved in 2018.
So far, it's a tie.
Yeah, I was just going to say. We started this in 18, didn't we?
It started with putting it into the sales tax in 2018. Troy, anybody ready to speak on this? I assume not. Any other questions or anything? And Colleen, thank you for what you're doing. I know you and I know John as well are working very diligently to make sure all the pieces fit together. And I just get a little bit nervous. We start hitting deadlines like September 12th, and so I appreciate
Yes, Commissioner.
your diligence.
We're working on it.
And I hear we're going along with federal approval of the 35% plans. Has the federal government committed the balance of the funds necessary for this construction yet?
Yes.
Okay.
That's actually what the Budget Commission has to meet on, is to give them budget authority to actually spend those funds. They already have the ability to spend the state funds and our funds that are the state funds in escrow, but they need to get a budget amendment passed through the LBC in order to have the spending authority to spend those funds once they're received by the federal government.
The way the funding went is in 2024, the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs had a certain amount of money for their programs. In 2025, the federal government failed to have a budget. So they took the 2024 numbers and moved them over to 2025, which meant the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs again had a large chunk of money for these programs. So that's where our money is coming from the 2025 budget, not the 2026 budget. All right, thank you. Wonderful.
Commissioners, that brings us to items 11C, 11D, and 11E, which are companion items. Item 11C is a recommendation to approve the release of a code enforcement lien with an accrued value of $643,750 for reduced payment of $62,617.90 in the code enforcement action titled Board of County Commissioners versus Real Estate Holdings of Tienda Mexicana, Inc. in Code Enforcement Board Case CESD 20160007274 relating to the property located at 217 North 15th Street, Collier County, Florida. Next, item 11D is a recommendation to approve the release of a code enforcement lien with an accrued value of $458,400 for reduced payment of $60,356.60 in the code enforcement action titled Board of County Commissioners versus Properties of S&O LLC and Code Enforcement Board Case number CEPM 202-000009530 relating to the property located at 1570 Immokalee Drive, Collier County, Florida. And finally, item 11E is a recommendation to review and consider the release of 3 code enforcement liens with an accrued value of $789,650 for a reduced payment of $56,064.80, or proceed with the foreclosure sale scheduled for September 18th, 2025, in lieu of accepting payment in the code enforcement action titled Board of County Commissioners versus S&O LLC, Code Enforcement Board Cases CEPM 20170013023, CEPM 2022-0004129, and CENA 2023-0003919 relating to property located at 1790 40th Terrace Southwest, Folio 3583216002, Collier County, Florida. With
Could you
that,
repeat that?
Oh, yes. With that, Mr. Tom I&D Marino, your Division Director of Code Enforcement, is here to make an opening statement, and we do have representatives for the property owners here as well.
Good afternoon. For the record, Tom I&D Marino, Director for Collier County Code Enforcement. I'm just going to read this in. It'll be very short for the sake of brevity on this afternoon. So the respondent, Properties of S&O LLC, owns 3 folios listed. They are agenda items 11C, 11D, and 11E as read into the record. These properties are all zoned commercial and all had code liens placed against them due to ongoing code violations. At the May 28th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting, this board voted to foreclose on agenda item 11E, the property located in Golden Gate City. In contemporaneous to this vote, the county attorney filed the appropriate documents and legally served the respondent. After receiving the notice of foreclosure, the respondent applied for a demo permit on the Golden Gate City property on October 22nd of 2024 and completed the demo on December 19th of 2024, thus abating the violation. The property is now a vacant C5 commercial lot. Once this violation was abated, the respondent inquired about code lien relief in lieu of foreclosure and were advised of the BCC resolution that requires applicants to be in compliance with the code, administrative fees, property taxes, utilities, any other outstanding permit requirements on all folios owned by Properties of S&O LLC. The 2 properties located in Immokalee had violations that were not in compliance and were still accruing daily fines. That's the properties C, and D on the agenda. In addition, all three properties were delinquent in payment of their property taxes. The respondent worked through the building department and abated the violation on the 217 North 15th Street in February of 25 and the violation on 1570 Immokalee Drive in May of 25. Since the respondents have abated the violations and made the delinquent tax payments for all three of these properties, they finally met the elements of code lien relief and are offering to pay the following amounts to stop the foreclosure action on the 1790 40th Terrace Southwest property. They offer for the property located at 217 North 15th Street, they offer $62,617.90. For 1570 Immokalee, they offer $60,356.60. And for the property at 1790 40th Terrace, they offer $56,064.80 for a total of $179,039.30. If the BCC does choose to accept this offer and stop the foreclosure, staff recommends that the motion state that all payments be made in full within 10 calendar days by September 5th to allow the county attorney time to file the appropriate motion with the circuit court to allow the judge to prepare an order to stop the sale of the property, which is scheduled for September 18th. The respondent was here earlier. The respondent's attorney, Mr. Jasinski, is here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Let me ask you a quick question. In terms of our policy, the 10% issue that we deal with, is your recommendation to accept these numbers? Is that consistent with our policies?
That is 10% of the assessed value of all three of the properties for the 2024 tax year. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kevin Jasinski, for the record, and good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Mr. Ian DiMarino is accurate on that. One of the things I wanted to point out was that my client was not in compliance with the items as Tom indicated. We did get into compliance. Staff has been very, very good to work with. I commend them. Just from background, our law firm represents the city of Naples on these very same issues. So we understand and respect the process. The only difference that I had, and I spoke with Tom earlier about, was that one of the issues that comes up in the resolution that Mr. Locastro signed was that you had to take into consideration the severe financial hardship, which I think has been done, but also the measurable expenses incurred. What happened, and one of the only differences I have, and I told Tom earlier, was that I gave you a position paper and some tables. In order to get into compliance with a property at 1790 40th Terrace Southwest, we had to demolish the entire property. And that resulted in a differing value. The county had it at $560,648, which resulted, if you respectfully granted our request, $56,064.80 to cure that. The property is now worth only $227,500. So what I wanted you to consider, and I pointed out in my position paper to you, there's a lot of equitable considerations to make. But in order to get compliance, my client had to do everything we had to do on all three properties. Pay all the taxes, bring all the codes to current, clean up both commercial buildings. But the third one, we had to actually demolish the building. So now we've lost on paper, according to the Collier County property appraisers, a $300,000 value just to make sure we didn't get foreclosed because we simply didn't do what we had to do. Unfortunately, I came on board and we did it, cured it. But what I was asking you is 2023-90 says you can consider equitably to reduce it up to 10%. Doesn't mean you have to take 10%. So what I wanted to point out to you from the standpoint of the value of 1790 40th Terrace Southwest, that value is only $227,500. The client, in order to get all three properties in compliance, we've already lost on paper $300,000. We think it wouldn't be equitable to charge us 10% of the value that we don't have. We're asking you, would you consider 10% of the value that now exists? Because you do have that discretion to do that, which would reduce down the total fine we would have to pay from the $179,3930 to $147,027.40. Respectfully, I think that's equitable because we've spent a lot of money getting to where we had to do. We've gotten into compliance, paid all our taxes, and actually had to demolish a building and spend the money to raise that now, which now is a vacant parcel. So we'd ask you to consider applying that 10% factor to the reduced price if you would do that.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and the question isn't for you, it's more for Tom. When did these code violations transpire? They didn't accumulate $790,000 worth of code fines overnight, and I appreciate your rationale. But if we hadn't initiated foreclosure, your client wouldn't be here right now. Your client was
Perhaps, yes, sir.
No, with all due respect, sir, if we hadn't initiated the foreclosure process, your client was quite happy to ride along and allow these code enforcement liens and the degradation to our community to continue to transpire.
Understood.
For both the properties in Immokalee and for the one in Golden Gate City. And I understand your rationale, but I get that's the question for you, Thomas. When did these code violations begin?
The code cases that are leaned for 1790 40th Terrace were 2017, 2022, and 2023. So in 2017, that's the property maintenance one that accumulated $472,000 and change over the time. The other two properties, $210,000 and $106,000 and change. So he could have cured this years prior to this May. In addition to the 2025 values that the attorney is speaking of just came out last week from the property appraiser, which is what he's using on the new values. And I understand the reasoning behind that, but the application period was 2024. And in the past, gentlemen, any applications that we've had for other code lien relief have come in whenever we get the application. That's when we use it. And if the property values have changed a week later, we try to say you applied this week, next week it could have been higher, so that this week it's lower. We'll give you the lower one because you applied today. If you'd applied next week, we'd charge that one to it. He did apply for the code relief during 2024 code years, therefore we're applying the 2024 values.
So forgive me, I don't know. So there is some rationale for his request to reduce the third one down.
Had he drug his heels a little bit longer, and maybe then we could have done that. But I look at this as a apples to apples, and I don't want to treat other constituents differently that have applied similarly.
Okay. Commissioner Castro.
Tom, I mean, I just get a bad taste in my mouth when somebody owes us, almost $2 million, and then we're going to make it $180,000 because they finally came into compliance. So I understand, your answer previous to Commissioner McDaniel and telling us the dates and everything, but I don't know. I guess I need a little bit more detail as to, I realize we can go with the 10% and boom, approved, bye, thanks. There's all these extenuating circumstances and they're going to take advantage of all that. I just, I guess maybe I need to hear a little bit more from you as to, what the possibilities were. We've said here over a year ago, we weren't going to, wave a magic wand and make all these fines, get reduced exponentially. Our code enforcement board's been doing a much better job with much smaller things that they take on, led by our county attorney attending those meetings. I've gotten feedback from the person that I nominated code enforcement, and they're like, the Santa Claus days are over. This is a big number. And the one thing that we have to realize too is this is real money. I mean, so, the fines are a real thing. That this is taxpayer dollars. It's not county money. So I don't know. It's just hard for me just based on, what I see here, the brief conversation that we had, going from such a large number down to 10% because we kind of can, when I just think that the applicant could have done a lot more. And so I feel like we're not penalizing them the way that they should be penalized, and we're setting a bad precedent for others who are going to come here and, say the same kind of thing. If you think they're significant, this is a very unique, one-of-a-kind, extenuating circumstance. We approved a few of those here where we made some things go away because the person was aggressively trying to do something, but it was taking a long time, and every day the fines were just adding up automatically, but they couldn't do it as fast as the fines were adding up. That one, kind of makes sense. Here, I guess I don't know enough about, how special this one is.
Well, what we're presenting meets the elements of the resolution that was signed by the board in 2023. So we're just presenting what meets by the board, what meets the resolution. Obviously, if you wish to offer for more or less, that's depending on the board, Commissioner Castro. That's up to you guys. I leave it in your hands at that decision. But I'm just presenting to you what the elements of the resolution are there, and that's where it is.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question. Did the owner of this property, did he purchase this property that had these code violations already attached, or was his negligence the result of the code violations?
He purchased one of the properties with code liens. When he purchased it back then, he paid off the liens at the purchase, and these are all his that he's acquired since he's owned the property.
Okay, so property number...
None of these are inherited.
Property number 1's been abated. Property number 2's been abated. Property number 3 had the building that he tore down.
Correct, and the demo basically abates the violation.
And to me, that's his choice to reduce his value by tearing his building down. We didn't force him to do that.
Correct.
Isn't there something in our resolution or in our agreement with reducing fines? If you're a repeat offender, then we can go to 20%? So
there is a 20% element in that, but these particular properties, because the way the repeat offenses are written in the code for 162 Florida statute, none of these violations were repeat offensive. These were separate, different violations on the same property. It's a loophole in the
okay,
in that
well,
section.
I'll just change my wording.
Yes.
Because if we reduce the amount from 179 to anything, I'd like to offer to settle it for 157,930, which is, there's a way that I got to that figure, but doesn't really matter now.
Gotcha. Understood, sir.
Where'd you come up with that number?
It's 20% of the 789,650.
Commissioner?
We're offering to settle it for 179,000.
Oh, you're just talking about that one property, not
Right.
the total. I got you.
Yeah, everything else has been abated.
Yeah.
Commissioner Caldwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you kind of answered the one question I had. Was he told to tear the building down, or was it he did that on his own?
I told him that he could either demo it or remodel it or get it fixed. He had many choices to come into compliance. It was his decision to do what he did, and those are the options that he could have done. If you read the order that was given to him, most of our orders say either demo or take it back to original permitted conditions, and that's what all of our orders pretty much say. So you can A, B, or C, whatever's there that gets you into
Were
compliance.
you privy to him demoing the building, or do you know that was?
Yes, I was, because he applied for a permit. And
demolition
got
permit.
Yeah, got a demo permit and the whole thing.
Were we already in foreclosure at that point?
Yes, and I already had a one-on-one meeting with him, and he.
So he purposely diminished the value of the property at some point.
After, if you listen to my little intro, he demoed it, knowing he was getting a foreclosure letter, and he waited till I got the foreclosure letter. Then he applied for the demo permit, and went that way.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, I think that the fines that are associated with this are sufficient. I don't see the need to hit them for 20% on the third one. I want to offer accolades to Commissioner LaCastro for making the amendments to our ordinance and collection processes with code enforcement. I can remember the day, even though this sounds like a lot of money, I can remember the day when folks were coming in with this much in accrued fines and getting off for a couple $1,000 court costs and whatnot. And when there are multiple properties held by one owner, we went through the food chain and gathered everybody to bring them into compliance. So I'm okay with these settlement arrangements as presented.
Yeah, I'm okay with the staff recommendation as well, but we do need a motion, see if there's some consensus from the board.
I'll make the motion to, on all three of them, to accept the staff recommendations for the settlements.
Get that on the floor, I'll second that.
Say that again?
Said in order to get this motion on the floor, I'll second it.
May I make a addendum to that, please? Can we have the payments be within 10 days so we could?
As per
have the-
staff recommendation
Okay,
for
thank
the
you very
10-day
much.
thing. Yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
Yeah, I should call the name. I don't see him in the room. J. Cole Hagan, I believe he's left.
gone. Yeah, he's gone.
So that's
Okay.
it?
Very good. That brings us to item 15B, staff project updates. We do not have any on this agenda. Item 15C is staff and commission general communications. Just a couple of things. We do have our first budget hearing next Thursday at 5:05 p.m. The budget office is scheduling individual meetings with the commissioners to go over any questions you have for that first budget hearing. Also, back to our waiver of adoption fees. That is set to expire on September 9th. So would like to know if the board would like to just provide a minimal extension to October 1st. That will give us time to bring back those ordinances and the fee schedule and some more data on adoptions, if that's
I
of
certainly would
interest.
support that. Any
Okay.
objection to extending that till
I think
October
that's a
1st?
great idea.
And then we can talk about it again at the second meeting in September when we bring those items forward. All right, that's all I have. County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'd like to say it feels good to be back at work. Felt like I was useless there for a
Did
few
you ever
weeks.
leave?
I just want to say we got a shout out with the RPOF. I guess they had the state reps meet, all 67 counties, and the veterans on the Veterans Committee of the RPOF called us out and gave us kudos on how we negotiated or how we navigated the system on getting the veterans nursing home to Collier County, and they were very ecstatic and they kept praising Collier County. I had a few friends that were there, and how that happened. So just pat yourselves on the back, especially with Commissioner Saunders for kind of
Thank you.
heading that up. And just, yeah, I know this was we had a little passionate item here today, but I think I think everybody will survive and get through it. By the end of 2 weeks from now, people forget about it. Thank you.
I want to make sure that we do post those 10 Commandments in Mr. McDaniel's office. I've already talked to him about it. He said he would love,
5 copies?
5 copies on the different walls there would.
You mean for the 10 Commandments?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. All 5 facing walls. Isn't it a pentagon kind of
Or a ceiling.
octagon thing?
Commissioner Hall, anything for?
Oh, just thank you, gentlemen, for putting up with the item today. It was certainly not intended nor foreseen until Friday. Last Friday, I figured it out, so appreciate it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I have a couple of things. First of all, I have a little bit of good news. Your favorite chairman of the RPC, which that'd be me, had our budget meeting last week, and the Regional Planning Council of Southwest Florida now can stay in existence until next September for sure. And if you'll recall, we were only staying in existence until the end of this September. So we're good for another year. We've reduced the staff down to two other county, Glades County stayed in. We came along. Hendry County, I went and met with the Hendry County Board of County Commissioners, and they voted to come back into the fold at the new per diem rate. And so now I'm escalating my efforts to the other 3 counties, Charlotte, Lee, and Sarasota counties, to bring them back in. And just for the clerk of courts and everybody that's looking at this, we cut the per diem from 30 cents a person per county to 15 cents per diem. If enough effort is put into the grant acquisitions, once I reassemble the full membership of the RPC, what I would like to do is similar to what we do with our MSTUs, where we utilize budgeted expenditures, annual budgeted expenditures, adopt a satisfactory reserve that is a known commodity out of the per diems, and then we potentially have the capacity to suspend those per diem charges going forward if in fact the RPC itself generates enough internal revenue through the grant processes. So I'm pleased with how things are going. So I just wanted to give that little update, and I want to thank all of you for your support in helping us carry along the Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council. I was at a CRA meeting in Immokalee last week, and the water utility in the wastewater water utility in Immokalee, you know, we all supported the removal of fluoride out of our potable water systems that we supply to our community. And the district in Immokalee, there's a purported savings. I don't know what ours is, so Joe, if you would mind, if we get sufficient head nods, one of the things that the Immokalee utility did was took that savings that they accumulated by not utilizing fluoride and donated those funds to the healthcare network specifically for youth dental care. And I thought that was a Smurfy idea, so I would like for us to have a look at that at an upcoming board meeting, get a report back from utilities. You don't need to come up right now, but just if we're all in agreement that that's an okay idea, I'd like to bring that back at a future board meeting and see if we can do the same thing. Because one of the things we haven't done that I wanted us to do was examine the dental health care at large within our community and whether the impacts of not having fluoride or not was having that large of an impact. But we know that there is an economically deprived portion of our community that is served by healthcare network, and I thought that was a really good idea that the utility in Immokalee did. So if you're of the mind to have a look at that, I'd like to bring that back.
Sure. Don't see any objections, so
Okay.
bring it back for discussion.
We'll work on that and bring it back in September.
You realize September's in 5 days.
At one of our September meetings. It's not too awful far. There was some discussion, and I don't know, I didn't bring it up today, but there was some discussion. We're having an issue with the notice distance for a rezone, and I would like an update. Do you have an idea as to when that's going to come forward, Mr. Bosey? Our agriculturally zoned lands, I think, still only hold a 300-foot notice or a 500-foot notice or something like that.
Mike Bosey's planning and zoning director. It's a 500 feet right now, or it's 1,000 feet right now. But we are in the process. The 4th of September, we're going to the Planning Commission. They're going to review it, and then probably the second meeting in October, we'll have that on your agenda.
And we're going to spread that to the
1 mile.
The mile ring? Okay.
As
Very
directed.
good. Very good. And then last but not least, it's come to my attention that some of the vendors that we're using, I would like to have some discussion, and maybe we don't need to have it now, but the RFP process. It was shared with me, the consultant that we're using for the 800 megahertz tower, the mission critical folks, were brought on without us going through an RFP process. That was alleged to me. So I'd like to have a look into that at some stage. It's imperative that we're following our due processes when these consultants come into us.
Yes, sir. There's a number of ways that we can lawfully bring consultants on, but we'll get the details of mission critical and bring that to you.
And I think that's all I have for now.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I mentioned Ms. Patterson at the break, that even though she's going to work closely with the county attorney on the 10 commandments, that we really do it transparently, because I can tell you there's going to be some questions where some people who maybe didn't agree with our vote are going to say, how much did it cost the county? We used words like we wanted to be part of a larger exhibit. So even though we empowered them to make command decisions, I still think to be transparent and part of the public record, those things should be known and discussed, and it allows us to answer questions if we get emails or whatnot, and we're all singing from the same sheet of music. Different subjects. Amy and I had a really good conversation, and we both agreed that I should present these comments concerning NIMS. Okay, maybe you haven't had many in your districts. I've had a bunch. Okay, Costco, the Citrus Grove on Sable Palm. And even if you look back, remember the NIMS that we had at the sports complex, and what a fiasco that was. Safety, security, people came there with guns and all those kind of things. Well, I've had 2 NIMS where the big issue was the developer basically took very strong poetic license, I think, to present what they were presenting at the NIM. And I'll give you an example. The NIM, as we know, is a mandatory meeting between the developer, the applicant, and citizens to exchange views and things like that. What's happening at these NIMs is they're getting very, very aggressive developers that come up in front of the group and they go, so we're building a Costco and here's what it's going to look like. We're building an apartment complex, and we've been in so many discussions with the county, so it's going to be 460 units, and like this hasn't even come to us. And we always have county representation at the NIMs. Obviously, it's not us. We don't go to the NIMs. The NIMs are between the applicant and the citizens, but we always have county representation in the back to make sure we're observing the NIM. One of the things that Ms. Patterson and I want to work on is having our county representation come with some sort of county handout, maybe a one-pager that they give people at the door that says, here's what the NIM is, here's what it isn't. Before they hear a presentation, you have to conduct yourself professionally, blah, blah, blah. Maybe there's some point of contacts at the bottom. So we thought we would work on something that would be good for any NIM. And then the county folks would come there, and we would really have a voice, because I can tell you, the last 2 NIMs where the developer basically made it sound like everything was a done deal. And when they're using terms like, oh, we've been speaking to the county for a year. Yeah, they've been speaking with Mr. Bosey on their proposal, not with us. But I'm having to do so much damage control, and then it sounds like I'm backpedaling, I'm covering for the county, because then I have citizens that say things like, well, let me tell you exactly what the developer said. He said this was a done deal, the county's already approved everything, and there's going to be 500 apartments, and the bulldozers show up tomorrow, and then we're backpedaling. So this is more of an informative. I'm going to work with Amy, and we have experts on the staff. It doesn't have to be a gigantic document, basically a one-pager that separates rumor from fact, and I think it would be beneficial, especially for any NIM, but for these ones that the developer knows that there's just staff in the back, that it's not somebody that's going to come up and go, whoa, time out. You're leaning a little too far forward, and you're giving these citizens a wrong impression. We've had a lot of wrong impressions, especially in the last couple of NIMs. Amy, did you want to chime in? And
Yes, sir. So we had discussed we could put together like an FAQ. So what is a NIM? We can link it to why they do a NIM. And then next steps. So depending, so that way we can cover just simply, and as you said, something that could apply to every NIM, and then points of contact at the county if they should have specific questions on the process or next steps. I think it will help.
Commissioner Hall's home phone number, right?
Yes, and mine.
The
big
big thing that would be on there too would be this: what you're about to hear is a proposal. It hasn't gone through the wickets yet.
Right.
This is their request. Mm-hmm. It's not their plan. And when they use terms like, so our plan is we're building 500 units, that's what's causing a lot of the problems. So
yes, sir. The NIM is a step in the process. There are other steps that will follow the NIM.
Yeah.
That's the intention.
So sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, great. We'll work up something and then
Yes, sir.
look for everybody's input, and obviously get
Mr. Bosey.
and everybody
I was
else.
just getting exercise.
I know.
Right. He's
Don't
coming
worry.
out. He
We'll-
just sort of wandered
we'll include
around.
you.
Are you okay? Are you all right? You having a seizure?
I just wanted to, Mike
rock the
Bosey,
water.
I just want to let you know, by the time there's a NIM, they've submitted a plan with a request, and we will make sure we put together, frequent FAQs that lets them know that this, it's only been through one round of review. Many changes can
But
make.
that's the problem with the crowd. They don't hear the word request, they hear plan. And then I have a 2-hour town hall meeting at Verona Walk like I had a week ago, and Trinity was there. It was 3 hours, yeah. And we spent, you were there, that's right. But you heard what we hear. And then I got emails afterwards, and people don't believe us because they're like, well, you must not be, you're totally out of touch, because let me tell you what the developer said. And it's like, I know, but we decide. And also too, on that FAQ, it could also talk about the difference between the planning commission and us. Maybe just like a one-liner, but we have people that say, so the commissioners on the planning commission have already approved it. And it's like, no, it's a recommendation. We're the only, anyway, we'll work out something, and I think it'll be beneficial for every NEM.
Don't run away.
Yeah, because I actually read an article last night, and the real small print says went to the planning commission. Then in the whole article, it just said commissioners had already approved.
Right.
Commissioners.
Right.
Commissioners didn't see nothing. I told the guys, we didn't see nothing on this project. So.
And we have press at the NIM, so even that handout could be beneficial for them, to remind them, here, the meeting you're listening to right now, here's really what it is, and here's what it isn't. I saw that same article, and that was the thing that just sets my hair on fire. Anyway, thank you.
All right, I've got a couple things, and one of them involves planning. I received a letter from Bill Poteet concerning the zoning overlay that we have on Santa Barbara and Golden Gate Parkway. And that particular overlay, staff is requiring there to be a 1 acre parcel or more in order to, I guess, convert to commercial, if I'm saying that right. And Mr. Poteet is saying if we could get that reduced to a 1/2 acre, there'd be more success.
That's the Santa Barbara Commercial Overlay Subdistrict. That actually is it's a problematic subdistrict. We adopted it, and it said after 7 years of adoption, all residential is to cease and desist and was not allowed. And it has a requirement that you need 1 acre to be able to move to commercial property. So it has a lot of flaws within it. So I think that's something that we can most certainly look at and discuss with the Board of County Commissioners potential amendments to make it much more manageable.
That's the request. Take a look at it. It just sounds like it's not working the way it should. And if there's no objection, staff will take a look at that.
It's specifically for those residential units that are along the parkway that are duplexes and that sort of thing that we're looking to get converted to commercial.
It's not on the parkway. That's one of those. That's the other. That's the secondary one. That's east of the Golden Gate Community Center. This one's along Santa Barbara, north of the parkway. That is that's trying to convert it to residential to commercial.
I'm glad you mentioned the one on Golden Gate Parkway, because we did that a few years ago to do just what you said, to try to improve the that commercial and residential area.
We will bring back proposed modifications for the first planning commission to review, and then for the board to take action on.
Could you take a look at if there are any particular problems with what we did on Golden Gate Parkway as well?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Then second thing, we've all received a lot of communication from one of our helicopter pilots at EMS. It turns out that EMS helicopter pilots are not considered special risk. And if you're a helicopter pilot for the Sheriff's Department, for example, you're a law enforcement, you're a special risk, but you're still flying a helicopter. And they wanted, this particular individual wanted to see if the helicopter pilots could be included in the special risk classification when they're flying helicopters for EMS. I'd like to be able to present this to the legislative delegation as a suggestion that they take a look at it. Apparently, there are not a whole lot of helicopter pilots that fit this, but we do have, I think, Ms. Patterson, I think you said at one point we have like maybe 3.
3? Yeah, I guess we have 3.
Okay.
What are the impacts of the classification?
It affects their multiplier for their retirement.
Yeah, in a big way, and we have an old helicopter that we're going to sell that could fund that.
Yeah. Well, and it doesn't, I mean, it'll affect the county budget a little bit, but it'll affect the state budget.
It will. So the EMS personnel that have direct patient contact or supervise people that have direct patient contact are special risk, but there's a strange loophole here relative to these because they're not delivering patient care despite the fact that they're flying the helicopter. We've been around and around on this for a pretty long time, so it definitely requires a change to the way that FRS, so state, views these particular helicopter pilots, and it's a very small number of people, us and maybe one other county.
And quite frankly, the legislature may not do anything with this,
Mhm.
but at least it sends a message to our helicopter pilots that we're trying.
Yes, sir.
And so with your permission, I'll just present something to the legislative delegation as part of our package.
If I can just make a quick comment.
Yes, yes, sir.
I did some my own research because I know I've spoken to these individuals too, and I went all over. I was reaching out to different counties and different EMS, flight medic, and the majority of them, they're not considered an FRS high risk. Some of them that were like I think you said, they were dual certified as an EMT or something, and then that automatically got them enrolled as long as they did like 1 day a month. Rode around in a wagon or something outside of flying in a helicopter. The other one was that if they were put in some sort of command position in their job description, and I think that was the other avenues. And I guess we'd have to look at if their job description, when they're flying the helicopter, they would be in command because they're ultimately in control of the helicopter, the aircraft itself. And if that would be in their job description, it would kind of change look at it through FRS. So I don't know if that's something you want to take a deeper dive into, but that's what I looked into, and that's kind of where my research has led me that it could just be a job description change if they do have a command position.
We could do that locally.
Before the delegation meeting, we'll get you all the information on what HR has done. They've had extensive contact with FRS on the different avenues to be able to achieve that high risk. In case there's anything that we would be able to do here locally, my recollection is no, but we can talk about that.
I'm certain there's nothing we can do locally.
Right. Yep. So even those job descriptions, I think we've shaken that tree, but we'll take another look.
All right, thank you.
All right, and then just one last one. We're going to begin the reconstruction of the Golden Gate Senior Center probably in about 6 or 8 months. Construction will begin there. The county staff is in negotiations basically with itself, but in negotiations with the Golden Gate Community Center so that the senior center operations can continue at the community center during this 18-month construction period. We don't want there to be any interruption in the Golden Gate Senior Center programs. There's a meeting on September 3 with the board of the MSTU for the Golden Gate Community Center. I know staff has been working on a contract, and that contract will come back to the board for approval. I just wanted to alert you to that so you won't be caught by surprise. It's not going to be a very costly adventure for the county to use that space, but there are some steps we have to go through, and that'll come back. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Anything else for go to the order? It's 4:31. It's kind of early, but we're adjourned.
I want to grab one.